Peace Report. I'm Anjali Kamath. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Thursday the U.S. will impose the toughest sanctions in history on Iran after President Trump promised to wage, quote, economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Bessent told CNBC that U.S. economic pressure would eliminate the need for return to direct combat with Iran. He said tough new sanctions would collapse Iran's government and warned other nations
to
face
this time
severe
sanctions are definitely going to work
if they continue to trade with Iran.
We are going to all of our allies, and this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world, and we are going to them and saying you are either with us or against us.
Iran's foreign ministry condemned the threat of new sanctions as illegal and inhumane. Meanwhile, the USS George Washington aircraft carrier has arrived in the Middle East to relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has now been plagued by low morale, faulty plumbing, poor quality rationed meals, and shortages of basic supplies. The Lincoln is reportedly heading home to San Diego after a record-setting deployment of more than 270 days at sea. In Yemen, Houthi fighters and government forces have traded dozens of attacks, raising fears that Yemen is sliding back into full-scale civil war for the first time since a UN-brokered peace deal in 2022. Government forces claimed 81 attacks over 24 hours, while Houthi fighters said they'd successfully used drones to strike an airport and an oil facility in Saudi Arabia. Sudan's humanitarian crisis is deepening as more than 200,000 people have been newly displaced across the Kordofan region due to intensifying attacks between the Sudanese army and paramilitary, rapid support forces. Drone strikes have targeted critical water and power infrastructure in the city of El Obeid. Mass floods in North Darfur have also compounded the displacement crisis, with torrential rains damaging hundreds of homes. In Tunisia, hundreds of protesters marched through the streets of the capital, Tunis, on Thursday, calling for the ouster of authoritarian President Kais Saied, the release of jailed opposition activists and journalists, and the restoration of democracy. The protests come as Tunisia faces deteriorating public services, an affordability crisis, and a shortage of some basic supplies and medicines. Many of the protesters chanted, "The people want the fall of the regime," a popular refrain during the Arab Spring uprising that ousted longtime dictator.
Yeah, it's interesting because, Tunisia was considered the most successful out of the Arab Spring.
Tunisia? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. Did they go full secular? What happened?
They've always been secular.
Zain al-Abidin bin Ali in 2011.
We have gone back to a state where we speak the truth or to defend their rights. We fear differences or opinion. We fear debates and discussions. Personally, I'd say we have returned to the same concepts that existed during bin Ali's regime. It's the exact same story. We returned to the concept of people fearing the ruler, and we've gone back to many ideas that led absolutely nowhere.
In Mali, a Russian-controlled paramilitary force faces accusations that it carried out the summary execution of 9 civilians, including 4 children, during a raid on a village in the central region of Mopti in July. According to Human Rights Watch, about 100 fighters with the Russia-backed Africa Corps, accompanied by several Malian soldiers, broke into homes, dragged people out, and separated men and boys for beatings and interrogations.
Were they Fulani?
They've reportedly killed 6 civilians who tried to flee and detained and executed 3 others. Since 2021, Mali's military junta has relied on Russian mercenaries in its fight against Islamist armed groups.
Oh, interesting. You're not
occupied
mentioning
West
that they're
Bank, large groups of armed Israeli settlers stormed Palestinian homes in
JNIM
the
to
town of
justify
Sa'id, northeast
summer
of Hebron,
executions,
earlier
very
today,
Russian-coded.
killing a young Palestinian man and leaving a 70-year-old with serious gunshot wounds. Survivors say the settlers set fire to at least 1 home. Elsewhere, Israeli settlers set fire to a quarry in the South Hebron Hills overnight, causing severe damage to excavators, bulldozers, and stone-cutting equipment. The United Nations reports attacks by Israeli settlers and Palestinians have reached an all-time high in 2026.
Historically, there have been people who have gone to the West Bank
as the Israeli
to offer
continues to approve new illegal settlements. After headlines, we'll go to the Palestinian village of Kusra to speak with Louis Reedy, a Palestinian-American who flew to the occupied West Bank on Monday to help his relatives defend the family home, which Israeli settlers have surrounded
and just
for more
pop
than
the
a
cunts.
In California, progressive Democrat Aisha Wahab has won a special election to fill the congressional seat vacated by disgraced Representative Eric Swalwell, who quit amid sexual misconduct claims. In 2018, Wahab became the first Afghan-American elected to public office in the U.S.
By the way,
She'll now be the first Afghan-American U.S. Congress member representing parts of the East San Francisco Bay until the new Congress begins in January. This is Aisha Wahab speaking to supporters on election night.
Did my eyes survive?
We saw a lot of negative ads distorting our record.
Shame.
Talking about us in a negative way that we're not good enough or we're not American enough. And the fact that because I'm an Afghan American, because I'm a Muslim American, because I'm a woman of color, because I'm relatively young, that we don't belong. And the voters of this district spoke out. And
yeah, you should go home to the Taliban, where women are banned from literally everything. That's a way better idea.
Hernandez. Polls had showed Wahab with a double-digit lead in early August before AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, poured over $6 million into negative ads and mailers targeting her. Meanwhile, AIPAC and its super PACs channeled at least $3 million to Hernandez's campaign.
An Afghan rep in California is getting the same treatment that the Afghan rep in WA is.
Who will represent the district in the 120th Congress?
Wonder if there's a trend.
In related news, FBI agents seized a cell phone and laptop from former Congress member Eric Swalwell after he was stopped at the San Francisco airport Saturday. The following day, federal agents also searched Swalwell's home in Washington, D.C. as part of a civil rights investigation into allegations of sexual assault. Swalwell is also facing probes by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
They actually had reason
CNN
for doing
reports
it.
at least 4 women who've accused Swalwell of serious sexual misconduct have been contacted by the FBI as part of that investigation. In more election news, Reuters reports a handful of billionaires and companies are driving record levels of spending on congressional contests ahead of November's midterm elections, with crypto, gambling, and artificial intelligence firms fueling a flood of campaign cash. So far, U.S. corporations have spent over $500 million on U.S. House and Senate races. That already exceeds the previous record of $461 million spent by corporations during the entire 2024 election cycle, and does not include millions of dollars in additional contributions made by dark money groups that hide the identities of their donors. Meanwhile, President Trump is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina today to support the campaign of Republican Senator Darlene Graham, who was appointed to fill the vacancy left by the sudden death of her brother Lindsey Graham in July. Darlene Graham faces Republican Congressmember Ralph Norman in a special Senate runoff on Tuesday. Critics have called Graham dangerously unqualified after her poor performance at a debate earlier this week.
Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security.
Great.
But I do support the military.
The Trump administration has deported 20 immigrants to Liberia as part of a new third country agreement that will help see the West African nation receive up to 1,200 immigrants with no ties to Liberia, removed from the United States. The first group arrived at the Roberts International Airport outside the capital, Monrovia, on Thursday. As part of the deal, the U.S. has reportedly agreed to extend visitor visas for Liberians from 12 to 36 months, according to The Guardian, and pledged some $124 million in assistance. Immigrants deported to Liberia will include people from Latin America and the Caribbean. In related news, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports ICE is seeking to deport an Iranian woman to the Central African Republic,
really repeating
a country
itself,
to which she has no ties, and which the State Department has deemed too unsafe.
Liberia?
They're sending people to Liberia.
Yeah.
Oh, great. They really don't have any original ideas, do they? How boring.
For travel. She's currently detained at the Stewart ICE jail in Georgia. Meanwhile, in Texas, a minor league catching coordinator for the San Diego Padres was detained by ICE at an El Paso airport as he attempted to travel back home to Arizona. Oswaldo Pirela is originally from Venezuela and has a pending asylum claim and valid work authorization. Pirela lives in Phoenix with his wife and 2 U.S.-born daughters. He previously played for the Texas Rangers minor league team. His brother, Jorge Pirela, wrote on social media, quote, "The people who have worked and lived alongside him can speak to his character, his work ethic, and the positive impact he's had on those around him." The Department of Homeland Security is defending harassment tactics deployed against people who've criticized the agency's deadly crackdown on immigrants. That's the claim at the center of a First Amendment lawsuit filed by David Striever, a U.S. citizen who was on a trip to Finland when 2 ICE agents showed up at his home in Rochester, New York in June. The agents reportedly presented his wife with a warning notice due to an email Striever had sent months earlier to former ICE acting director Todd Lyons, comparing him to a Nazi and calling him, quote, "a monstrous human being."
Uh-oh, free speech.
And the New York Times is reporting that the owner of a major Dominican sugar producer accused of forced labor at one of his plantations has close ties to President Trump. Central Romana's owner,
I love
Jose
Hitler.
Fanjul, a Cuban-American businessman known as Pepe, donated to Trump's 2024 campaign and his White House ballroom. Just weeks after Trump returned to the office, the Trump administration lifted a measure that had prevented the company from shipping its product to the U.S. On Tuesday, the Corporate Accountability Lab, an independent nonprofit, issued a report finding the company is still responsible for abusive conditions. The report found many of the plantation's workers are of Haitian descent. They face poverty wages, excess overtime, and intimidation and threats from management. And those are some of the headlines.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.com.
My last video was about woke one, a new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left in America. Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just woke one. And how, in my opinion, that was not woke one, and how woke one actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, Tumblr era feminism, the whole pre-Trump era wokeness, before it was even called woke. And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in like 2020. After uploading that video on Woke One, I thought I was free. That I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term, Woke One, ever again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah.
When in history have you done that?
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's, the Thanksgiving dust up, abolish prisons, abolish police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Now, as an ex-AOC fangirl, I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karens in real time. I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on. I held on for a long time. Many would say too.
Look it up.
That was funny. Unicorn.
You looking it up?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh. That's quite the thing to say.
What does it mean?
As a white woman.
What does it mean?
Historical context. Proponents of the hold on, I'm dying. Somehow they got through my door. Stupid fucking unicorn. Okay. Where's my icebox? I have red ice. I have rainbow bricks. Give me a second. Should be safe here. Proponents of the term state that it is a systematic method used to break the spirit and masculinity of influential enslaved men in front of others. Academic views. Historians note that while sexual violence and brutal public whippings were well-documented parts of the slave economy used to install terror, specific widespread rituals under the exact name of buck-breaking lack formal consensus in mainstream historical archives. Scholars emphasize the sexual abuse of enslaved people did happen, but it was usually hidden rather than performed as a formalized public spectacle. Public awareness of the term grew after the release of a 2021 documentary by Tariq Nasheed. Wow. That's awesome. Tariq Nasheed is the guy who says everyone is a white supremacist. Anyone who disagrees with him, white supremacist. The guy's a weirdo.
But, like, it's, like, I know it from, like, the gay community.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a fetish type thing. But, like, when you say that term, what it actually means is when you rape slaves to make them completely submissive.
Compliant. Mm. It's quite the choice to make there. June? Boy.
Jew?
June.
Jew?
Although she'd probably not like being called Jew. I'm sure she'd take great offense to it. Yeah, initially, I'm pretty sure she was dating that, like, armored skeptic guy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't fascist enough for her. That's my prediction, anyway. Because she's like, I'm a liberal, but I really, really like conservative men. Yeah. So she has, what? The mentality that masculinity comes from politics? Yeah. Masculinity is conservatism? Sure. If you want to think that, go for it. Probably not correct. But, you know, who gives a shit? You got an audience that thinks you are.
Long, in fact. But this clip of AOC talking about woke one
you can
really solidified how
want.
I've been feeling for the past few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back woke one in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now, while politicians are out here trying to dodge accountability for things that they've said and done, the rest of us are out here figuring out how the f we're gonna afford anything. People are getting squeezed from every direction. Rent costs too much, groceries cost too much, everything costs too much. At this point, I'm scared to open my wallet because I know it's gonna be empty. Actually, that's not true. It's full of shit. Just random gift cards from 2011 that I've never used. I don't even know what half this stuff is. But thankfully, I have a product that can help with just that. So before we get into today's video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor.
The Ridge wallet.
stainless steel. It keeps your drink nice and cold for hours. I'm taking a trip to Italy soon, and I'm definitely going to bring the water bottle
When's she getting
and the
Mar-a-Lago
wireless charger.
face?
These will come in handy. I think Ridge's products are great, but don't just take my word on it. Ridge
She's
has
finally
over
dropping
100,000
the alt laugh.
5-star reviews. And now they even have something extra special. This year, Ridge is hosting a massive sweepstakes,
Even doing the
and this
trad
time,
laugh,
2
like
people can win.
traditional
The winners
makeup
get to
and
choose
not that
from
dark
a Lamborghini, a
eyes and shit.
Huracan
Hilarious.
Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco, or $100,000 in cash. The giveaway runs until September 8th. There are tons of ways you can enter, but you can also just enter it for free. But if you want to boost your chances, every Ridge purchase gets you additional entries.
Did you put
so
all
head
this
over
ice here?
to ridge.com/shoe
No, I
to check out their
purified it.
collection and enter the
I was
2026
gonna say, 'cause
sweepstakes for free
I
using
swear it
my
was all
link.
red.
Big thanks to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. And now, back to the video.
We probably should have.
Now, before we get into the real meat of this, the real juicy, the real... This is the politician
You need
AOC
to
and the
replace the
interviewer are
dirt
talking
walls
about.
to get
Francesca
people to
Hong
move
is
in.
a progressive DSA candidate
dirt
who
walls?
recently lost her primary. Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets
I have no
from
dirt walls.
2020. Who among us
Yes, you
does
do.
not? But most
You can
notably,
check
one
housing.
about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving.
Where the
Cancel
fuck are the dirt
Thanksgiving.
walls?
Should have done
I don't
this
know.
in
Just says that
1621.
natural
If it
laws
takes a
need
worldwide
replacing.
pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism
Like, it's
and the
literally
original
all
super
granite
spreader event
ice.
that killed indigenous folks
Or
I don't know,
and
you
women,
tell me.
so be it. Please don't gather for the colonizer holiday. Please
it's 'cause
do
it's ice,
wear
I
a
don't know.
mask. I forget that people actually speak like this, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle session they're putting these candidates through, reading their old woke 1.0 tweets back at them, like a dog that peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this? But the quotes and replies from like Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if you do want to, just lie? Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie? This woman is an optics nightmare. Just say no. Say it was a joke. Say it was woke one. Just lie, for fuck's sake. Just say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater. This is what she truly believes. And the people should know exactly what she believes. She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry, my proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married my child is half white. She can't even like bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca Hong just like hates all holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa. Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons would work, Hong said, "What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims." She added, "What may have been aspirational is not primary." What may have been aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So, cancel Thanksgiving or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway, my point is, Francesca Hong's old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving, they were being all hand-waved away by AOC as just simply being woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist, fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0
Sounds like projection.
or woke 1 is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they view as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social...
No.
It's just like, it was like a fake quote looking like it was screenshotted from an article.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
it said, Deng Xiaoping, Maoism 1 was crazy.
That's funny. That's a genuinely funny joke.
Justice activism they participated in during the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai Osi, campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his on X unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osi, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke 1 was crazy. "We all got a bit crazy back then. We did some jello shots and got on the bar and took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago." You can't spend like 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then turn around and just be like, that just happened. My career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democratic Party that this woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi, every ism under the sun. And now they're just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what, move on? I've been like a dog chasing a car and I finally got the car and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying like, yeah, MAGA was right, we were crazy. Like, okay. What else are they right about then? Even from like an AOC fan point of view, this just makes her look completely unserious and makes like the progressive movement look completely unserious.
All she said is she has
which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician who can get swept up in mass hysteria so easily?
She was quoting somebody else and now we're attributing the quote to her.
5 years from now,
yeah,
you
well,
won't
that's
just
what
call whatever it is you're advocating for now woke 2 and dismiss it as crazy. Free Palestine. Woke 2 was crazy. Like, what do you believe in? Could you imagine Republicans being like, January 6th 1 was crazy? Basically, yes. I said this all on Twitter, and people are like, already...
A ton of Republicans have called out that. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I can imagine them, because they did.
Making videos of it. AOC panics after shoe on head calls her. Like, that didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch slaps AOC. Who the f is this? Is that shoe bitch? Ah yes, the infamous, notorious shoe bitch. Going around slapping women. Every time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was, you would think I was some like psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like, I posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something, that's totally normal, that's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years that can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind on something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind. When you changed your mind. Be transparent. What about woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion, don't you agree with anymore? Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke 1? Trans women are women, DEI, white privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What? Tell us. What?
None of
Tell
that
the
was
class.
woke 1.
I've talked about this a few.
She did. She was responding directly to her criticizing and wanting to cancel Thanksgiving.
Yeah, literally.
So, and also, she didn't say it. She was quoting somebody else.
Literacy is important. There's a reason that the title to this stream is called Literacy is a requirement for conservatism.
Times in a few videos, but one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of the police back in like 2020.
Hey, I got feral claws, just what I needed.
I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed
And now
every
you're
day,
dating a fascist, and now you're a cop bootlicker.
I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic.
Now
and a
you're
whole
a
bunch of
NIMBY
other
exposed to
topics.
fascists.
So I want to know, AOC and other politicians, what about woke one do you disagree with now? What's sad is, if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true. Now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago. I'm a grown-up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you. Be transparent. The people who act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago, acting like 2020 never happened.
Who's
I'm not
saying
buying
that?
it, sorry. These issues were like existential to these people a few years ago, and now it's just like, no big deal. It was just a phase, Mom. I'm just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing from that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually.
Are you in New York? Shut the fuck up.
For stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs,
Oh
support
no,
service,
someone
and loved
advocates
ones.
for
It perpetuates a
not
cycle of
imprisoning
poverty and
people for
crime.
stealing
No matter how much
toothpaste.
fear-mongering
Oh
the
my
right-wing
god,
media
what
does.
a fucking
These people
psycho.
aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace.
Prove
we
it,
have
bitch.
food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time
it's
and
so
tell myself
funny
one
that
thing,
she's still
it
LARPing
would
as
be
a liberal,
criminals are not
trying to
Aladdin.
make liberal arguments while
Criminals
advocating
are not
for
Aladdin.
Donald Trump and cops.
Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's lives incredibly easier
Got
if
it.
there was actually some
Stealing
deterrent
toothpaste,
against
the same
crime.
as rape.
Yes.
Got it.
Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws.
There it
Drunk
is.
driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they
Bootlicker.
understand just how incomprehensible some of their worldview actually
She
is.
claims she
if
was
my-
borderline
if my daughter is
ACAB.
assaulted
Doubt
and
it.
raped, is there
Heavy
any
doubt.
agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
What hypothetical? That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Abolish prisons. Where do the bad people go? I don't know. Like, yeah,
What's a
okay.
bad
In a
person?
functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless.
Ah, cool. Labor.
Sorry.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm chutting out so
Forced
hard.
labor.
on
Stop
this
shooting
video. I'm in my
lasers.
luteal phase.
Bad
I have a
laser.
I have a f***ing pimple.
Bad
I don't
lasers.
care.
I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years,
I
I'm
don't
stressing
care.
out so hard. What the f***?
I
Anyway,
don't
despite
care.
the Republicans completely dropping the
Ah!
ball right before midterms, surprise! War in the Middle East forever! The sudden walk back about
Yeah,
woke
and you
one
voted for
clearly
it.
shows the
You
Democrats
literally
are still
voted for
struggling
it.
with
Everybody
PR.
was telling
If only
you,
there
you
was some
support
sort of
that. You support helping the Iranian regime murder
I'm
women.
The king of
That's
woke
you.
1.0, that I was Mr. Radlib, right? I never
you
was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people
it's gone.
operate. Like I never
right,
did the
plug you in
Latinx
time.
thing. Like I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented. Like this is the headquarters of dark woke.
Not the dude who called me emo, calling himself dark woke. What the actual f*** is dark woke?
What is dark woke?
Dark woke is just Democrats are just as woke as we were in woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea
Look
of
at how
dark
much she's
woke seems
freaking
to be
out.
that regular
It's
woke
so
was
funny.
too polite and too wholesome.
Dark woke for me is we are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but
I
we
genuinely
don't mind
fucking hate liberals.
saying F
They're
you.
so
Dark
cringe.
woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean! That's why people hated you! You were finger-wagging, morally righteous woke scolds. The problem
yeah,
was
bro.
never that the left was
'Cause you know it's much, much
insufficiently
better?
mean online. God forbid someone
Nazis
say the wrong
and
word,
brown
liked
shirts.
the wrong tweet, or failed to
But we should
participate in the
keep
latest
complaining
virtue
about
signal
woke people
humiliation
because that's
ritual.
the
I'm
real
sorry, can we just
danger
go back
in
to the
America.
Hassan clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind.
Hey,
to
aren't you pretty
unlimited
pro-speech,
progress.
What the
pro-speech and pro-gun?
does
Donald Trump
unlimited
stripped both the
progress
First
mean?
and
He's
Second Second Amendment.
These guys
Fourth,
think progress is like a literal linear
states'
line
rights, I
where
think
just
this is the
more and
10th.
more people get rights.
Like, he's just
So,
been
like,
shitting
what
on
does
all of the
that mean?
Constitution, and
File
Captain
rights, zoo
Bootlicker
file
here
rights. What
gives
unlimited
zero
progress are we
fucks.
talking about here, buddy? Because that
Wants to
sounds
complain
pretty
about the
woke to me.
Democrats
We did
still.
so much progress.
Doesn't it
to
tell
the
you
gender
so much?
discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. You people are lost in the sauce.
Mendami's aide,
Not
his
you,
top
though.
aide, Sia Weaver, said
You're
if you don't
completely
believe in the
based
government's
and,
sacred right to seize
in
property,
touch of reality.
it's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
I mean, you even heard her.
Beast mode.
She has a
I
kid
love
and
her
doesn't
so
look at
much.
anything
One of the things
anymore.
about
She's
Zoran
definitely
is
in
that
touch.
The people surrounding
She
him
definitely knows what
oftentimes
the
are
fuck
so much
she's
cooler
talking
than he
about.
is.
I like how in the video where he defends himself from people criticizing that clip, he's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on. In the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. Alright, buddy. Sorry. It's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like, bro was in a suit at a pool party. The man is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about Hassan Piker.
You are
can't fucking
wearing
escape him
alt
nowadays
fashion as a
because the media
skin
won't
while
shut the
laughing as
fuck
a
up about
fucking
him.
like.
Fox News
Sorry,
is just
not
focusing
laughing.
on him.
You are
so
literally
they
laughing
go after the Democrats because I guess they have
in an
nothing
alt
else. And then the
skin while
response
advocating
to all the
for
Hassan stuff
fascism.
coming out on the right, coming out on Fox
You are
News.
scum.
Is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of Hassan in his mansion, and all these outlets calling him like a terrorist and a communist just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. Nothing hurts this dude more than
The
reminding him
Trader
that
was
he's
like,
literally
oh,
just
no.
a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to
And
center
all you
around
are
a fucking Twitch
is a
streamer.
Gamergate
Like, I don't understand
YouTuber.
the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same
What are
time,
you
I don't
talking
think
about?
Hassan is the best
He's
wagon
literally
to hitch
engaging in
yourself to
politics
if
and
you're the
helping
Democratic
politicians
Other internet
get
celebrities on
places.
the left, you could do that
What are you
with.
doing?
Like, God, the left really has
This
nobody.
is like on the level of
no,
tanky
he's a sex
whinging.
pest.
This is incredible.
No, she's a sex pest. Damn it. I don't know. There's
This
gotta
is
be
the one
someone
we
with
need.
way less baggage than Hassan Piker. Like, why don't you hitch your wagon to someone like that? Instead of Hassan, who, every time he's rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care. Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood! Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad. Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you? I don't care anymore.
God,
I
that's
washed my
crazy.
hands of this. There's gonna be like 25
You do
videos
care.
uploaded after this.
She
like,
cares so
Sure
much.
head bends
I
us
don't
on
even
over
care
and
anymore.
and like, great, can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about that was
hang
done
on.
after
I
the
caught a
Democrats
dynamite
lost the
fish,
election
which
that
apparently
showed
is
the
the
most
fishing
popular
quest, so I'm gonna
Democrat
run to the
positions
angler
were
real
things
quick.
related to economic
But I'll be right
issues,
back.
and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies. People don't f***ing want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the f***. Talk to actual workers about them. Like, talk to actual blue-collar workers. They hate this shit. And they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before, more people would
Who
be
the
on
fuck are you
board with what
talking
the
about?
left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you.
What is this
if you
nebulous
dropped
fucking
the gay race Marxist
waffling?
bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive,
thought I got
identity
a
politic,
chum
asocial
bucket,
bullshit.
but I don't-
And in order
oh, here
to
it
do
is.
that, you actually have
Chum,
to mean it,
chum,
not just
chum.
laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive
Hold on,
politics.
pause it.
A lot of this stuff isn't.
Do you see what
woke
she's
war.
doing?
It's
She's literally woke scolding them, demanding an apology. That's what she's doing right now. Go back and listen to what she's talking about. She's literally talking about woke scolding people and demanding that they actually apologize instead of flippantly dismissing it because it literally doesn't matter, the complaining from conservative monkeys like this. It's very funny. Like, the irony, the hypocrisy. As I said, illiteracy is a requirement
Also,
for MAGA.
it's not about woke one being crazy because, like, it's about how alienated the moderates are because of MAGA.
Yeah.
And needing to actually appeal to that base. And like I said for a while, is that I fully expect MAGA to split. Oh, party. Go to the party girl, and she'll give you a free slice of cake.
I don't know where the party girl is. I don't know. All of these people, you say go to this person. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Purple hair. I don't. There she is. She's got an exclamation point above her. She'll give you a free slice of cake. And then press Alt and click it so it stays in your inventory. It's a buff you can constantly use forever. Whoever is the first person to talk to her during a party gets the cake.
I don't know. I don't see cake.
Did you talk to her?
Oh, she just gave it to me.
Yeah. I forgot what it does. I think it heals you.
Sure.
Health regen? I have one as well. Except I'm going to put mine in the arena. Where is that cake? Cake? Oh, cakey. She'll also sell piñatas during the party.
Okay.
If you want piñata. There's these beads here called balloony beads, and it says we all float down here. If I was cake, where would I be? I definitely know I have some somewhere.
Just part of dismantling whiteness and the patriarchy, destroying hierarchies, subverting norms or whatever.
Why do you cry
That
so
cancel
much?
Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some like silly haha woke one bullshit. But you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is
Yeah,
what I've
you
been
are.
asking for a decade. Maybe this is a new era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind? Yes, it's totally possible, yes. AOC and I are like the same age. She's like a year older than me. She's
Wow,
still pretty young.
pragmatism.
And yet she's
35
so
is
much
young,
more smarter than
right?
you.
It's not impossible that in her time
More
being
smarter.
a
Dumb science
politician,
bitches couldn't make
her
my
mind
brain
has
more
changed on
smarter.
things. But it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028.
Saying
so
more
forgive
smarter
me
is
if I'm a
very
little
funny.
bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online like, do it, AOC, run for president. Don't get
Stupid
too cocky.
science,
You may be
bitches.
surprised. The
I agree.
American people
AOC
are
should
an
run for
enigma,
president
and we
because
might see a
they
pretty
will
big pendulum swing.
they will get
as hard as it
destroyed.
is for some hyper-partisan brained people to hear, not everyone voting for these
AOC will
DSA
not get
candidates are
flummoxed
like
by
crazy
Trump's bullshit.
commies or something. Just
It'll
like not
be
everyone who
so
voted
funny.
for MAGA in 2016 when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and
I
whatever.
don't think he'll
Those
do
people
well,
weren't
but I'd like to see
Nazis. When people
Raskin.
can't afford a house, a car to get
Jamie
married, to have
Raskin.
kids, you cannot
Yeah,
be
to
shocked
run.
when they start looking for
Hey,
options
I already had a slice of
outside
cake in my
the
inventory.
establishment. Huey Long, one of my
then I
favorite
just found my other
politicians,
slice
believed
of
that
cake.
if people had their needs met
That means
and
I
were
can keep
content
one.
and happy and had jobs and could feed their
'Cause
families,
you have to place
communism
it
or
to use it.
fascism would never come to America.
Oh,
Because
tax
people would
collector
have
here.
no reason to revolt or want those things. They would
He
be
just gave me
happy with what
15
they
gold.
had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And as the economy continues to go to shit and
Oh, I
wages
also
don't
got the banana
increase, and
ring.
retards like Dan Crenshaw respond to these issues with basically let them eat ramen, we are going to see people moving to all different directions.
Oh,
on the
I hope our
political
pirate
spectrum.
doesn't die
Personally,
because
until there's a
Captain
Democrat
Morgan is a
Party that
great
isn't
party
prisoner to
pirate
identity
name.
politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican
Really?
Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country, I'm not a Republican.
Hey boy, I got
I'm
a
trying to
party
look
for
like
you.
a
It's called the
son. I look like a
ACP.
Femboy. Wait, hold on.
Hi, my name
Yo,
is Sock.
you can get the fascist grift
look like I would
as
be
well as
ballooned
acting like
on
you're a
Discord.
leftist.
What the
When
actual...
really you're just
All
a
right, I need to
fascist.
get out of this. I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind on something, tell me why. This woke one, woke two is a headache. I am done with it. What do
You're
you
a
guys
fucking
think? Do
headache.
you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe
Where'd my second
politicians
piece of
who have
cake
said
go?
they've changed their mind on things? Have you changed your mind?
I'm confused.
On
I must have
things since
sorted
like
it into a
2020?
chest because it
If so,
wasn't
what? If you like this
starred.
video, please subscribe, and if you can, please consider donating to my Patreon,
will
link down
not.
below. All patrons get every single video a day early with no censors, no bleeps, totally raw. Also, I'm doing
Yeah, we get to see you do it raw.
That wouldn't be conservative. That would be a slutty liberal thing. because nothing says conservative like we hate fun.
Did you
Oh,
get
baby
anything
Joe, that's my little
from the
Joe.
Nautilus and stuff?
Baby Joe, that's my little Joe. Baby Joe, that's my little Joe. Hey guys, sorry about that. I was just singing
a classic country tune
that we sing at deep in the heart of Texas. It's called the
Adult Baby
Anthem. Joe Rogan podcast. Check this goddamn thing out. Goddamn you.
Train by day,
Joe Rogan, check out.
For people who don't know, you and I have been friends for, God, more than 10 years.
Yeah,
How many years
so
has it been?
I think I don't know.
14
Man. I think
years?
it's the year we got here. Okay, man. Here's Joe. Here's Joe. I listened to this whole thing, you know, because people want to know what the hell's going on with this goddamn Joe, man. I listened to this whole thing, and Joe's show has gotten so bad. I don't know who the hell's listening to this. This is like unlistenable. Junk crap. Junk crap. Let's take a quick look at the stupid comments here. Finally, we get to hear the viewpoints of a California Republican regard. Joe does talk about this all the time. Regarding the origins of how do you say
Gobekli Tepe.
Gobekli Tepe.
Amazing.
Joe Rogan loves that tippy thing. Tippy teppy. Make pee-pee. Ancient aliens, a type of crap.
It's.
Huh?
So, look, I get that people would be upset.
Okay, I'm so sorry, man. My poor little sweet baby Joe. You know, no offense to Joe, but his show has gotten so unlistenable, boring, and you don't learn anything anymore. I used to learn about little potions to take to become a muscleman. Now you don't even get that. But here's one semi-interesting part that you have to make funny yourself. Here we go.
The smaller our rooms are named after the nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Okay.
So it's Fat Man and Little Boy are our rooms.
Insensitive. But
There's a
okay.
reason for that.
I'm sure somebody's already done this joke on the Joe Show, but let's walk through it. I'm Shane Gillis now. You know, I have my cap on. I'm hanging out with Joe on the show. Hey, Joe, your 2 comedy rooms are named after atomic bombs because of aliens or something? I could think of another reason why Joe Rogan's comedy rooms would be named after bombs. Okay, sorry. Okay, Joe, I take that back. I'm sorry, man. You're doing your best. I mean, what the hell is this show? He's got this, like, decade-long MAGA Republican guy who's trying to run for governor of California here. This is the first, like, minute or, like, 2 minutes of the podcast. Listen, just look at this.
It's
14
I think
years?
it's the year we got here, which is 2012.
Yeah.
When we moved from England.
We met in Hawaii on the beach with our kids.
Okay, so what's your memory? I was just thinking about that because I have a very particular memory of that.
My memory was
I met
that
you.
my children and your children were playing on the beach.
Exactly.
That's how we met.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
and
came
I
out of
just
the gym.
remember,
Uh-huh.
remember I've just moved from England, and it's a whole
Okay, mate.
different world and a different culture. And I just remember you walking down the beach. And I remember I've never seen anyone like this before. Just like it was just an amazing cultural moment.
Cringe.
And then
You'd never seen anyone
just
walk
like the
on the
way.
beach?
No, just the way you were. You know, you
Give him a break, Joe.
The way I was
Trying to
remember
suck
thinking,
around,
this guy.
Joe.
I remember I'd never heard of you, and then I was explaining to people I'd met. Oh, Joe, is it Joe Rogan? You met Joe Rogan. It was just an amazing thing. And then the other.
I mean, we've talked about this on this channel over and over again in ad nauseum. And Joe, you know, rudely and illegally just ignores me. Why? He's just ignoring me on this, but we've talked about this a million times minimum. That Joe needs to have a heavy bag just off screen. Maybe it's right in Jamie's face or something. You know, and when Joe gets frustrated... when Joe gets frustrated with the guest, he just wanders off screen, waddles over to that heavy bag, and he starts doing this.
Boom, 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 boom.
The guest just sits there looking at him silently, and you just hear...
Boom, 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 boom.
It's Joe kicking the heavy bag.
Boom, boom.
This would be a heavy bag moment right here. I'm not, like, sucking around for endorsement or anything, but when I saw you coming down the beach... It's literally
Hey, I'm
like
still
you
alive.
picture in his head, he's projecting like a like something from an 80s movie, you know, where a couple of dudes,
A couple of hapless dudes.
come across the most epic babe. You know, like coming out of a pool, like slow motion coming out of a pool and doing the like water hair shake. That's what this guy is saying about Joe. That's what this guy is saying about Joe in the first like 2 minutes of the podcast. Even Joe is like, what the hell is this crap?
Boom, boom, boom.
Heavy bag time.
Boom, boom, boom.
This really might be like the quickest, you know, like I'm just gonna expose myself.
Is it
as
those
a fraud
walls,
and
is
a
it?
weirdo in the first 2 minutes. Oh, I saw you coming down
We'll
the
see.
beach, the most beautiful.
Like a vision from the heavens you were, Joe.
Joe's like, what the hell is this crap?
Natural walls
Boom, boom,
need
boom.
replacing.
In his head, that's what he said. What the hell? What's wrong with this whole weirdo? A lot of guys have done this with Joe. You know, like there's a way that you could suck around this guy you're trying to get, you know, an endorsement and exposure from. There's a way you could do this. You know, oh, Joe, you come such a long way, man. You used to just be on, this is what I would say, Joe, you used to be just on your dumb, stupid podcast with Bobby Lee, you know, whoever else. You know, you two just pooping your pants and peeing your pants going like this. Good job, man. That's amazing. You know? But a lot of them do. Like Jordy Peterman used to do this. You know, showing up in a tuxedo and all this weird. And you could tell Joe's like, this is weird. These guys are whack jobs. But Joe doesn't know what the hell he's doing anymore, man. Joe is the most like bubbled out of touch LA celebrity who like at the same time, I hate California and LA. But I'm one of those, I'm like the worst version of an out of touch famous guy now.
It's just insane.
Okay.
Steve, I hope you win. We're going to
Yeah.
wrap this up and bring it home, but I hope you win. It would be funny.
Yeah,
it would be hilarious if you win.
Great.
It
What
would-
job do you want, Joe? Let's
I don't
talk
want a
about
job.
it. We'll have you just
Get Joe in the
I don't even
government,
like going
man.
back to California.
Well,
Joe could be the commissioner of...
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
That's a task force. Oh, wow, another endorsement from Joe.
Another endorsement from a little Joe.
So Joe's, I guess, whatever this is, endorsing another governmental candidate of one sort or another. So we got two, like, Trump supporter guys here. This guy that Joe has on is one of the biggest ones. You know, he's been all over to and fro Fox News. He's been like a Trump guy for like a decade. They do not talk about that at all. They do not talk about that. What's going on with that? That's kind of odd. But it's good that Joe is using his platform to make change, to make governmental, societal changes. It's been going great for Joe. It's been going perfectly for Joe. Let's look at this clip right here. Hey!
He's selling.
Ari, stop drinking out of that flower pot. Hey, goddamn you little creep. Okay, go ahead.
Isn't he selling his Truth Social tweets to people and then they can bet on it?
Right.
I think, yeah.
You can bet on
He's
anything.
selling access.
Selling access.
He's selling faster access to his tweets, and then you can bet on it.
No.
What is
On
Tweets
the
will be?
markets.
Shane's
Because
lying.
Wait a minute.
It's literally insider trading.
It's Kashi. You
Maybe
can bet
I'm
on
wrong. I don't
everything you
know.
can
it's
fix.
not.
Yeah.
Wait a
You
minute.
fix your
Is
own
that
bets.
real? Well, you get access to a tweet before he makes it, and then you could bet on that tweet. How's that legal?
It is.
Wait a minute. What is this? Trump sued
Shut up.
over Truth Social advance access sale.
No.
And I'm online in the Oval Office.
Who's
It's so
telling
thick.
him this is a good idea? I feel like I need
Nobody's
to be closer
telling him
to
shit.
that.
$1,000
Probably Mamdani,
It's 100
right,
grand,
Joe?
you can get it.
Okay, so yeah, man, this has been going around. This it just came up a bunch for me on my stories. But this kept coming up for me, this clip. I guess is a pretty viral
Probably
clip. And
Mamdani
they're talking about this, like,
is a
corruption
very
story
funny.
here. But what's funny about this is like this is kind of a lighter one. You know, if you're looking at, like, you know, compared to, like, I don't know, Miriam A. Adelson, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all those guys, all the money they've been dumping into this crap. But this is a wackier one. I mean, like, I don't know, more demented and, like, I don't know, silly to the point of where you're like, is this a trick or a distraction or something? Because a lot of these, like, reaction channels, they don't go too much into this case. And I kind
I
of thought
don't
this was
know.
like, oh, this is something that they were gonna do but never really did. And it looks like, allegedly, from my readings of this, they actually did launch this thing. Or you can pay a bunch of money to get advanced
now it's just
tweets.
missing a
Also,
table
what
and
I read,
chair.
at least 10 companies paid like some kind of outrageous amount of money for this. What are those companies? High frequency trading firms, allegedly, from what I understand. And so the government, I call it, and this is just like days ago,
Party time's over.
is getting sued by some very high-profile organizations in a case that's so open and shut illegal what they're doing. It's
Housing is corrupted.
It really is. Like, is this a trick? Like, what the hell is this?
But that's Joe. But that's our Joe.
Still making endorsements for the political stuff instead
Looks
of
fine
just
to
what he
me.
should be doing and what any
Looks fine to
normal
me,
person
too.
would do, which is just have the vitamin people on. Hey, it's Rhonda Kirkpatrick here saying take the vitamin D. Those vitamin D pills and whey pills will have you go like this, and they'll have you going like this.
Well,
But Joe's just doesn't want to do that, or is not allowed to do that. So we're still doing this crap. Okay, great, Joe.
well.
Let's read this. What is this from the BBC? More than 10 firms pay up to 100,000 bones? 100,000 a month for fast access to truth. Oh, it's the truth. Okay, sorry. I stand corrected. Sorry. I take all this back. More than 10 customers have signed up to Trump Media's controversial service. Controversial service. That offers faster access to market-moving posts made on its stupid crap platform. The service, Truth API, launched at the beginning of August and gives Wall Street traders the first sight on posts from the social media sites. Blah, 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 blah. Its earlier customers are mostly in the high-frequency trading firms who are being charged between 60,000 to 100,000
Got that one working.
a month for the service. Interim chief executive officer, some goddamn guy says during an earnings call. Okay, so, there's a fair to, I don't know, non-zero chance that at some point in the foreseeable future, allegedly
And the,
in eternum, that they will
the
lose
bot comments are getting
this
more
court
extensive
case.
now.
The president of United States, Donald Trump.
They're actually trying.
Who knows? But this is my prediction. When they do lose in court, Donald Trump and the little Trump rat kids, they'll get together. They'll be like, I got a new idea. Okay, that was a bad one. We made some money, but it's not allowed anymore. So here's our new idea. We set up on the White House lawn a total recreation, a detailed recreation of Times Square in the 1970s. And Americans from all over the country can come to guess which cup a little ball is under. And there's a guy right before they go to try to guess and bet on it. There's a guy there who's like, I just won. The guy seems a little like he might be working with
as soon as they arrive,
that guy
it
just
should
won.
work now.
Minimum bet, $100,000.
I bet it wasn't even Trump. It was probably some weasel who works in the administration.
Absolutely.
It's like, charge them $100,000 a month, and you post things, and they can move the
Time to
market.
hit another blood
Okay,
moon
so you
unless
got
you
all
got
this,
the item I need.
And then you
What
cut
is
to,
it?
I don't know, today. Joe's
don't
got
know.
another Republican Trump guy on. That
helps.
They go into the corruption
I have to look.
of Gavin Newsom. California is so corrupt, man. This stuff is never mentioned. This one, all the other stuff, never mentioned. And Joe's still, endorsing candidates. I don't know what's going on with Joe, who knows? Maybe something weird is going on behind the scenes with Joe. Everybody speculates. But it's really there's only two possibilities. It's something really crazy is going on with Joe.
It's called the
that we may
sanguine
never
staff.
know. Never know Joe, I call him. Or Joe is the type of famous guy who it's just he believes everything because people suck around to him so much to try to, I don't know, get money, get on his show, get famous, all this crap, that he just has to believe it's some weird psychological
I got the banana
out of
ring
touch
as well.
LA famous guy thing where if he doesn't he'll have a mental breakdown if he doesn't stay in this bubble of everything he's ever done is right and he's the greatest. Two bad options for Joe's odd and highly censored life.
It's because these things can change the way people think.
Right.
They can change public opinion, and they can move people in certain directions.
Exactly.
I attribute it to the rise of the Democratic Socialists I attribute it to the rise. I mean, it's a lot of this manipulation, these ideas. Like people are really getting, maybe being socialist is cool. Like this is all coming out of social media, 100%. It's
so true, Joe.
That people are sitting around.
It's definitely not the state of the world that you don't
Marx
experience because
and
you're
just
worth
going, what a great
hundreds of
idea.
millions of
like,
dollars.
let's implement this.
Oh,
They're
no.
not doing that.
What did I do with my
very
spider
few
staff?
of these quote-unquote Marxists that you find on social
didn't have
media.
it Define Marxist for me, Joe.
The
What it's actually
consequences,
about.
the
Yeah.
historical
Hey,
shut up, man. Let Joe talk.
of these.
I'm gonna guess
these
Joe has no
strategies
idea
and
what a
it
Marxist
ultimately leads to, which is like checkers. It's like real simple. Like you're going to have a military that controls everything you do. As soon
Yes.
as you give up everything to the state, well, the state has the guns and you have nothing. And,
Exactly.
And then they
Hey,
tell you
Joe.
what to do.
They tell you what to
it
do.
sucks. It doesn't mean.
Oh, my poor
Let me
Joe.
break it to
Our
you.
poor Joe. He's our
It's
Joe.
like that
It
now in
really
the
is
US.
like every time I tune into a Joe, I'm just
You
like,
think
what the
your
hell
little
am I
guns are gonna
watching
save
here,
you?
man? It's like car crash. The car crash. A dynamic.
I lost my
would
staff.
call it. I just shouldn't be watching this, man. No one should be looking at this. Because, like, the best explanation here is, like, there's something wrong. It's not funny. But the best explanation is, like, there's something wrong with Joe. Joe's on his show here. They call him $1 Million Joe. He's on his show here in front of a couple millions of people. You know, he's promoted, I guess, by one of the biggest platforms, Spotify, in the world. And in this same episode, he goes on and on about how Shane Gillis is the coolest guy, man. That's a great guy right there.
Okay,
That's a solid guy right there, man. He's the funniest guy. He
Ouch.
respects this guy so much. All this crap. All this crap. And this is like Joe's friend, the kindly Shane Gillis, and he comes on, he's like, hey, man, should look into some of this crap that you're promoting, you know. Should look into some of this crap, man. It's pretty bad, dude. And here he is doing another endorsement of a guy who also has been promoting that same president of the United States on Fox News all over the place. And they're like, you know what? I think this social media has caused a problem in people's brains, man. I feel like there's some crap going on. Let me give you an example.
Hey,
Let me give you an example of the demented crap. Keep in mind,
No
as
bossy
Shane Gillis
yet.
just said that thing to me days ago. This is what the hell crap is going on social media, man. Is you're melting people's little stupid noodles. The DSA, the
Here's
anti-corruption
one.
candidates. What do you
Just
think
a
of
little
that?
one. He has
Yeah,
the
Joe,
chum bucket.
That's good stuff, Joe. Bro, you're doing a good job, man.
No, I totally agree. Like, I
you
always
don't.
joke about it, but it's kind of true. Is like Mamdani with the state-run grocery stores. Like, we had
Right.
that when I was a kid. I literally went to them in Hungary. It was a communist state. There was only state-run grocery stores. I saw
Right.
them. There's one like at the end of the block where
Hey,
my grandma
dumbass.
lived.
Okay.
And I would
Yeah,
go
not
there
alive.
to
All
get
the
them,
grocery
whatever it
stores
was.
in New
And it's
York
just terrible.
now state
It's
grocery
really-
stores,
I'm very
or is it
for
just a few of them?
on social safety nets.
Get Shane Gillis back in, man. Let's go. This really is like, I mean, still huge views. 338,000. Thou, I say, to be cool, in a day. And I've been getting the same, like, vibe watching Tim Pool where
Be
I'm just
big
like, this is
angry.
unwell. This just seems unwell at this point. Because even your own buds, who you love and respect so much, oh, that's the greatest guy I've ever seen in my whole life, are kind of like popping
Help.
your bubble a little bit. Okay, this seems pretty bad, Joe. You know, he's giving you the wacky example of just like total.
Help.
I mean, I don't even know what to call it.
Help.
Criminality,
Hold on.
I guess.
Help.
And Joe's just like.
I don't know where
Can't
you
hold
are.
on.
Bad
I've-
guy.
I'm at home.
He's
You have
sneaking
three,
around
I have
doing it.
3
Little
hearts. I have
rascal.
1 heart.
What little rascal's coming up with that, man? That seems a little funny. That's his reaction to that kind of stuff. This, and then you get this, you know, these DSA
I'm
candidates who it's probably
All right, I'm
even
here.
a bit of a stretch to call them, you know, total anti-corruption candidates. These are the main enemy to Joe. Oh, the government grocery
Did I
stores,
kill it?
man.
Did
That's
it
going to
run away?
ruin everything, and the guys have guns.
Did you kill
And then
it?
it's just
I
going
don't
to
know
be
what happened.
guns. What does that mean, Joe?
It turned
Everywhere
4 a.m.
guns, man.
We missed it because you didn't come in time.
Joe! Amazing.
And
Okay.
then
It had
his,
1 hit left, and that was
buddy
the item I
here
needed.
reveals that he doesn't even know what the hell this is, this Mamdani thing. You know, oh, all the communist, all the grocery stores, and then that's bad. You know, these are things that don't take a whole lot of effort to look up. You know, maybe Jamie can fact check this. 5 city-owned grocery stores
Here's
in
your
New York
banana.
City.
There you go.
So even in your own wacky fever dream world where you're saying doesn't make sense, but there's a main
told
enemy,
us.
man.
How many
Those rascals,
grocery stores are
you know,
there?
among all the
Come here.
other crimes, are doing
He's complaining
wacky
about
crimes.
grocery
I mean,
stores.
inside
I'm
the
looking for
banana.
something.
For
Take this banana.
$100,000. But the main enemy is, there's a, one of the worst food deserts in this giant,
Did I pick that up?
ultra wealthy city of New York. Maybe we could, in an abandoned
It's a
building.
My
we could put
boomerang
a
is better.
grocery store down.
Okay.
That's affordable. Oh,
That's the
guns.
boomerang
That's
that
the
drops
end of
off the clown.
society. This is the Joe Show. What the hell is he doing, man? The other thing is, like, Joe does have this. He always gets into this, like, you gotta work hard and do your best and push yourself to do the best. Like, this is one of the main themes of the Joe Show that, is more of us can agree with. You gotta do your best. And you gotta try hard. And the people don't try hard. But they got to. And it's like Joe's talking to millions of people. And it's like he just says stuff. I don't know. I never looked into this at all, but if they do
All
the
right, hollow
city-owned
pylon works now.
stores, then everyone goes to jail. Right? You're just saying that in front of, 4 trillion people? Wow. Really hard work and doing your best by Joe there. Oh, of course. The great Timmy Titi, who appears to be in a never-ending life and career crisis. Oh, he weighs in on this, man. What does he write here? Joe Rogan nails. Oh my God, Joe Rogan nails it.
Percent less. So that means it creates a black hole, essentially.
Yeah.
The surrounding grocery stores are going to lose business, even small percentages, to the government-run grocery store because they're offering a discount price.
Yep.
Regular people are going to say, I'm going to go for the cheaper price, but they're artificially deflated. The surrounding grocery stores suffer and eventually go out of business, or they can't sustain themselves and they reduce what they actually have to sell.
Exactly, TT.
Eventually.
Okay, basically the same airtight, foolproof, guys, logic as the Joe Show here from the great Timmy Titi. Please open your consciousness and your third eye to this understanding. If you open a grocery store owned by the city in a food desert, all the other grocery stores in that food desert will close. Whoa! I have to say, too, I'm a huge TT fan. I'm a TT head, And he is... I don't know how he does it. He's kind of a genius, because he has figured out a new way. Like, every time I'm like, it can't get any funnier and stupider than what he's doing now. He's now in, like, a feud with Alex Jones. Alex Jones is doing one of these right here.
Got your ass!
Woo! Woo!
It was just fixed.
Yep, now it's
And
not
Timmy
working.
TT's, like, trying to defend himself against these Alex
party
Jones
girl's gone.
ruthless attacks from the Pride of Austin, Alex Jones. And Timmy TT, poor old Timmy TT, is pulling what we call a Conor. He's pulling a Conor McGregor. He's like, I'm going to fight back against this goddamn Alex Jones. And Conor style, he just runs out. This is for Joe. This is kind of a Joe reference here. Timmy TT just runs out, immediately breaks both of his legs, then like slips and somehow falls head first into a bowl of pudding. More on that in the great Patreon, covered in depth in the great Patreon over this crap right here of this channel.
And it seems like they will. Look what they did to Spencer Pratt.
Okay, I will look.
What they did to Spencer Pratt was so transparent.
Right?
That
Are you talking about on the hills? When his, girlfriend's friend was like, shut up, Spencer, you little jerk. Oh, no, he ran for governmental affairs. Sorry. I got mixed up because he was on a dumb show where he was being a moron. Sorry.
even Democrats admit there's something weird about the fact that Nithya Raman all of a sudden got way more votes than Karen Bass.
Yep.
Way more in the mail-ins.
This is a funny one, too. This is just poor old Joe. Poor old Joe being a little baby Joe. He's still like, even after what they call the Shane Gillis affair, the Shane Gillis confrontation, Joe is still like, oh my God, this is true corruption we're looking at. This is the real corruption we're looking at right here. That a MAGA guy in the most anti-MAGA part of the country, whose platform was doing a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air raps and AI videos about how he doesn't like how he doesn't like looking at homeless people, and that his reality TV show Mansion burned down. How did that guy not win? Men must be cheating. This is the true corruption.
I don't care what any goddamn Shane Gillis says, man. There's a true corruption right here, dude.
It's the Joe Show is. You know, people say Joe is not a funny comedian. Oh, it's good that your comedy rooms are named
saw
after
you use the
bombs.
pylon.
You know,
I
that's
can't
an
use it.
apt thing to do because of
Yeah,
what your
I guess
comedy
it
does,
got
man.
corrupted.
All this crap, but his show is hilarious, and it's just like out of touch delusionality, and going back to you gotta work hard, do your best. Wake up at 4:30 a.m., go to the gym for 6 hours, and then you get this crap done. You know, also like the laziest. I mean, if you're gonna do this kind of stuff, figure out some tricks and traps and go Candace Owens with it. Figure out some little tricks and trickaroos. But it really is just like, I want to blurt out this crap. Who cares? I don't give a crap.
The problem is these high population urban areas where people live in these liberal bubbles, which is Los Angeles is the craziest version of that.
And Los Angeles County is 23%.
You know,
of the
Joe
vote
lives in
North
Austin.
County.
Just point out here, there, guy. Joe lives in Austin, Texas. That's okay.
Let's put this into Perplexity.
Thank God.
Ask Perplexity how many people in Los Angeles are on SSRIs.
Okay.
Okay, let me look that up. This is Jamie. Okay, let me look that up. Okay, Perplexity's got an answer. It says, and it goes like this.
Well,
oh wait, hold on. It's got a source. It's got a link. The source. It says
a sun puker.
I didn't think that's where you.
It's going to be hard.
What does he
to find?
think
Well, I there's a lot of
SRIs
people
do?
That are they're medicated.
I don't think he knows.
And it's
Right.
it's part of what helps them agree to this nonsense is that they're in
Yes.
this zombie catatonic state from
Exactly.
antidepressants and antipsychotics and anti this and anti that
Anti
and
all this
anxiety
crap.
medication and they're
Yeah, these goddamn blue. Jamie?
These goddamn
All it does
blue
is allow more
areas are so
dopamine
sick.
into the brain.
People are literally, not figuratively, Jamie. Wake up. Boop, boop,
You know,
boop, boop, boop.
like
They're so sick. They're so filled
There's
with
a
sickos
reason-
that I had to leave and go to
there's a reason
another one.
why certain psychoactive drugs only work for a selective amount of time. Like acid, like you can't like take more acid and regain the
trip.
initial trip you had.
Isn't that what's it called? Chasing the Dragon?
Well, chasing the dragon is
Addiction?
more about like heroin
Okay.
and like how you can never get back to
A normal baseline.
yeah. But like Molly is the same way.
Like MDMA.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like you just start scraping your brain.
I guess
because
it's
there's
a
nothing
euphoria-
left.
Yeah, it's a euphoria drug.
Yeah, so those chemicals wear out. Right? So all those like drugs do is well, I mean acid does more than just allow more of a certain neurochemical.
Yeah.
Acid actually it's very funny because people treat acid like it's a brain awakening drug. But it
doesn't
actually
it suppress
shuts
your
off
brain
parts
power?
of your brain.
Yeah.
Like, it is definitely not a brain awakening drug. It's a fun drug. It's pretty harmless, you know?
For the most part.
Well, I think there's a lot of urban legends around it.
Yeah.
I think MDMA is pretty harmless, too.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
But, you know, too much of anything is bad. Which is why when you are on SSRIs, there's dosages.
It's probably an important aspect, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's almost like he has no idea what he's talking about. Oh.
There's that part, but he's like, "These people are goddamn delusional, man. They're just in their bubble." Don't you agree with that, Fox News guy? Fox News, don't you agree with that, Fox News MAGA guy? Oh, wait, Shane Gillis is coming in. What, Shane?
What, Shane?
I never heard of nothing like that before, Shane. There must be some other bad guy does that. Anyway. Oh, god damn it. Now I'm feeling sorry for Joe being a little mean. I'm being a little mean, so I gotta go compliment Sandwich on this one, man. I will say something nice about Joe. He loves dogs. He had a dog on his show. He has a King Charles, which is
expensive dog.
You have to admit this. You know,
I swear
you
he
might
had
be
a
like, oh,
golden
Joe was
retriever.
doing some stupid crap on his show. But you have to admit, you know, be fair.
Hey,
that's one of the top cutie
just
pie
got a new
dogs of all
staff.
time, man. With their
Cutie pie
stupid little
dogs.
faces.
Canada has socialized medicine, and they
It
also
does?
have insane government overreach.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
if there was someone who was a rabble-rouser
Rabble,
online,
rabble.
and that person happened to be acting a little kooky, wouldn't that be a great time?
Okay, this right here is one of my favorite Joe-isms. Joe tropes, where he'll kind of find, he does this all the time. You know, there's some classic moments of this kind of thing where Joe will see a thing on what appears to be like boomer, no offense, but like boomer social media, like rage bait accounts. And then he'll kind of look at it and be like, what the hell is that? You know? I don't know if that's a real or true or what any of what the hell this is that I'm playing, but it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy in some kind of way. And the whole theme to this is some like video that Joe found where it's some guy who's like, the Chinese Communist Party has taken over Canada, man. And because, I guess, again, we're looking at like moronic social media posts that even Joe is like, I don't know what the hell this is, kind of stupid and weird. But I guess the theme here is Canada has like a public health care system, and they're using that to detain people. It really is Joe's ultimate comedy. Like, his show is his comedy, because it's like, you know, again, like 4 bazillion trillion people watch this. You have access to like anybody you want to talk to about anything. You know, you could talk to whoever. You could talk to whoever about the research on healthcare systems
Alrighty.
here around the
base is
world.
complete.
But instead, it's like, I saw a thing on Facebook. I saw a thing on and it's not even like I saw it as a pretty convincing thing. It's like, I saw this thing, it seemed kind of stupid, honestly. If I'm being 100 on this, it seemed kind of weird and dumb, but I believe it. I think. Maybe. Probably not, but yes. It's like, what's the point of this? You know, what's going on with the Canadian healthcare system, man? What's going on with that goddamn Nirvana, the band, the movie, the place? Let me look into this. Oh, it's a video that came up. Let me check the authenticity / value of this video, but let me look at the click amount. Oh, is that pretty good? Pretty good. I think it's worth taking a look at. What does it say here? The Chinese Communist Party is a good control to Canada's healthcare, and they're gonna arrest everybody. Interesting, you know. Seems stupid, but it's probably true or something. I don't know. Who knows?
I didn't read this, but Perplexity
Machines.
says that the mention of Ritalin is like a good thing. Like it
Yeah.
we figured out how to improve ourselves with things like Ritalin, and using AI could potentially make it even better.
I mean, come on.
That AI will make Ritalin even better, so we'll just be on
It's
awesome
saying
drugs?
that these drugs are good, Joe. Now what?
That are better than Ritalin.
So instead of people finding meaning and purpose in life,
No,
we'll
it's
just...
just not how it's being talked about.
Well, what is he saying?
It
then?
says
Shut
that
up,
it's
Jamie,
Ritalin
Jesus.
is not in the nothing to do in work and meaning discussion. It appears this speculation is just about the future of neuroscience.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
So what they're saying, they're...
I mean, I've always really wanted to like Joe. A lot of the times on his show, he seems like a nice guy. He's got his little dogs and all this crap, man. But it's just like, you watch this, it's like, what do you want this show to be? Like, it's a trillion, bazillion views. It's some kind of a part of culture that people
Summoning a
look
blood moon
at
now.
or listen to or something. And it's
Maybe
just
not.
like, what does Joe even want this show to be? Because a lot of it is like, this could be funny. Like, there could be a bit.
Apparently,
Like
it's
a
not
back
late
and
enough.
forth bit
There
with
it goes.
Joe and Jamie. Like, you could turn this into a satirical comedy thing. Or to put the perplexity. What the hell? Who knows? But so much of this show is just like, Joe will kind of half remember something, and then Jamie will perplexity it, sponsor of the show Perplexity, and then they'll like read through it and be like, oh, I guess it's that. I guess it's kind of nothing. It's sort of like the social media video that was kind of stupid or something. There's somebody saying something or something. I don't know what the hell it is. A lot of it is just like, what would I get from listening to this? Exactly. I had to put a perplexity. What did I say? I don't know. I misremembered or something, but that also seems stupid, I guess. I don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
these are centuries.
Vision. And who the fuck is watching CNN
That's
at
interesting.
this stage of the game? You know,
I
what
don't
are their
know.
numbers? Their numbers are
They don't
pretty
need
piss
this
poor
anymore.
for the amount of money that
Not
these
as good as the
drug
Joe
companies
Show.
are spending. And then you see so many ads, so many for this, and everyone's always at a barbecue.
Jesus.
There was a brilliant parody
Yeah.
that
Ooh,
Nicole
titanium
Shanahan
crate.
did when she was with Bobby.
Who's that?
Running, she did a brilliant one for TDS. Do you suffer from TDS? Trump derangement syndrome. She
Yeah,
did
these
like a
things
farmer
are-
ad.
Oh, that's
Brilliant.
pretty good.
Really, really great.
That is funny.
That's so crazy. But the
Pretty
thing I
good.
was
Bring
thinking
that
of
up
when
on Perplexity, Jamie. This is kind of funny. When I like this one, because it kind of like sums up the whole show. It's like, oh man, these people are got a derangement syndrome, and Shane Gillis probably has it.
With his little Notre Dame hat, he's got it.
This is so funny because it's like, because if you're doing like, oh, that city-owned grocery store in a food desert equals me going to jail, and everyone going to jail, is that like a derangement syndrome?
I don't know where it is,
You know,
but
if
it says
Shane
it's
Gillis, your best bro, says a thing,
Oh,
and you're
not
like,
a
oh
list.
man, I should talk to that guy about that.
These
And
guys
there's
are
probably
fucking
some other
around.
guy doing that. Is that the derangement syndrome? You know, Joe.
All right, well, there he is, king of all media.
We bow before him in honor of him as seated at the right hand of the Father to judge the living and the dead, Joe.
Baby Joe, that's my little Joe.
But before we get out of here, person of the day.
Alex Jones has challenged me to a bare knuckle
This is Steph.
boxing match. I don't care.
Weak.
What I do care about is, I think Alex Jones is
A
compromised.
weak staff.
And it's the weak.
I mean, my precious little TT is uploading some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen.
What the hell is he gonna
I
get
got struck
himself
by
into
lightning while I was
next?
sitting on
And
my
I
toilet.
hope that you guys
What?
get yourself into a lot of things
Why
next,
is the right click
including having
swapping
fun
shit?
this weekend. Talk to you
I
guys
think you
next
can change
time.
your controls.
Bye bye. Hey,
Yeah, but
my
what does
dudes.
what is it doing?
Oh, thank
Why
you.
is
Bless
it not
you
doing
so.
anything? Like, I right click and it's swapping between two things. Oh, I see. Get the fuck out
I
of here.
couldn't tell you. I'm not looking
No,
at
I got it.
Everyone.
It depends on the item, I guess.
Look at the Tim Pool met secretly with Benjamin Netanyahu when he got caught, declared Chatham House rules. That means, well, I agree
Ooh,
with
a
what he
dinosaur.
said. Of course he did. Or sue me, Tim, if it's not true. Have your bots come out, have Netanyahu's little body bots come out and say I'm a liar. That makes it better. Because tomorrow on my show, I'm going to show it all.
Why would Alex Jones, who was my friend, instead of calling me, just randomly start tweeting things going on his show and making these false claims about me?
Right.
I had a phone call with a mutual friend, and I said, "This doesn't seem organic," and they said, "It seems like
The little
someone's
snake
telling
got
Alex
struck
what
by
to
lightning.
Maybe he's back on the sauce.
Say." So what would make Alex
Ouch.
Jones become a different person? Alex was the same person until just now.
I did nothing. Oh, the clear blue, he attacked me. Oh, God. No, he's like, oh, you lost your audience because you're anti-Trump. So the gloves are off, not just with Tim Pool, but anybody that I've sat there and I've, quote, been friends with, that stabs me in the back, and then does this crap claiming you don't
Did you
know
catch
why
what
I'm
it
pissed
dropped?
off at you? You think we're fucking stupid?
Must
so I'm
have.
just telling you right now, you don't want problems, just take my name out of your mouth,
I got nothing
okay?
new.
But if you want to fight, you fucking got one.
All right, so we have Alex Jones clashing with Tim Pool. These people are just imploding. Every week there's a new feud that breaks out. Like, all these people that used to be pretty friendly with each other now just spend all day You're
on Twitter
tearing me
uh,
apart!
uh,
Grifters.
Fascist
So these
infighting?
people must have
No
been barely
way.
holding it together, because once they start disagreeing, they go all out trying
Holding
to
it together?
expose each other.
You mean like
You
Tim
know, when
Pool's
things are
beanie
going
holds his
and they're
brain
doing each
together
other's
with his skull?
podcasts, they'll ignore any suspicious behavior. But I like then how the once they spiders start kinda arguing, just it's like they swirl have all around. this ammo ready to use, and it seems like they've been preying on each other's downfall. Like, Alex was complaining on Twitter about how his views have dropped 90% and he's being censored for covering the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. But then
Sure.
people in his comments just started roasting him for his coverage of stuff like the Charlie Kirk conspiracy
Ouch.
theories. And some right-wing
Ouch.
influencers were saying it's not the algorithm, it's the fact that you started criticizing Trump. And they're
Oh my
making
God.
jokes about how the Pakistani bot farms were shut off and that's why his views dropped. So Alex started crashing out in the comments and arguing with
The clan is
everyone.
throwing bombs at
Then
me.
Tim Pool chimed in and just set him off.
Tim said, my honest opinion is that you can't go pro-Trump for 10 years, then Trump critical, and be surprised if your audience drops off. So then Alex spent all night in his car recording himself, ranting about how Tim is an Israeli operative because he had a secret meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu last April, and he's getting talking points from Israel and is being propped up by an Israeli bot farm.
And then he seizes on it and says, oh, you criticize Trump, your audience is gone, along with tens of thousands of others, so it trended to the top of X. They didn't all just magically come up with that instantly when I posted the video last night. So maybe Tim's just dumb and copied what the Israeli bots were putting out. But
no way, really?
The orders. So that's why I'm irritated.
Tim Pool doing what bots want?
I'm sick and tired of this garbage. And I've just been too nice to these little swarmy, people that sit there and act like they're patriots, but they're not.
I think it's smarmy.
You support Israel controlling our government. You support Israel taking over our military with the NDAA.
I just got poo out of the toilet.
You support all this garbage. You're not an American.
Nice.
You're a traitor and it's treason. It's been clear these guys all follow talking points and are in lockstep. And they all deny they're taking money from Israel.
You know what?
It must be
but on
because
record, Israel spent $1.3 billion in the last 18 months.
I'll say this.
Go back about.
I respect Alex Jones for one aspect.
Tim Pool got caught meeting secretly.
He's dedicated to his cause.
Netanyahu reportedly getting marching orders.
I always say,
said,
all I want is principled people.
But I won't tell you what we talked about. Chatham House rules. And all I know is
he
Tim Pool follows the exact.
He kind of works on his own principles.
So even if he's not taking money, he is following their talking points. I want to say this. When I see Tim Pool putting on Israeli talking points against me, it's just absolutely disgusting.
Are you surprised?
And it's shameful what he has become. And I'm going to show Netanyahu launching the Eighth Front, the Eighth Front War, a year and a half ago, right before you met with him. And we're going to expose it all. And we're going to show how at the exact same time last night when I posted a video about the new algorithm censoring all the live streams, within minutes, hundreds of people saying the exact same thing came out.
Hey, there's a pumpkin over here.
Not, probably not.
Yeah, bomb.
You can't.
No, it was like an enemy.
Yeah, it's
can't
bomb.
hide from the truth.
They throw bombs.
And so we're going to expose it tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central.
So then Tim accused Alex of getting a call, to attack him. And he claims a bot farm with the same talking points as Alex is attacking him as well. So
Amazing.
then Alex accused him of getting a call from Benjamin
Not
Netanyahu.
the fascist infighting.
I guess it's battle of the sellout grifter bot armies that none of these people seem to care about until shit hits the fan and they start arguing. Alex was on Tim's podcast earlier this year after Tim already met with Benjamin Netanyahu and had that tenant media deal that was funded through Russia. So it was already pretty clear Tim's a shill, but now Alex is just starting to realize it, or just starting to admit it. Like now he claims Tim is taking marching orders from Israel and he's a smarmy, backstabbing grifter. And Tim's all surprised that Alex would say something like that about him. But he did kind of start it here by kicking Alex while he's down. Alex is complaining about how he's not getting any views anymore and he's going broke. And Tim's like, that's what
you reckon we could get Alex Jones for an interview?
So I don't know why he's shocked by this and acting like Alex has to be getting paid to say something like this. I mean, he's also always looking to fight
We
people,
could bait him in by
so
asking
Tim
him
is
about
kind of
the
asking for it
movie.
here.
Oh, you lost your audience.
What movie?
Nanny, nanny, boo, boo.
The
Stick
one
your
with,
head in doo-doo. You can't come to the cool kid
Keanu
table
Reeves.
in 5th grade. We don't want
The
you at
drug
our
one.
Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein table. And I'm just like, when did you guys
The
become
rotoscope drug one.
10-year-olds? I mean, seriously.
Oh,
I said,
the one he's in.
This is probably
Yeah,
a bug. It
the
needs to
movie.
be
He's
fixed.
also in another one.
This absolutely sucks. And
If he hasn't got
I'm
much
drawing
views,
attention to
I
it.
reckon we might be able to get an interview with
Everyone
him.
just stop listening to you because you're
And I reckon
anti-Iran
if
war,
we
and you're-
ask the
you
right
question
questions in a
Charlie
certain way, he
Look at the
might
border.
tell us shit.
Let's scroll up. Maybe the Pakistani bots are
He
asleep.
might,
He's
he
probably
might
gonna be
actually
drunk.
tell us
Viewer,
shit.
I personally tuned out since you've been on this.
Because
the
like
Jews killed
he's
Charlie Kirk nonsense.
pause it.
I'll tune back in when you
Because
come
like
back to your senses.
he's receptive to these like conspiracy arguments, right? So if we were to sit there with him and talk to him about specifically this thing, right, where he's like, oh, Tim Pool is being paid by Israel, blah 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 blah, right? And we talk about how, because I like this is how I'd want to talk to Alex Jones, right? I would initially ask how he got into it. How did you initially start talking about this shit? Talk about Bohemian Grove and all of that stuff. Fascinating, right? Then go into like, and we won't touch on it much because like the Sandy Hook thing has been tread on, but like, I kind of want to get in. I would kind of want to ask the question of like, what motivated you to actually do this?
Do these just stay around me, or do they hunt down targets?
because like I would be genuinely interested in an answer from him of why he went so hard on Sandy Hook. Right? Wouldn't be much of it. And then I would like to ask about like information webs and whether he believes that he's been personally manipulated by forces outside of his control and who he thinks they are, and then
Jews.
Suggest that maybe it's a bigger thing than this simplistic argument of the Jews, right? And then bring up Tim Pool, Russia, all of this backing, Trump's deals with power and money, and be like, well, wouldn't you think that this is the real conspiracy? Like, and kind of, wouldn't necessarily say gaslight, but be like the World Economic Forum, the UN, all of these groups. You know, try and sort of bait him into an answer to try and be like, well, don't you think that this is just an American ploy to try and silence... I mean, you? But, like... And I wouldn't want to...
Well, I can tell you it's not going to happen.
I know. But
keep
it would just be... It would such a fascinating interview. I would... Because, like, I'm genuinely curious as to why. Especially with the Epstein stuff coming out, doubling down on supporting Trump, and then Trump coming out and being like, we're not prosecuting the Epstein people. I would like to know how he feels about that. I would like to know whether that created any cognitive dissonance within him. I would like to know whether that made him doubt any of the narratives that he's pushed. Because at the end of the day, his whole campaign, Trump's, was drain the swamp. And he's making it swampier, literally and figuratively. So, like, I think it would be a fascinating fucking interview, but... Do you want an eyeball kite?
Just hang it off the roof. Because if it's windy, they buff us.
Alright.
What did my post have to do with Jews? I didn't say the Jews killed Charlie Kirk. That's what most of the internet thinks, and I've looked at all the angles. Tim Pool cries foul after attacking Alex Jones. InfoWars founder calls on Timcast host to come clean on secret meetings with Netanyahu.
How do I attach it to the roof?
And then all the bots, the same known bots came in, and influencers.
I don't remember how. It's like right click or left click or something.
And said, oh,
I just know that it took me a
meeting.
minute
It was
to get it
public. It
stuck
was
to
on
the
TV.
roof.
He had Netanyahu on the podcast. None of that happened because I've known Tim a long time. I've been nothing but nice to Tim. He's done some.
And every time I go to do it, it takes me a
backhanded
minute
things
to
here and
stick
there.
it to the roof.
He's kind of known for that, but that's the reality. So I got to tell you, Tim, you got big old
you can deal with
huevos
it.
rancheros there, pal.
I threw
Saying,
it.
I got a call. Who'd I get a call from, pal? Because I didn't meet in secret. I didn't meet in secret with Netanyahu. Alex got the call. That's the simple explanation. Really? Did I get a call from Benjamin Netanyahu to come meet with him secretly like you did? Is that what happened? Is that what went on?
So this is like watching middle schoolers fight. It's ridiculous. And Tim started threatening to release a message Alex sent him about Candace Owens, where he's calling her a demon. Then Candace came out and said Alex apologized to her for it, which that is weird. Alex did a total 180 with Candace. He flip-flops so much, it must give his fans whiplash, and that's what people are saying in his comments with the Charlie Kirk stuff. Because I think within only a few months, Alex went from being Candace's #1 critic and saying she's a globalist CIA deep state operative, to then apologizing to Candace and promoting theories even crazier than hers. Alex thinks the only theory that makes sense now is that Charlie faked his own death and is still alive. He went from trying to debunk Candace's theories and
awesome.
crashing out on her for promoting insane theories, to then saying Charlie staged
I mean,
his
Charlie
death.
did
So
talk
I don't
about
know
his
what
death
the hell's
before it
going on
happened, didn't
anymore.
he?
And it's disappointing
I think
because
so.
watching Alex crash out over Candace
Oh,
was so
Charlie is
entertaining.
he's no
That was some of
longer
his best
with us.
work.
Candace Owens is really a man. Candace, also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk pregnant. Charlie found out about it, and that's why
Alex
the two
Jones
of them got
indeed.
together and conspired to assassinate Charlie to cover this up. Candace has a little lantern that has Charlie Kirk in it, and she can rub it, and then it goes, like she said, the dreams. And then when she has the dreams, we gotta listen. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, Candace is the Messiah. Only Candace is investigating. Only Candace talks about the Charlie Kirk thing. Only Candace, and you're attacking her. A better word for Candace is a megalomaniac who has no concern for truth and on a power trip who thinks she can just keep doubling down.
Not
and we're
you,
just gonna
though.
buy whatever incredible horse shit she puts out. What are the fucking lies,
I mean, look,
lady?
you got to
How
point
stupid-
fingers at other
here's my
people to
problem.
make yourself
Stop
look more
insulting my
legitimate.
intelligence. Now I have to watch all
Mimic.
the sewage pipeline at your mouth. Just that I have to like examine all the turds that come out of it and sit there and explain to people.
That's what I'm
And
looking
then you
for
keep
now.
Doubling down. I want to not look at this. I want you to stop the lying, stop the horse shit, dredging up horrible, bizarre con men with huge pedigrees of scams and bashing women's heads in on record. And they're like, well, big deal. He bashes all these women's heads in and everything, lies about everything. But he was there. He's got proof. He was acting so weird. They detained him and asked him, what was going on.
So he was losing his shit over her, and it was hilarious. And he thought Tyler Robinson was the one that killed Charlie Kirk. But now apparently he doesn't even think Charlie's dead. He thinks he staged his own death. He said that's the only thing that makes sense to him, and he apologized to Candace Owens.
Staged
so
how?
Maybe he was just jealous that Candace
Did you
stole his
see the
thunder when it
footage,
comes to
brother?
Conspiracy theories or something. So he had to come out with the most ridiculous one he could think of. I don't think Candace has even claimed something like this. I mean, to watch the video of Charlie get assassinated and think that was fake blood and it was staged is
It's
total
pretty
insanity.
nuts.
There was a consensus. Sean was getting him on the phone and stuff. They were like, oh, no, we all know it's fake. He's alive. I mean, and these are experts. They're like, that's fake. They're smiling. They don't look upset. Where's all the blood? And it looks like a squib coming out. And I'm not, folks. I'm just
You
saying,
cannot
a week into
put a
it,
squib
there was a
on somebody's
consensus
bare
for Sean
neck.
Johnson's military buddies who were like, we think that's fake. We think he's alive.
Like,
and I
like
said, well, I'm not going to go
that
there
is
yet. And now,
like,
it's just
you can kill somebody by putting a squib on their bare neck.
Bro's blood literally shot from his body. Like, come on, man.
Like, squibs are gunpowder charges.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot just put it on bare flesh, especially around major arteries like
Ooh,
the
yeah.
neck. And also, like, what you can do to make really good blood pumps, though, fire extinguisher.
Interesting.
You fill it with the fluid.
And pressurize it.
Yeah, and that's how you get the
Fascinating.
that's how you get those like anime sprays and stuff.
Yeah, the spurts.
You can do that
Interesting.
with basically any type of like air cannon. You can do it with.
That's great.
Like you can do an air cannon just with a drill. So the drill spins.
Oh, interesting.
And then you like push everything out with it. Like in The Departed at the end when he gets shot, that's a hand drill air cannon.
Okay.
I got a cursed piper flute. Inflicts bear with the nature of the rat.
Nature of the rat.
Yeah. What do we think that means? Press R to
Skies.
use. I pressed R. I guess I have to... Uh-oh. I became a rat. I can climb walls.
You became a rat?
Yeah, I can climb walls, kind of.
I am a dinosaur.
Yeah, I can climb walls and shit. It's very hard to, like, stick to the ceiling. But I did for a second there.
I am a dinosaur.
the only thing that makes sense.
So at this point, I think mental patients sound more grounded to reality than these people. It's so funny. They act all friendly with each other, but as soon as they start fighting, they have all this stuff ready to throw at each other, you know, all this dirt to bring up. Like, they've been waiting to go after each other. Everyone is so passive-aggressive, too. Like, the shot Tim took at Alex. You know, he's even acting
What
all
a
surprised
toxic
that Alex
fucking
was upset
environment.
about that. He's like, why me? And overnight, Alex just turned into someone completely different. He must have been paid to attack me. But I think most of these people, even the ones that associate with each other, really just can't stand each other and are waiting for the moment to attack. I mean, as soon as Alex complained about his views, all
Well,
these
I
people were
thought
ready
Kites
to be
gave
like,
us
what do you
buff.
expect? This is what you deserve.
That's what I was
then
told.
Alex, he was ready to
But
bring
I'm
up that
standing
Netanyahu
with these
meeting
kites
Tim had.
on a windy
and
day.
he made a ton of videos about it. Then Tim threatened to bring up Alex's
Nothing?
messages about Candace. And he also said my tolerance and grace for these people is 0. Alex has shown up blackout drunk to my studio several times, and I never dragged him for it. So Tim is always so passive-aggressive, and he always tries to act like he's above all the drama and doesn't want to be involved in it. But then he gets on his show and says Alex is going broke, and he's probably accepting money from nefarious sources to attack him and the right.
Irony.
It sounds like he's even trying to put pressure on Alex's employees to quit because they know Alex isn't doing the right thing anymore.
You know, I'll say this. I see it as one of two worlds. My personal opinion is that the simple solution actually is that Alex is working with a political action committee that is also coordinating with other individuals for the purpose of this new political paradigm. You don't change who you are.
Source.
I mean, the dude, it's been 30 plus years he's been in the industry. Yeah. And all of a sudden his character is totally different. Let me tell you, I tweeted at Alex.
Dead.
Can I publish the voice memo you sent
Cool.
me about Candace? I won't do it unless you give me permission.
We're
And he
gonna
stopped responding to me.
try to fight the destroyer
For
now that
him,
I have this
7
new
months later,
staff.
to completely have inverted all of his positions, I find to be suspect.
But wouldn't it make more
Okay.
sense for him to come to you as a friend and be, hey, I'm struggling with my business
I can't give him
model,"
money.
but to come on the
Oh.
show or promote each
Was
other.
that what
wouldn't
hatched
make
from
more
the egg?
sense than to just
Little
completely
dragon?
turn
Yeah.
on you? I mean,
Not if he's being offered money.
Yeah.
I can't give him money. What am I going to do? Here, Alex, let me write you a
grab
check.
some
It's not going to do anything. But imagine
potions.
there's a political action committee.
You can
and they
press
said, "Listen, as
B
we go
to use
after
all the
midterms,
potions in your
we're gonna-
inventory
this-
at
this
once."
is going to be the play.
Mhm.
You can see
Where's
that
my
you know,
dragon?
Tucker and
There he is.
Anna Kasparian are completely aligned in their worldview at this point. For someone like
H is
Alex,
to heal.
who was a friend of ours for years,
I
to
don't use
abruptly
potions.
and seemingly for no reason be like, F. Tim Pool, he works for Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just like, okay,
that makes 0 sense.
what just happened?
It's irrational.
Yeah, it's like, Alex Jones was my friend. He literally would just text me stuff. We would talk. We had a conversation once about what private jets to buy. Just like that's what rich people talk about. He was like, Tim, I'm telling you, you get a good jet for about $1 million. You know, and I was like, Alex, I'm not buying a private jet. And now all of a sudden he's just like, Tim Pool is secretly meeting with Netanyahu and works for him. And I'm just like,
Oh, no.
out of nowhere, I got people texting me, you know, and they're like, what is happening? What happened? Like, what did you do? And I was like, I tweeted that if you build up a channel for 10 years supporting Trump, but then stop supporting him, you're going to lose viewers. And everyone's like, yeah, that's not a reason for him to make up fake things about you. That's like, you know what I will say is, obviously we know
Maybe
a lot
they're
of people
not
who work
fake.
at his company. And there's a lot of fervor right now over what he's doing. And there's a lot of, we'll see what happens. But I do think that for most people, money talks and BS walks. So I would not be surprised if there are people who just duck and keep their heads down and sacrifice their morals for the paycheck.
There's a lot of money sloshing around right now. Yeah. From a lot of
The
people.
I'm
fucking
saying, do you
irony.
expect anybody who works with Alex to
He
stop working with
genuinely
him
has no
because
introspection,
he's
does
a
he?
bad guy?
No.
Don't you wanna bet
Like he
none of
genuinely
them will?
has
They'll
no
just say, "Leave me
ability
out."
to introspect.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which is fair to some degree. I mean, people got to get food on the table.
Then Tim started saying the people that are attacking him are just talentless and jealous of his success.
Classic.
He did a lot of coping
Here,
this
take these
episode
chicken
because
nuggets.
It was also after
Eat
that
those
Jubilee
before
debate
fight.
where Tim, of course, embarrassed himself.
I mean, you only
So
need one.
He was getting a ton of shit for that and the Alex Jones stuff. I think that's why he kept bringing up how rich he is and how much money he makes to make himself feel better. Even though he also always complains about how he doesn't make enough and his views are down. It seems like usually at least twice a year he crashes out and threatens to quit and is like, it's not even worth it for me anymore. I'm just going to go live in a van down by the river. He even said that this episode. It's like he wants people to be like, no, Tim, please don't. We need you. But people are just like, dude, do whatever you want. I'm just sick of the bitching and moaning all the time. You know, now everyone's just complaining about each other complaining. Like with Alex and his views dropping, nobody wanted to hear it. So it's every man for himself out there. You know, I think the days of everyone getting along and doing each other's shows are over, and now it's just a battle to stay relevant, which Tim claims people are attacking him for the views and clicks because, according to him, they're lower tier personalities and they need to attack someone more successful than them.
Clint Russell has been just making things up about me because he gets retweets for it.
Hey.
You know, because these people are, I don't know, like, there's probably a reason why they're lower tier personalities. And I'm not saying lower tier is a disrespectful thing. I'm like, obviously my show is bigger than their shows. You know, maybe there's a reason why Timcast IRL is so big, and we've got this massive multi-million-dollar compound and with a skate park in it. You know, like we make stupid amounts of money. That's not a humble brag. It's just maybe when you actually have like a consistent through line of what motivates you, you will do better in business. And that was kind of the point that I was making with Alex. And maybe this is what really changed with Alex is, you know, he just doesn't have the backing anymore. He doesn't have enough critical mass of allies.
Also, now I think it's more profitable for these people to attack each other rather than work together and do each other's shows. You know, like going on each other's podcasts isn't what it used to be, and you get more exposure now from trashing Tim Pool rather than doing his podcast. So that's another reason why I think people don't care to be friendly with each other anymore.
These fairies are pretty badass.
And it seems like Alex is back.
I didn't spend all my gold on upgrades to try and get the perfect staff.
He doesn't have much money left. Joe Rogan never has him on his podcast anymore.
Is that all the money in the
Trump
piggy
hate
bank?
each other, and it just seems like
well, your money is separate.
So I think he's just ready
whatever
to
you
go.
deposit.
So that 52 gold is mine.
Alex, you don't have viewers because you're not pro-war. You're not pro-Netanyahu. And then I'm like, dude, that's really cool. I'm like, oh my God, you hurt my boo-boo. You're being mean to my poopy. I mean, dude, you're unbelievable. I challenge you to a live debate.
Hey,
I got a text message from friends. They're like, bro, do the debate. It's going to be huge.
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter.
Invite to debate coming soon, Tim. And I'm just sitting here being like,
come here.
Debate what? Like, what are we debating? We agree.
I
It's
don't know
fake.
where you are.
And these
I'm
people
right
are
here.
scumbags, okay? I told Kyla, lose my number. You want to make fake beef for internet points? I don't
Click the
fucking
cake.
do that. And Alex Jones
Yeah,
wants to
Tim,
play
you
speak
don't do
again.
that
I
at
don't
all.
do that.
You
Okay?
fucking
They can all
troglodyte.
screw off and go to hell, and I will go live in a van down by the river.
He literally
that all the
actually
time.
does
You
say the
think
van
I'm
down
So
by
I
the
think
river
Tim's
thing.
scared.
Yeah, he does.
Once
I thought
Alex
that was a
challenged him to
joke.
a
A meme?
debate,
No.
He's like, what are we going to debate about?
Oh, dude,
we
I
agree
get
on
double
everything.
hits from these
Even
fucking
though he was just
throwing
calling Alex
knives.
out for turning on Trump.
Yeah, there's a
And
sharpening
Tim's
wheel
always
here,
defending
too.
Trump and acting like everything's a 4D chess move from him. They also obviously disagree on Israel, but now Tim's pretending like he's anti-Israel. So him and Alex agree on everything. You know, it sounds like he just doesn't want that smoke from Alex Jones, and he's trying to defuse the situation.
Right, we got this now.
He also said he would do a debate for $300,000, but Alex doesn't have the money, which Alex took offense to and challenged him to a bare-knuckle boxing match.
Hey, did you know that
got him. Take the pro-Israel position.
Candace Owens got paid $300,000 to debate Andrew
Absolutely.
Wilson?
300 grand.
Wow.
300 grand.
He doesn't have 300. Maybe you can do a GoFundMe for it or something.
So what a cowardly move. Jones doesn't have enough money. He's
All right,
not in my class.
You might as well do the next
to
one,
even
huh?
debate me. I'm a god up here
I'll
above
go grab
him.
it.
Even though since it came out that he met with Netanyahu in secret, his audience, which was not even that big before, has gone like this. That's the type of chicken shit arithmetic that we're dealing with here. Let me make it simpler for you, Tim. You pick the spot. You get a ring in a state that allows it. I'm an older man than you. Let's have a boxing match, bare knuckles. I'll even let you have a baseball bat. How about that, Tim? Tim, we can do it in Thailand where Mortal Kombat's legal.
I'm totally down
you
for
can
this.
get in the ring with me in
Mortal
Thailand.
Kombat's
Oh, it'd be
legal
worse.
in Thailand?
Like,
Let's give you a sword.
Tim
Let's give you an
Pool.
axe.
I'm
get
pretty
in the
sure Alex
ring with
would
you in
fucking
Thailand.
destroy Tim
You could
Pool.
have a sword and an axe.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
I
still over
guarantee
here?
you lose that way.
I'm at home.
Because
Oh,
I
come
don't
back
even
over
turn
here.
on my juice till I'm facing a real threat. How about we get in the ring in Thailand? You can have a 9mm handgun.
Oh,
huh?
I warped
'Cause you're
on
gonna need
accident.
it. You and your.
Let's go.
Oh my god. I have a gun that's a
I
cannon
want the
that
ring
shoots
with you,
boxing
Pool.
gloves.
Because if you
Yeah,
want
the
to bang hands
KO
with me, I
cannon.
can show you what it's like till you're bleeding. I want in the ring with you right now because you symbolize everything this.
Do you
country
understand?
is under
Alex
attack
Jones
by,
wants to touch
and
Tim
all the
Pool.
smarmy little double-dealing rats.
Use your
I
sharpening wheel.
want Tim Pool
I already have.
to be the champion of Netanyahu. You can wear your trunks, the Star of David right there.
Okay, here
you
he
can
comes.
have rabbis there doing chants because you've got that magical beanie. The mothership yarmulke that gives the orders all out to all the other
The
yarmulkes.
beanie
So shit's
is
getting out
a
of control.
control
I'm sure this will
beanie.
just lead to more rifts and
told
people
you.
having falling out.
That
with
makes
each other.
sense.
It seems like
That
just
makes
a
sense to me,
boiling
honestly.
point, especially with the Charlie Kirk theories and Tyler Robinson's trial coming up. That just keeps getting more intense, and there's that debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, which I covered on Patreon. I have a 40-minute
over
video
here
about
where
that. It's
the
definitely worth
buffs are.
checking out. That was a big one, and there are over 200 exclusive videos. I cover a lot of Alex Jones's crash outs on there, so if you like this video, want extra content, and want to stay up to date with everything, it's definitely worth it. There'll be a link in the description.
I challenge you, Tim, to trial by combat. You will wear the blue and white and the Star of David. I will wear the red, white, and blue. I'm calling out Netanyahu's champion. I'm demanding trial by combat publicly. If you fail, Israel must withdraw from trying to take over the U.S. government and get out of the NDAA. And stop the
Yeah,
war.
I'm sure that's
If you win, we
how
want
it's
nuclear weapons
gonna
and destroy
work,
the entire
Alex.
planet to bring back the Messiah. Tim Pool, the ball is in your court.
He's only got one arm left. Keep him over here.
Hey, there's two people I'm thinking of who came out this week against Medicare for All. Let's start with this guy on Fox News. Of course, he's against Medicare for All. Why wouldn't he be? He doesn't have to worry about his health care. He's incredibly wealthy, and he's got one of the easiest
little bubble
jobs
guys
maybe
really
on the
fuck him up.
planet to just basically speak out of his arse
The little
and
bubbly
be rude
boys.
to people. Here
Speak
he
out
is.
of his arse.
So I have my own plan for healthcare. It's called the Waters Plan. Number one, the Somali pirates, they stopped stealing our booty. Number two, you slash immigration, that's just a supply and demand issue. No more doctors getting kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies.
This is the cost of healthcare is not a function of there are not enough doctors. I mean, we could use more doctors without a doubt, but the idea that there are less immigrants going to doctors and therefore healthcare's prices are going to go down is just not true,
we
but
got a
also
skeleton
almost
crime trophy.
obnoxiously stupid.
I mean,
Western countries have a shortage of all these jobs, nurses, doctors, and the main break on it is white nationalists don't want to brown their country. This is not even that's not just true of America, but Canada. You see this in Germany, for instance. They're trying to send back Syrian refugees, many of whom work in medical professionals. It's despicable. Like, we have understaffed floors in every hospital in this country. Maybe that's overstating it slightly, but pretty prevalent from what I hear. And yeah, like the fact that we could have people come and work as immigrants, like, yeah, I think that's fine.
Well, and the doctor part, perhaps it's a bit more about how cost prohibitive it is to become a doctor in this country when you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for medical school and then do a multi-year residency where you're working insane hours and getting paid incredibly little just so you can become a doctor. And then, do you want to go work in a rural hospital or in an urban center as a general practitioner when you're not going to make a return on that investment? No, you're going to become a plastic surgeon or a dermatologist or something like that where you can make the most amount of money.
All right, let's go back to
the profit thing is the problem.
And incidentally, the Waters healthcare plan is Jesse Waters gets healthcare from Fox News, and he's
Which he
very
might
welcome.
need if he interacts with Ryan Grimm again.
Number two, you slash immigration, that's just a supply and demand issue. No more doctors getting kickbacks from the pharmaceutical companies to prescribe drugs. And how about get a job? Because most companies provide health care. If you're 30 and went to grad school and are an Ethiopian barista like your friend in Colorado, yeah, she doesn't have health insurance because she doesn't work. Also, MAGA. Ever heard
Okay,
of
I'm
this?
sorry.
Okay, but
America
if she's
That
a
is a
barista,
reference to our friend
that's
Melak
her
Kiros.
working.
Why
Hey, you know what's
did
funny?
Melak Kiros become a barista?
He goes,
as he sneers about
"Maha."
it when he pretends to care about working class
Isn't
people.
like every
It's because she was actually a lawyer.
disease
And
that was
she
beaten
decided
coming back?
to
Yeah, we're
write a
having all
post
these outbreaks
in
on-
opposition
Of, like,
to the
dead
genocide in
diseases.
Gaza.
We're
and
having
speaking
so many
about
recalls
Palestinian
right now.
rights.
Mhm.
And she was fired from her law firm for her free speech, moved back to Denver where she's from, became a barista, ran for Congress, won her primary.
There's a new
I just
summon
find it
called
interesting,
Clay
too. They're
Bud.
Always, it's
He
the same
does
thing
8
with
damage.
AOC. They,
But you get them from
don't like women working in general.
Dirt.
And they don't especially like
Potions
women that work and
and
come and
flowers.
pull themselves up by their bootstraps
That's a new starter
in this
summon with the
traditional
new
sense and
update.
achieve and get to power at the highest
Hey,
levels
the
of power in
steampunker
Congress.
arrived.
And so they try to diminish
He's the guy who
her
will
and AOC
sell
as
stuff
well
to us
for having
for
legitimate working class groups because it's a
decontamination.
threat to
Oh,
how
it's
they're
a
trying to
girl.
present their policy sets.
Health insurance because she doesn't work. Also, MAGA, ever heard of it? Make America Healthy Again. It's called Eat Right and Exercise.
How's that
Maybe
going?
Try that.
All the
I
natural
do
food
it,
is getting poisoned.
And I don't whine and go to the doctor for every ache and pain. I hurt my knee the other day at the beach. It hyperextended it. Now, I don't know if it hyperextended. I self-diagnosed. But I didn't run to the doctor and, like, jack up everybody's healthcare bills. I did my own research on the internet, and I'm almost as explosive as I used to be.
We thank you for your sacrifice.
Well, thank you very much. But we have to start treating like everyone like babies.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is him telling the audience members, if you are too poor to afford your health care, don't worry about it. You can just look it up on the internet. The tough guy like me that hyperextended my leg at the beach.
The idea that it doesn't even just affect poor
Remember,
people.
it's
Like
about health.
getting cancer and all of a sudden being sort of tied to your job. Or needing to take out because insurance doesn't cover everything. Like it is massively debilitating
dragon
our
attacking me?
system of.
Are you in the air?
Care in this country.
Well, that's why.
I
That's their
mean,
home.
I can't even believe that we're still making
now
this
he's
dumb
dead.
moralistic thing when we have so many people that are both work and are getting screwed over by this.
But their audience is religious, heavily religious in nature, less likely to trust science as well. And what he is advocating for on a national platform is saying that if you have an ache and pain and you don't feel that good, self-diagnose on the internet and don't go to a doctor. I mean, this is eugenics for people.
Folks, if you're feeling a pain in your chest, a sharp pain in your chest, rather than heading to a ER or a doctor's office, you just look it up on the internet.
Yeah.
Check it out.
You say Jesse has the easiest
Be a
job in
man.
the world, but I think the hardest job in the world is laughing. Whoever
Having a
has
heart
to
attack?
laugh at that desk
Deal
next
with
to
it.
him.
Be a
Dana
man.
Perino is used to having to make really inadequate men feel like they're doing something great in the room.
It's going to remain skills.
Come on,
Jesse
Dana.
Waters.
Remember our lunch.
Jesse Waters is not the only foe of Medicare for all. Here's another guy, not on Fox News. Which show was he on? This is number 14.
Meet the Press.
Meet the Press. And, he's a Democrat.
John
His
Fetterman?
name is Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh.
All right, let's move on to Medicare for All. You co-sponsored Medicare for All legislation from 2013 to 2021. You've not co-sponsored it since you became Democratic leader. Will you put Medicare for All up for a vote if you become Speaker?
Well, listen, these are all conversations that the House Democratic Caucus is going to have
Just
to
say
have.
no.
Right now, we're focused
Just say
on
no.
November 3rd, not January 3rd. What we
Good
are
line,
promising
sir.
the American people is
Nice.
that we're going to fight to make health care affordable for every single American. And we know there's a lot of damage that Republicans have done that we've got to restore and repair. For instance, Republicans have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. More than $1 trillion or so has been cut from Medicaid, and what you're going to have is about 14 million Americans lose access to health care.
Do you
That
personally
has to be
support Medicare for
reversed.
All? Do you personally support Medicare for All?
No, as you indicated, I haven't co-sponsored the Medicare for All legislation that has been
A lot of water
introduced
here.
over the last several years. I do think we need to figure out how to fix our broken healthcare system and then build something better.
I'm sorry.
repair the
I'm
damage
sorry.
that has been-
We have to have conversations.
Concepts of a plan.
We have to be having conversations about what conversations we can have to fix, to restore, to rebuild our healthcare system. And what's really important is
I'm
not that I
actually going to just write down that we got to have a conversation about having that first conversation.
Okay,
about
and write down that, right, and a reminder to have a conversation about the conversation that we're having later regarding the conversation around Medicare for All. Okay.
Ryan, remind me to have a conversation about putting a reminder on for.
Actually, I'm going to remind you to fight for the right to have the conversation about the conversation.
Right, because we can't have a conversation without having the fight to be able to even have the conversation before the conversation is happening.
I'm old enough to remember when the Democrats used to make a lot of hay out of how the Republicans didn't have a health care plan. That they
Let's have a conversation about that.
That used to replace it. And it's like, oh, we're talking about making health care affordable. Didn't you pass something called the Affordable Care Act? Why didn't that address it? Can we actually deal with...
Let's play the clip a little bit, because the follow-up question to him is obviously, what changed?
Yeah.
From 23 to 26, I understand you became a leader, but what changed to make you against that piece of legislation? That's the question you would ask if you were, I don't know, listening to his response.
Loud ass noises, not sure what
Do
it
you
was.
personally support Medicare for all?
No, as you indicated, I haven't co-sponsored the Medicare for All legislation that has been introduced over the last several years. I do think we need to figure out how to fix our broken healthcare system and then build something better once we repair the damage that has been done. Now, that will include doing things like extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that more than 20 million people who have seen their health insurance premiums skyrocket, in some cases by up to $1,000 a month. That's not sustainable, and that's something that Donald Trump and Republicans have visited upon the American people.
Just to be very clear, though, as a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for or against Medicare for all?
I think, as you've indicated in your question to me, it's not legislation that I currently am co-sponsoring or that I support.
Okay.
But we do support the notion that we've got to find a path forward to fix our broken healthcare system and make healthcare affordable.
This guy sucks
for
so
every
bad.
single American.
And if we say it one word at a time, it will seem more real. Look,
the notion of finding a path.
The notions of a concept of a conversation.
To find a path.
Yeah.
We need to have a conversation about finding a path.
No, a notion to find the path.
A notion. We need to have a conversation about a notion, about having a conversation about a concept for a path. I mean, look, here's what is so aggravating about this as a policy measure. Put the politics aside for a moment. We have just seen the failure of the durability of the Affordable Care Act, right? I mean, you can go and issue those subsidies, and millions of people lost their health insurance because of the cuts of those subsidies, both in constraining Medicaid and in the private marketplaces. But once you reinstitute those subsidies, there's nothing that prevents those subsidies from going away 4 years later or 3 years later when you lose control of the Senate or the House or the presidency or whatnot. We need to build a durable system. Aside from the fact that, like, okay, it bent the cost curve, but the prices still went up. The insurance products are still substandard. And if you are going to address healthcare, if it's not going to be Medicare for all, or you want to distinguish yourself from it, come up with a plan. Come up with a plan. There's, there's so many different plans out there. You could say you could even say well, I'm not for Medicare for all right now, but we're going to institute a public option on that marketplace everywhere, because we're going to take steps in this direction, and we're going to try and, see what happens when people get healthcare. Or one of the things I want to do is do a buy-in for Medicare. I mean, you can come up with a plan that heads in that direction, but just saying no to it, what does this do?
Well,
what does it do?
They don't want to be pinned down to anything. He does not want to be pinned down to providing anything except for some sort of restoration. And people are really sick of this corporate speak. It rings so hollow, and it is such bad politics. It makes you look like a slimy politician that doesn't stand for anything, and that's the case. First of all, I did a little visual. This is the Jeffries cycle: path, to notion to concept conversation going back and forth like
We
that.
should really think about solving this
Had a
issue.
conversation. We established the path, and that path is going to lead us to a notion, which of course will develop the concept, and then we have a conversation about it and see if there's a further path
to the notion,
finding more
to
of
the
a notion,
concept,
to having a concept. But here's the point: it's like the reason why he does this is because he doesn't want to offend a certain segment of his donor class. But it seems to me that you can still come up with a plan that would be less offensive to your donor class and make you sound like you have something. Like, what is the point of going out there? Who is he communicating to? It's just so frustrating.
Well, I mean, he's communicating to donors to say that, look, we're not so scary, even though the DNC can't raise money to save its life and it's millions of dollars in debt.
For God's sakes.
What'd you say?
Send an email out.
Well, exactly. But they're
Right,
afraid,
Super
and
Dry
that's why they're afraid of being tagged to the scary Abdul Al-Sayed and his support for Medicare for all. Even though when you look at
corrupt,
Medicare for all and how
17%
Democrats
crimson,
actually feel about it,
11%
Jeffries is
Paula.
on the wrong side of his own constituency. And this is just horrible leadership. From a messaging perspective, you have to say what you stand for. The Republicans have talked about the border and immigration
that down.
the entire Trump tenure. And
Don't call
what
me
is
a
the
cunt.
core promise of the Democratic Party right now? There's nothing.
This is why Abdul Al-Sayed victory in November is so important, because this is a seat that is in contention without a doubt. And it was always going to be somewhat in contention. And if he can win with this agenda, it is going to dramatically impact where politicians think they can go or where they have to go to get the votes. And also it's going to impact voters' perception of what is a winning formula come the fall, right? Like, I mean, that has been part of the challenge in the primaries for 10 years or so. And it always is the case after a right winger who gets into office. We were saying this back in 2016 when people are like, "Oh, we're going to vote for Donald Trump." I mean, there's Jimmy Dore called into this program. It was like, if we get Donald Trump, then I think he said at that time we'll get an Elizabeth Warren in 2020. And my response was, that's not the way it works. When you have a horrible Republican president, what happens is Democratic voters they head to the hills for electability, and they take the safest choice because they want that period to end. Now, it very well may be different this time around because Donald Trump may not be running and people may have a little more confidence, but we can definitely see it in the polling. Democratic primary voters in 2015 weren't thinking about electability, and they are today. And so if Abdel Al-Sayed wins, it's going to create the narrative that folks can win on these policies.
Yep, and if Abdul Al-Sayed is victorious in November, it also bolsters any efforts that would involve primarying Hakeem Jeffries. Because, with AOC having endorsed, you have an ally in the Senate on this particular issue, and you're able to shatter
He's outside your base,
Jeffries's
and there's
Schumer's,
no way to
he's
get
a
to
dead
him,
man
so I'm
walking,
drilling through.
electability arguments yourself while also pairing it with
you
good
fucking
policy.
kidding me?
I'll put it
Do
back.
you want to take a little bit more into this with
Hey,
Hill, the
there is literally a way
so
to get there.
talking
I
about
made
this,
sure that
Robbie
there's a
Soab
way to get there.
defending, Hakeem Jeffries.
Nah.
Sure.
I think it is a more just outcome to have one's
And it was
ability
worth
to
it 'cause he
avail
dropped
of
what we
healthcare
needed.
be dependent upon one's wealth.
Certainly, yes, because you are responsible for your own life, your own destiny, your own well-being, your own food, shelter, clothing. You go out and work to ascertain those things, and then you are entitled to have the things to provide for yourself and your family based on the effort you put into it. But the socialist idea that everyone is entitled to the same exact standards regardless of how much they actually work toward bettering themselves is one I reject.
But if we were to take your doctrine and apply it across the board, there would be no social security, no unemployment assistance, no welfare of any kind, because everyone is dependent upon themselves. And the consequence of that would be that there would be people who, for any multitude of reasons, end up not able to take care of themselves in that way, and therefore end up in penury or worse.
Well, this is how insurance works, right? You can, we can't all, you can do everything right in life and have some calamity befall you, or get in a car accident that is beyond what you've provided for. So that's how insurance works, right? That's not going to happen to everybody, but that'll happen to a couple people, and so we can all mitigate against the risk of that happening. You'll pay some of your what you earn into an insurance fund that is then used to cover. It could be you, or it could be somebody else. And
you're making the case.
You know what? You should. Somebody's got to sit him down and explain to him that is what Social Security is.
Yeah.
That is what Medicare is.
Yeah.
We have those. They're social insurance programs.
Libertarians,
the question
bro.
is, why do we just make them available to a limited segment of our population? Why do we just have
They think
essentially
they're coming
a
up with
third
like
or
these
a
great
quarter of
original
our
ideas,
population, eligible for Medicare?
and they're like,
or
yeah,
Medicaid?
that's
It's
the
because
socialism you
for
say you
these
oppose.
people, it is a morality question, right? And it is like, who is deserving of this? Why are retirees deserving of a social insurance program, but not others? Why are retirees who are age 65 or older deserving of a Medicare? Because they make a moral distinction here as to who it does and does not deserve. But if somebody gets hit by a car at age 40, or someone gets cancer at age 40 because of their genetics, but they're just SOL because they're immoral for having done so. It's just absurd. We can insure all the members of society to make sure that they have basic necessities. This isn't a question of making sure that everybody has the exact same amount of stuff. It is a question of like, does everybody have the exact same amount of human dignity, defined as the capacity to provide for their health care, to provide for their kids shelter and food? That's basically it. And if you start with that baseline, then you can have your God chose me to be the host of the hill, and therefore I am morally righteous. And, like there was no luck associated with this. It was just a function of my moral righteousness, and I made all the right decisions.
And how convenient that the people who are already most privileged in society are the ones disproportionately making that argument. It's the monopoly thing. And he accidentally starts to make the case for Medicare for all in this clip. Like, he's talking about this, that's just insurance. Well, buddy, that is what Medicare for all would be. It is about putting all of the people in this country under one risk pool, so there's the most amount of leverage in keeping costs down. It's just right now private insurers have a hold over our system, and they, by the way, are denying claims left and right and jacking up prices. They were doing so even with the Obamacare subsidies that the Republican Party just did away with. So, like, the choices that these health insurance companies make aren't just about people's individual morality. They're trying to extract as much as possible from people who are even in good health themselves.
And people should understand, too, that, like, you can sit there and say, this person has no retirement because they were moral reprobates and didn't work hard enough, or they were stupid and they didn't make the right decisions. This person didn't have health insurance because they were morally reprobates and didn't work hard enough, or they made stupid decisions. But when those people start dying around you because of that, is that what, how do we measure our society at that point? We have decided that some people are, not as intelligent as me, and they made poor decisions, or they took the wrong gamble, or they were entrepreneurs and they
the sword,
bet
the knight's
everything
edge?
on the first sink, or
Yes,
maybe
knight's
it was a drug they thought would cure cancer.
Okay.
And they failed.
When we kill
so
the next
therefore,
boss,
they should be dying
you
on
can
the
upgrade
street.
it
or
with their
they should be eating
souls
cat
to make
food
true Knight's
as a
Edge.
senior. That is
Knight's
the vision
Edge.
of that
So hard
guy's
to
world.
say.
Let's just continue if there's anything else.
Knight's
That
Edge.
is then
Knight's
used to
Edge.
cover, it could be you or it could be somebody else, and that's how the system works.
But that principle is exactly the way the National Health Service in Britain works, and
Naughty
other forms
present.
of universal healthcare work.
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe we should cut away from that clip now so we don't have to look at his reaction on his face. Like, is that right? Fascinating.
Nasty to get into your
Who's
nice
that?
studio.
Who's that? Is he guy Scottish or Welsh?
Nigel Stanage. I forget where he comes from or why he's back.
Is he a regular on that show? Does he host that show?
I think he's been on a couple times.
God, I wish I had that accent.
I know, it's so good.
I like his politics.
Can I read this IM really quickly? I just wanted to respond to it because Galactic's Nurse Book says, I know y'all are going to say that's just politics, but I'm not super juiced on Abdul's support of Kamala. He also said something recently that sounded a whole lot like two-state solution. I like how he fights and love the Medicare for All platform, but this stuff feels a bit icky. I just want to respond to that because, one, I haven't seen what you're talking about two-state solution. I would disagree with that and would challenge some of what he has to say on that. But the Kamala thing is just bizarre to me because we just saw Mary Peltola, who is going to be the Democrat that faces off against whichever Sullivan in Alaska in November, reject Kamala Harris's endorsement. Her politics are not as good as Abdul al-Sayed's. I just wonder what people would rather have. Like, that made sense for her politically in Alaska to reject that endorsement because of the idiosyncratic nature of some of the more rural politics. But it's not like, Peltola is where we are on all of these other issues. El-Sayed is much closer to it. The context of the politics in Michigan is that Detroit's a city that's over 70% black. Kamala Harris is the first black female vice president. And he endorsed her back in 2024 and is trying to elevate that because there were attacks against him on this very front in the primary process. To as a show of good faith as he pivots towards the general election. I think that's one of the cheapest like things that he could be giving away right now. And would you trade Peltola rejecting Kamala Harris for Abdul al-Sayed embracing Kamala Harris? I don't think you would.
It's politics. It's going to make you feel icky.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the thing too that I think people have to have some measure of like clarity here. This is politics, but what we want is actual change.
Yeah.
But it's not helpful to just have rhetoric that you like. And this is one has to make an assessment. I would be upset if Senator El-Sayed endorsed Kamala Harris in the presidential run over, let's say, a candidate that I like better. I don't know who that person would be, but it's probably a long list. I would be upset in that instance because the endorsement could potentially carry some weight in a certain area. I mean, obviously, against a Republican, I would want him to do that. But the idea of just sort of like offering essentially nothing of value that gets you real potential value, it just seems quite obvious.
It's why Zoran met with Obama as well. Zoran has publicly said nice things about Kamala Harris too. So it's just,
I mean, the thing is like, okay, we got two options. Talk about Kamala Harris the way Matt Leck on the Majority Report does, and alienate people you need to turn out in the Senate election against a fucking Republican. Or do you maybe play politics a little bit and accept an endorsement to turn those people out? Because it turns out
you forgot the power glove
in the primary even to get the Haley Stevens vote out. So I would say, to me, it's more useful to have a senator in than someone that reflects how I actually feel about Kamala Harris.
Of
Like,
course,
this is easy.
and look, you could argue, but this is going to set Kamala up for a run in 2028. But again, he will have an opportunity to endorse if he is senator, knock on wood, at that time. And I would suspect it wouldn't be Harris unless she comes out and actually pulls a lot of votes for him, because then he realizes like, oh, I need her to maintain, the voting edge I have here. I don't think that will be the case, but folks have to sort of like understand that in every question about politics and about supporting a candidate, you have to weigh things. Like Kristen Sinema came in gangbusters when she ran for Congress, and she was 100% across the board, and it didn't last very long. So the bottom line is like you've got to make trade-offs in these situations, and then the question becomes: is this the trade-off to make? Is there a value? What are we giving up, and what are we getting in return? That's the question. And frankly, like, I don't care what he says. I care about what he's going to vote for and push when he's in office. And this isn't a tough thing to decipher here in this instance anyways.
Yeah, if there was one thing like I would be more on guard against, it's like, look, don't be so accepting of the continued existence of private insurance. If it is a must for any sort of Medicare for All plan, say it as begrudgingly. But I think that is the type of thing to zero in on more than he campaigned with a popular politician in his state.
I will also say, since we brought up that specific policy measure, I have always been of the mind that you don't need to get rid of private insurance. What you do need to do is make it a requirement of licensing of doctors to take a certain percentage of their business must come from whatever we call it, Medicare for All payments.
Yes.
I don't know what that percentage is. 80%, 90%, 75%. To make the process viable. But that, to me, is the most effective way of getting to Medicare for All, essentially. I would step it down. I think Bernie had said this, we extend it to 55 the first year, and then we increase the kids' coverage, and we just keep squeezing till we get down to the middle there. Maybe we extend it to 55, and you can do a buy-in at 45. And then 2 years later, everybody on 45 is in, and you can buy in at 35, that type of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that is a part of the phase-in that he advocates for in his book.
Yes. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Is that shoe on head video good enough to react to?
Yeah, I think so.
Happened to ISIS. Think back about 10 years.
They're still around.
For a while, ISIS was the biggest story on earth. A brand new terrorist state carved out of Iraq and Syria.
They carved them
They
out
grew
of
quickly
Iraq?
and soon had millions of people under their control, and they were absolutely horrific. They kept showing off more and more creative ways that they could kill their enemies, and then they'd publish them with slick music videos. It was like the Nazis took over MTV. We were told they might last for generations, and then almost overnight, they seemed to disappear. So what happened? I'm Ken LaCourte, and today's elephant in the room is that the most theatrically evil organization of our lifetimes disappeared so quickly that most people don't even know the story. I didn't until I researched this. And that story is a messy, expensive
let him die in
both money
silence
and bloodshed all around. Here's the roadmap. First, the terror show, what these guys actually were. Then, what they wanted, the ideology. After that, we'll look at how they were beaten, as well as the price of winning. And finally, where it went. Because a thing like that doesn't completely disappear.
No, it doesn't.
So let's talk about the
It's in
terror
Africa.
show. If you were online between 2014 and 2017, you probably saw snippets of their videos whether you wanted to or not. I remember some of them as clear as yesterday. In one, a Jordanian pilot had been captured after his plane went down over Syria. ISIS locked him in a cage, doused him with gasoline, and burned him alive. They filmed it from multiple angles, with a music score, like a movie. In another video, 21 Coptic Christians in orange jumpsuits were marched onto a Libyan beach and beheaded. In another, prisoners were lined up along the Euphrates and executed like it was an assembly line. At a place called
That one was
Sinjar in
so
northern
bad.
Iraq, they came
The
for the
Euphrates
Yazidis.
one. That one was so fucking bad.
I don't recall.
Yeah, it was one of the early ISIS videos. They just dumped all the bodies in the river.
A small religious minority ISIS decided to wipe out. Men and boys were shot and buried in pits. Women and girls were sorted by age and sold as sex slaves. There were actual price lists. That's the horror, and the scale of it was massive. I mean, we don't really have an accurate body count, but it's safe to say that they killed tens of thousands of civilians during their run. At its peak in 2015, ISIS controlled the lives of roughly 8 million people under its rule. Its footprint was about 35,000 square miles, an area about the size of Portugal, spread across Iraq and Syria. And they ran it like a government. They collected taxes and ran the police, courts, and schools. They handled mundane things like birth certificates and marriage licenses.
هاي ماشي هاي دراجة نارية شو بدك بالدراجة السيارة المي كهرباء تليفون شو بدي احكي لك كمان
قصاب
لحتى تدفع
إلا يختم لك عليا إلا عليا ختم الدولة الإسلامية.
It was also, by a wide margin, the richest terror operation in history. The Rand Corporation says that it made nearly $500 million just from oil in just 1 year. ISIS also taxed those 8 million people, looted banks, and ran extortion rackets on everything that moved. But the land and the money, that wasn't the innovation. What made ISIS really different was the media machine that produced those videos. Propaganda wasn't just a side project for them. At their peak, a single month saw
Half of
over
jihad is
1,000
social
separate
media.
pieces of propaganda, videos, photo essays, magazine articles, and radio bulletins. And most of it wasn't gore. More than half was lifestyle stuff, like markets full of food, kids in classrooms, happy footage of a paradise caliphate. The beheading videos got the clicks, but the travel brochure videos, that's what closed the sale. And it worked. The pitch, come help us build a state, watch us burn our enemies alive, that lured over 40,000 foreigners from over 110 countries. People left their comfortable lives in London, Paris, Minneapolis, and flew across the world to join them. Several hundred came from the United States alone. Why did they do that? You know, it reminded me of an interview I read shortly after 9/11 with a man living in Afghanistan, and when he was asked what he wanted to do with his life, he said he either wanted to join the jihad against the United States or move to New York City and become a taxi driver. Now, on the face of that, they seem pretty opposite. It seems ridiculous. But when you think about it, he was really saying he wanted a bigger life, attached to something special. And those are the paths to a bigger life that he saw. All right, in just a minute, I'll tell you what ISIS promised guys like that who followed the first path. All right. Now, today's sponsor, Metal Hunter, is hosting a huge giveaway where everyone can win up to $500 in Bass Pro Shop gift cards. Metal Hunter is a military
yeah.
PvP sniper game, but there's no auto-aim. It's just you and one other player on the same target. 3 rounds each, and it comes down to timing and reading the shot. Your rifle and your ammo actually matter. And the locations are real, like Pearl Harbor, Warsaw, Vietnam. You're switching between anti-air,
Auschwitz.
artillery, and straight sniper work, collecting gunners and climbing the leagues as you go. Now the giveaway. Download it, use my code for a welcome package, and every time you unlock Arena 2, 4, 7, or 9, you earn a spin over at mh-challenge.com. Everyone wins
Gambling.
something, and there's over $30,000
Nice.
in Bass Pro gift cards in the pool, up to $500 a pop. After you download Metal Hunter, make sure you go to the shop and enter my gift code for that exclusive welcome package. My link and code are in the description box. Spin the wheel, then drop a comment and tell me where you landed.
Spin that wheel.
The giveaway closes September 13th. Okay, so back to the crazy story of ISIS. One thing to note is that they
ISIS
had a
1.0
plan.
was crazy.
The terror had a goal and a twisted logic to it. So let's take a look at what they wanted, starting with their ideology. In their reading of Islam, a caliphate is a religious obligation. That's a single Islamic state ruled by a single successor to the Prophet. And on the 4th of July, 2014, a man named Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi walked into the great mosque of al-Nuri in Mosul. He had flowing black robes and declared himself that successor, the leader of all Muslims everywhere. Now, most of the world's 1.8 billion Muslims looked at this guy and said no thanks. but he planted his flag. And there's a theological twist that mattered later. According to a prophecy, the farm town of Dabiq in northern Syria was where the army of Islam would meet the armies of the West for one of the final battles before the end of the world. They cared about this town so much that they named their glossy English language magazine after it. This is why holding physical land mattered so much to them, in a way it never did for Al-Qaeda. ISIS claimed to be the fulfillment of a prophecy, which is a great recruiting pitch, especially when you're winning. But it's a serious problem when you start losing, because if God promised you this land and you lose it, what does that say about you? What does it say about the promise? ISIS also went to war with history itself. On camera, they took sledgehammers and power tools to priceless statues in the Mosul Museum. They blew up ancient temples in Palmyra, the 2,000-year-old ruins in Syria. Their logic was simple. Anything that existed before their version of Islam had no right to exist at all. Erase the past, and you get to pretend that you're the beginning of the world. And ISIS wanted to fight everyone. They declared war on Shia-led governments in Iraq.
That's not exactly correct. It comes straight from the sword verse. So everything basically that exists are idols. So that's why any type of like even like semi-normal people, like the guy we interviewed who was just like, you know, like a kid, right? If we asked him what he thought about like destroying the Buddhas in Afghanistan, he would say it was good. Because they're idols.
Yes. I mean, there's a reason that we were kind of joking that they're anarcho-fascist.
Well, they are. They totally are. It's not a joke.
It's kind of a funny thing to say, though.
ISIS, not so much, but like a lot of jihadism, it's anti-state.
Yep.
And so, what do they want to replace the state with after?
Themselves.
Which is, you know, if you talk about anarcho-primitivism, they want to destroy the state and return to monkey. ISIS is more just fascist.
Yeah. See what my flare gun does.
They shoot flares.
Neat.
They help light up caves and stuff. You can, if you have it, it's one of the, you can press shift to equip it, like the torches and stuff.
Iraq and Iran, on Sunni monarchies like Saudi Arabia, on the West, on the Kurds. ISIS was so out of control that Al-Qaeda formally cut ties with them in 2014, and then they went to war with each other. So literally, the United States and the West was fighting on the same side as Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
By the way, if I make any substantive
first
mistake
time.
here, I'll address it in a pinned comment below. Look, this is a topic where the sourcing gets contested and the numbers get fought over, so have at it. So the world has this awful thing.
Ouch.
How do you destroy it? Here's the story of how they were beaten.
Come
First,
to base.
the
We're
setup.
gonna do the last
The war
guy.
against ISIS ran across two presidents who agreed on almost nothing: Barack Obama and Donald
pink
Trump.
rocks.
And to this day, supporters of each
Come
will
to
tell you
base.
that their guy is the one who really
I'll get
won.
that.
I'll walk you through what happened as straight as I can and let you decide. Start with the slow years. In January 2014, ISIS rolled into Fallujah, an Iraqi city where a lot of Americans had bled a decade earlier. That same month, President Obama diminished the group to a reporter with a basketball metaphor, saying if a JV team puts on Lakers jerseys, that doesn't make them Kobe Bryant. It was a good line, and it aged very poorly. 13 months later, his tone had changed completely. Obama was calling ISIS a generational struggle, and the working assumption in Washington was that this could be a war that lasted a decade or more. Obama's strategy had a name: Operation Inherent Resolve, and the core idea was no big American ground presence. The military called it by, with, and through. This meant American and coalition warplanes would own the sky. American special forces would advise and train, but the actual walking into the bullets would be done by local forces, the Iraqi army. And in Syria, a Kurdish and Arab militia called the Syrian Democratic Forces, the SDF. The people doing the dying on the ground were overwhelmingly Iraqi and Kurdish. The SDF alone lost something like 11,000 fighters. The by, with, through approach worked, but slowly. Still, about half of ISIS fighters were killed during the Obama years, and by the time he left office in January 2017, the coalition had clawed back roughly half of ISIS's territory. Now, here's where we have to be careful because both sides kind of cherry-picked this number. That half that got retaken under Obama was mostly the easier half, open countryside and smaller towns. The two hardest targets, the two big cities of Mosul in Iraq and Raqqa in Syria, those were brutal urban fights, and those got finished under Trump. So for most of the campaign against ISIS, a lot of U.S. commanders chafed at the Obama administration's sensitivity to the number of U.S. boots on the ground and restrictive rules of engagement that required White House approval for many lethal strikes. Now, that began to loosen in literally the last weeks of the Obama administration, and then Trump's Pentagon pushed it further and faster. What actually changed when the administrations flipped? Primarily two things. First, the safety came off the trigger. Under the new team, Defense Secretary James Mattis and the field commanders, they got more authority to approve strikes on their own without every decision having to be routed back to Washington, D.C. Now, when a commander in the field can destroy targets in minutes instead of waiting days, perhaps, for a sign-off, the pace of war changes. Second, the goal itself changed. Mattis described the shift bluntly, from attrition to annihilation. The old way was to push ISIS out of a city and let the survivors run to fight another day. The new way was to surround a city first, seal the exits, and destroy every fighter where they stood. No escape corridor. And in May 2017, Trump approved shipping heavy weapons directly to the Syrian Kurds for the assault on Raqqa. Turkey, a NATO ally that considers those same Kurds to be terrorists, they were furious. Obama had refused to do it for exactly that reason. Trump did it anyway, but that also came with a later twist. Then came the collapse, and it was ugly as war gets. The battle for Mosul, it ground on for 9 months, block by block, house by house. It was the biggest urban battle any army had fought in since World War II. Raqqa was even more intense. One single Marine artillery battalion, in 5 months, fired 35,000 rounds into the city. To put that in perspective, the entire American invasion of Iraq back in 2003 used slightly fewer rounds. The end came in March 2019, in a filthy tent camp on a river near a village called Baghouz. The caliphate that had once ruled 8 million people ended with a few hundred cornered fighters in the mud. So the caliphate was gone. Now let's look at the price of winning. But look, let me say plainly, because it matters. The people who planned it, the people who fought it and pulled it off, they did something genuinely hard and worthwhile. But nobody back home ever seemed to add up those costs. By the end of 2016, the Pentagon had already spent close to $11 billion on the anti-ISIS campaign. And that clock kept running for 3 more years. The final tab, it ran deep into the tens of billions of dollars for a war a lot of Americans barely remember. But also, let's look at what annihilation actually looked like on the ground. Think of that one Marine battalion at Raqqa, and now the same amount of firepower coming from a whole coalition, pounding one city for months on end. When the smoke cleared, about 80% of Raqqa was uninhabitable. I mean, most of that destruction wasn't ISIS. There were 10,000 destroyed buildings. And that was overwhelmingly our bombs and our shells. We had to destroy Raqqa to save it, as the saying goes. There's also a fight over how many civilians died. So let me give you both
clicked off the screen.
Amnesty International says that more than 1,600 civilians were killed by coalition strikes in Raqqa. The coalition said 159 at first, then later raised that figure to 318. So that's not a small gap.
Easy.
Who's right? Well, Amnesty sent teams to Raqqa and combed through millions of frames of satellite imagery. Their number has fair critics. In an urban firefight, it's hard to know whether a death came from a coalition shell or an ISIS mortar. And ISIS deliberately used civilians as human shields. But the coalition's figures, they probably have a bigger problem. They mostly reviewed their own strike logs and kind of waved away outside reports as non-credible. There were 2 other bills that came due after the shooting stopped. The first came in October 2019. With ISIS beaten, President Trump got on the phone with Turkey's president, and days later, he pulled American troops back from northeastern Syria. Then, Turkey immediately invaded, going after the SDF. Those are the coalition's Kurdish allies who just lost 11,000 of their own people fighting ISIS. So overnight, America's battlefield partner was left exposed to a NATO army that considered them terrorists. More than 200,000 people fled.
I clicked off the fucking screen.
It was really bipartisan, and some of the loudest critics were Trump's fellow Republicans who
still
called it
alive.
abandoning an ally. The second lingering bill is still sitting out in the desert. Because when the caliphate fell, it left behind tens of thousands of ISIS fighters and their families with nowhere to go. They ended up in a sprawling detention camps in Kurdish-held Syria. The biggest one swelled to nearly 74,000 people at one point, most of them women and children.
Oh, sick. My
60%
turrets
under
stay
the age of
active.
18. And, as is often the case, no one wanted them.
Is this about
country
our
after
whole?
country refused to take back their own citizens because
They sure
repatriating
did.
suspected
We were
terrorists
fucking talking
is a
about that
political
for a
grenade
long
that no
time.
politician
Australia
wants to be
finally
left
did
hold
it, and then
The danger in
guess
that
what?
isn't
The
hypothetical.
fascists all have a
In
fucking
January
cry.
2022, ISIS remnants
Well,
launched
we
a
gotta
massive
allow
assault
the
on a
right of
prison
return
that
to
was
be
holding thousands of
respected
its fighters.
because we don't
To
actually
stop it
realize the
took days of
consequences of this
fighting and
stupid
American
behavior.
help. Hundreds died.
What happens if I
Analysts
go
started using a
overseas and
chilling
suddenly
phrase. They
something
called the
happens
camp
and now I
an
don't have the
ISIS
right of
university.
return because I
A
didn't
place
want
where a
ISIS
whole
brides that
generation
were
of kids
Australians back in the
marinating
country,
in that
even though it was the
ideology.
government who failed them and
Okay,
allowed them to get
so
groomed
where
and
ISIS went
and
is a real
moved to
question,
Syria.
because
Let's
a state
completely
the size of
ignore
Portugal
all of
doesn't
that.
just
The
evaporate.
fascists are just like,
And where
grr,
it went is a
ISIS.
strange
You fucking
story.
morons.
Start with the
You
leadership.
unthinking boobs.
7 months after losing the last of the caliphate, in October 2019,
Do you have the night
American
sights on
special
you?
forces
Yep.
cornered al-Baghdadi, the man who declared himself the caliph in that Mosul mosque. They had him pinned in
you
a
give it to
tunnel
me,
in
I'll go
northwestern
upgrade it.
Syria. He blew himself up with a suicide vest, killing 2 of his own children with him. Then, his successor, a guy called al-Qarashi, died in a U.S. raid in February 2022. He also blew himself up.
Pussy.
The next leader was killed later that same year. The one after that, a year later. The current guy took over in 2023, and almost nobody knows who he actually is. He's never released an image or an audio message. The self-proclaimed leader of all Muslims on earth is now a man whose own name is a mystery. So first, the good news. The caliphate is actually gone. No territory, no oil fields, tens of thousands of their fighters, they're dead. The new rulers of Syria, they hunt ISIS instead of tolerating it. Attacks inside of Iraq and Syria, they've fallen to historic lows. By the numbers, ISIS is weaker in its old stomping ground than at any point since it first showed up
Where's it
in
now?
2013.
Africa.
That was a genuine military defeat, and in that place, it's not coming back. But here's where the
Wow.
script takes a bit of a twist.
I wouldn't
While everyone was
count your
watching the
chickens
caliphate
just yet.
die in the Middle East, ISIS quietly became something it had
You know,
never been
with
before.
Donald Trump bombing the
franchise.
fuck out of
ISIS
Iran.
Central built real corporate bureaucracies to manage its branches
Is
around
Israel
the world.
doing all this
Regional
shit?
offices
It is
with
a
actual names,
perfect
budgets, and reporting
time
lines.
for
The most
ISIS to
important
come
one
back
at the
in
moment
the
is in the mountains
West
of
Asia.
Somalia.
It
A
is
country most people don't
perfect
associate with
timing,
ISIS.
and all
That
they would have to
branch
do is
now the
move up
group's
through the
ATM.
Sinai.
It shakes down businesses and moves money
Easier
across the
said than
continent.
done.
It pulls in over $4 million a year, and some of that
You think
cash,
Israel
it gets wired out
wouldn't
to
be
other
more than
branches
happy to
via
put
crypto.
ISIS in the Middle East?
ISIS is nowhere near its past strength.
If
but it's
they
causing
literally
terrorism
funded
still.
fucking
Now,
Hamas,
most
like,
of the jihadist violence
you think they
happening
wouldn't give a
across
fuck
Africa right
and
now,
give money to
it's really
ISIS and
local,
safe
even though
travel
sometimes
through
they
Israel?
call themselves ISIS. But there's a connected core, including the one in Afghanistan, called ISIS-K. They're the
Russians
ones who
hate
bombed
these
the
ones.
Abbey Gate at the Kabul airport during the chaotic American withdrawal from Afghanistan. That attack killed 13 U.S. service members and about 170
I
Afghan
didn't bring all the
civilians.
stuff I needed.
In Moscow in 2024,
Where's my
they shot
sword?
up a concert hall,
I didn't bring
killing
all the
nearly
stuff I needed
150
for it.
people and injuring hundreds
I gave it to
more.
you.
It was
I
the
know, I have to
deadliest terror
upgrade it in
attack
the
in Russia
Crimson.
in decades, and the U.S. intelligence community had actually warned Moscow it was coming. And when
I've
President Assad's
I've
brutal
been channeling
regime
water
finally
down
collapsed
on the
in
far
Syria,
right side.
the group that ousted him was led by a former jihadist who's now president of Syria. But he wasn't an ISIS jihadist, and he expelled the remnants of them from Syria. So for a decade, everyone assumed that the minute America left, ISIS would come roaring back. And that really just hasn't happened in its own home. And there, the caliphate, it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty
So
sure
that's
if the
answer to where
SDF
it
or the
went.
Kurds saw
state is
anyone
dead,
with ISIS
but the
sympathies, they'd
ideology,
probably
to
just
some
shoot them in the
extent,
head.
Went portable out to Somalia and Afghanistan.
I wouldn't
and
be
Nigeria,
surprised.
And
And
undoubtedly
honestly,
to
I don't
terrorists
blame them.
whose names we don't know yet. Some of the remnants are still around, but ISIS as we know it is gone.
Wait, did he
Definitely for now.
pull up
hopefully for
Nigeria?
good.
Go back.
You know, going through this piece, it's easy to see why growing numbers of American.
This guy's
But
great.
Here's where the script takes a bit of a twist. While everyone was watching the caliphate die in the Middle
Mhm.
East, ISIS quietly became something it had never been before, a franchise. ISIS Central built real corporate bureaucracies to manage its branches around the world. Regional offices with actual names, budgets, and reporting lines. The most important one at the moment is in the mountains of Somalia, a country most people don't
Interesting.
associate with ISIS. That branch is now the group's ATM. It shakes down businesses and moves money across the continent. It pulls in over $4 million a year, and some of that cash, it gets wired out to other branches via crypto. ISIS is nowhere near its past strength, but it's causing
Al-Shabaab?
terrorism.
Is he talking
still.
about Al-Shabaab?
Now,
That's
most of the
Al-Qaeda,
jihadist
isn't it?
violence happening across
Yeah.
Africa right
Will,
now.
what is this ISIS
really
group?
local.
The
even though
ISIS group, this is actually in more of the Somaliland area. It's
Really?
in the north. Al-Shabaab's in the south.
So,
like
do
the
they work
mountainous
together?
Area. No.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, we can look
Is Al-Shabaab very anti-ISIS? Like, to the point that they would get rid of them if they wanted to?
Al-Shabaab is Al-Shabaab.
That's-
They when ISIS was at its height, they
Mhm.
joined them because the funding was better.
Mhm.
So Al-Shabaab doesn't care at the end of the day as long
it.
as they're holding their power, and they won't answer to anyone even if they swear loyalty to them.
Yep. Intriguing. Because that's interesting. I was not aware of the ISIS in
Yeah, yeah.
Somaliland. Very interesting. It makes sense. It's also weird that they're in Somaliland but not Ethiopia. That's strange to me. Because and Eritrea as well.
If I can get a map that's actually current.
Intersection of Ethiopia, Eritrea, and ISIS. Historical atrocities, sure. Is ISIS in Ethiopia? Ethiopian security forces underground networks of sleeper cells linked to ISIS. Group does not hold territorial control. No operational presence or territory controlled by ISIS in Eritrea.
Yeah, there's no Muslims.
It's all done locally, is it? They recruit locally. Because what if...
Okay, so
What's above
this
Eritrea?
map's
Egypt?
from 2020.
I'm trying to remember my African geography without looking it up.
If you look at this map, right, even in Somalia, there's green dots in Somaliland all through here, Al-Shabaab. But right in the tippy top, right here, there's a few IS Somalia attacks. But they're right in the horn.
Yeah. Fascinating. Sudan is above Ethiopia and Eritrea. And then Egypt. Okay. South Sudan. That's right, it's right in the horn. Why do I think that Sudan is next to Egypt on the left? Why did I
You
think that
it's
Sudan
where
was
Libya
smaller than
is?
it was? Maybe it's because we only ever see a picture of Sudan itself. And it looks like it fits in that spot. Noted. Then Chad ISWAP. ISGS JNIM. Okay. And that's the AES. Libya.
Here's
Egypt. Egypt in the
2000
Sinai.
Here's 2025, so you can see Puntland. There's a little piece there.
Yeah. Fascinating. Kenya? Any ISIS in Kenya?
No.
No? Because they are in Mozambique.
Yeah.
And I think Zimbabwe. So what, they're not in Tanzania, they're not in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda,
Or
Burundi.
Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Tanzania as well, though. Or, no, Tunisia.
Tunisia, yeah.
I forgot how to say it for a second.
Where is Tunisia? It's on the west
to
coast,
Libya.
isn't it? Ah, yes, it's the little one in the north, of course. Yes. Morocco? Because Algeria, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, all Nigeria, yes.
There is a small Algeria chapter, but I don't know how relevant they are.
No.
There has been attacks in Algeria, but
Are they in Sudan?
No.
Surely they would get wiped the fuck out if they were in Sudan. Like, unless they'd literally join the RSF, I feel like they would just get wiped out with the rest of them. Because, like, why would the RSF give a fuck? Oh, you're another group trying to take control of the territory that we control, that we've committed genocides to control? Guess you're getting genocided too. South Sudan. What about South Sudan? It's mostly Christian, right?
there's none there as well.
And then Nigeria,
There's
I
no
imagine,
point. There's nothing to capitalize on there.
Yeah. And I imagine Nigeria, most of ISIS is in the north.
Yeah.
Okay. What about, like, the smaller states along the southwest edge?
So in Nigeria, it's on the border with Chad and Niger.
Yeah,
where
okay,
they're
that's
at.
basically what I was expecting. Right in that corner, yeah. Around Lake Chad, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you've got a hot spot between Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Okay. It's a bit of...
It's funny that the Central African province isn't in CAR.
That is funny. Interesting. Alright.
I need to find my lenses.
We need Ace. Sound ISIS guy. Can't hear it.
Chaotic American withdrawal from Afghanistan. That attack killed 13 U.S. service members.
Our
and
ducks
about
came back
170
because I
Afghan
uncorrupted
civilians.
everything.
In Moscow in 2024, they shot up a concert hall.
Wait.
killing nearly 150 people
Did he just
and
attribute
injuring
ISIS
hundreds more.
to the
It was
deaths
the
of
deadly-
Afghans when it was U.S. service members who killed them?
No, it was both.
It was both? How many did the U.S. kill? Because I remember that they killed, like, a significant amount.
The U.S. was firing, but the bombs went off first.
Ah, okay, yes, that's what happened, yes.
So
yes,
in
yes.
response, the U.S. freaked out.
And the soldiers just opened fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He didn't mention it. I don't
This
think.
terror
Go
attacking
back.
roughly 150 people and injuring hundreds more. It was the deadliest terror.
All he
They're
said
the
is
ones
that they
connecting
bombed
core,
it.
including
okay.
the one in Afghanistan called ISIS-K. They're the ones who bombed the Abbey Gate at the Kabul airport during the chaotic American withdrawal from Afghanistan. That attack killed 13 U.S. service members and about 170 Afghan civilians. In Moscow in 2024, they shot up a concert hall, killing nearly 150 people and injuring hundreds more. It was the deadliest terror attack in Russia in decades, and the U.S. intelligence community had actually warned Moscow it was coming. And when President Assad's brutal regime finally collapsed in Syria, the group that ousted him was led by a former jihadist.
You missed out.
Who's now president of Syria.
I
But
do
he
my
wasn't an
Thursday
ISIS
thing still.
jihadist,
We
and he
did
expelled the remnants
Jake
of them from
Lang
Syria.
and Dearborn.
So for a decade, everyone assumed that the minute America
I was gonna
left,
edit it and
ISIS would
post
come
it,
roaring
but-
back, and that really just hasn't happened in its own home. And
We're also
there,
gonna cover
the caliphate
another Nazi
just
group.
doesn't exist.
But
so
we're
that's
gonna
the
do that
answer
next
to where
week.
it went. The state is dead, but the ideology, to some extent, went portable out to Somalia and Afghanistan and Nigeria, and undoubtedly to terrorists whose names we don't know yet. Some of the remnants are still around, but ISIS as we know it is gone. Definitely for now, hopefully for good. You know, going through this piece,
Hopefully.
it's easy to see why growing numbers of Americans say enough with that whole region. It's too bloody, too expensive, and we have enough troubles at home, and they keep switching sides.
Well, maybe you
from
shouldn't
my
have
point of
caused
view,
the fucking
it makes
problems
me
in the
wanna see
first place.
Everyone move away from fossil fuels.
Maybe
because
that would have
even
helped.
if the United States drilled
But
all
sure,
the oil
now
it
it's
needs,
too expensive,
the
huh? You
world
didn't
oil
think about
markets
that when you spent $1
still
trillion
affect the world
on a
economy,
war.
and it's so much centered on that region.
Fucking dickheads.
I mean, it really makes me root for solar, nuclear, anything else that wouldn't drag the world into that region so often. Or is it all about Israel? Do Jewish Americans and Israelis, in effect, control the foreign policy of the United States? A lot more people are saying that these days, so I dug into answering that question fairly. YouTube didn't seem to like that video, but you might. It's linked in the description if it doesn't show up here. Hey, thanks for watching. I gave this to you as straight as I could, and I hope you found it worthy of your time. I take that seriously. See you again.
Mithril anvil. Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing.
Hi there. I was calling to speak to a deputy. Okay, what's in reference to?
The person taking the call is in the sheriff's office in the rural community of Danville, Ohio.
I'm in Danville, so I wasn't sure if there was somebody in Danville that was on duty that I could just talk to. I could even go down to the police station.
The woman said that she had some concerns about her son after she found a large cache of guns and ammunition in his bedroom.
He's wanting to leave this weekend and go with a group of people to help, fight the corrupt government.
The police arrived at the house to meet her 19-year-old son, Tyson Proper.
Hey, what's up, Tyson? What's up? Just wanted to see what was going on.
Turns out Tyson had been communicating with a large group of men online. And they were all planning on meeting up.
Yeah, where'd you guys plan on meeting up? West Virginia.
The guys had all given themselves code names. Shepherd, Fulcrum, Whiskey 6. Tyson was Prox.
Cringe.
It was all very cloak and dagger, except for the fact that one dude's code name was Shriveled Schlong.
Where
Do you
is
wanna
my
go to
sword?
another state and meet up with people that
I'm
you
working
don't
on
even
it.
know their real name?
This was a few days before the big UFC event at the White House.
With these baby toddler things. You know what I'm talking about? You know how toddlers have those little things where they can lay in and play like cats? That's the UFC arena.
Tyson and his gang were allegedly planning to attack the event with explosive drones. When the explosions went off and people started to evacuate, the gang were going to shoot at them with sniper rifles. They had amassed weapons, tactical gear, and other supplies.
Fired an AR. They fired a shotgun.
Oh, I took pictures of it.
And thousands of rounds of ammo.
The sheriff decided that all this was a bit, concerning.
I'm concerned that you might have gotten caught up with something not so great.
Yeah, okay, so the sheriff's in Ohio
Something
seemed
not so great.
pretty understated.
So if you don't mind, if you want to grab some shoes or something like that, we're going to take you to KCH and have you talk with the behavioral specialist.
Tyson Proper and 7 others have now been indicted on charges of conspiracy
Right,
to
come over here
murder
where I
federal
can
government
actually throw
officials and
stuff
other
at you.
targets, including President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance,
You want your sword?
Elon Musk, and Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's really angry about the Epstein files, which rightfully so. We're all angry about it. But this is not the right way to deal with it.
He and the others are facing potential life sentences. Fortunately, the plan was foiled before anything could happen. The problem is not everyone's mum is going to find out about it and call the cops.
My sword.
There was a time when lone gunmen were
sank.
the main threat to the president's safety, but now this kind of thing is happening too, with increasing frequency.
Make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States.
To make matters worse, this is all happening at a time when the US Secret Service is in the midst of a crisis, one they have been facing for more than a decade.
The Secret Service was
Do you have a
experiencing
piggy
a
too?
staffing crisis that poses perhaps the greatest
Do you have
threat
a
to
pig
the
as well?
agency.
I've been taking a look at the state of the US Secret Service myself, and
Well,
it's
there's 2 pigs.
really bad.
Have this.
The agency is critically understaffed, underpaid, and seems to be regularly on the brink of catastrophe.
You've reduced their training down to such low levels that you combine that with fatigue and you're looking for a disaster.
So today, the story of how an agency in turmoil is facing an almost impossible challenge. Keeping the president safe by predicting the unpredictable. I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
Yeah, you can have that one too.
Whenever the US president travels abroad, a team of Secret Service special agents travel to the location 2 weeks beforehand to basically case the joint.
The advance teams would go out, roughly 15 and sometimes even 20 days, depending on the nature of the visit and the type of summit.
Their job is to make sure everything will be okay when the president arrives.
It's the cars, it's food, it's medical supplies, and it's the whole White House is actually moving, regardless of the length of time that the president is traveling.
Now, as you can imagine, this process involves the team doing recon around locations.
I guess this optics staff isn't as good as the one I have.
Meetings
Dagger
to ensure that everything feels safe and secure.
Because the Shadow Flame knife
completing
is
all
better.
those tasks apparently doesn't take the full 2 weeks. And so the Secret Service team apparently has a bit of free time on their hands, which is why, until relatively recently, the Secret Service seems to have seen these advanced trips as basically government-funded holidays where all the agents would party from the time they arrived to the time the president arrived. And there was one particular trip in 2012 to Cartagena in Colombia, ahead of President Barack Obama's visit to a summit, where this partying got out of hand. Now, the agents were clearly very excited for this trip, as evidenced by the very serious and official email correspondence that they were sending to each other in the lead-up. One of the emails read, swag cologne,
I guess 'cause
check.
there's 2 of them.
Pimp gear, check.
Per
swag
summon.
sunglasses, check. Cash for dem hose, check. Now, I'm pretty confident that there wasn't an official budget line in the Secret Service accounts allocated to financing, quote, dem hose. But back in 2012, these advanced visits often involved paying for sex workers.
Agents and members of the military preparing for the Summit of the Americas brought at least 20 foreign women into this Summit hotel.
The morning before President Obama's arrival, one of the Secret Service agents refused to pay a sex worker who he had convinced to spend the night with him a bill of $800. He reportedly thought that prostitution was illegal in Colombia, so she would be unable to report this to the police. He was wrong, and the police arrived to investigate. It wasn't long until the media found out too.
The scandal erupted over the weekend in Colombia and involves at least 11 agents, about 10 military service members, and as many as 20 women.
Understandably, the whole incident was incredibly embarrassing for the Secret Service.
I do have a lot of jokes about the Secret Service. I told them for $800 I wouldn't tell them, but they only offered $30, so...
The fact that the Secret Service behaves so badly in Colombia shows one thing: they do not respect the president or the office of the president.
But worse than that, it exposed a very, very serious problem at the very heart of the Secret Service, one that puts their whole mission at risk. But before we get to that, I think it's important to understand exactly what the Secret Service actually is.
These are the Secret Service agents who are prepared to give their own lives to protect the Commander-in-Chief.
The story of the Secret Service starts on the 14th of April, 1865, the day President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated.
Still gotta do
Lincoln had signed the
Queen
legislation
flying.
creating the Secret Service
With
just
that
a
crystal.
few hours before
Where did I
his
put it?
death,
It's the real question.
which feels very ironic. But the Secret Service he was creating wasn't designed to protect the president.
I had always thought the Secret Service protected the president since the service was established back in 1865. But Walter explained that this duty actually began with Theodore Roosevelt after the assassination of President McKinley in 1901.
This is from a US government film called
deserved
The
it.
Secret Service Story, and it's mostly about the thing the Secret Service was actually designed to do.
Now, most folks would never notice the tiny check letter and the faceplate number in the lower corner of
Yeah,
every
they do
bill.
money.
But the
They still
Secret
do that.
Service calls attention to them for identification purposes
Okay, it's a purple
in its
gem.
printed warnings of new counterfeits.
Yeah, Turns out the Secret Service was originally created to prevent the scourge of counterfeit money.
Another thing to look for are the sawtooth points on the colored Treasury seal. On most counterfeits, they're blunt or rounded off.
Here they are.
On the genuine, they're sharp.
It took 3 presidential assassinations in 36 years, Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley, before the government decided that it might be worth organising bodyguards for the chief executive.
Today, of course, watching over the president is the #1 job of the Secret Service.
In 1901, the Secret Service was the closest thing the federal government had to a national detective force. So protecting the president was just kind of added to their job description. It seems weird to give a bunch of guys who signed up to look at the corners of banknotes the job of safeguarding the president.
Well, what else do they have to do?
The FBI didn't exist at the time, so this is just what they decided to do.
Whether the president travels on water, on land, or in the air, the Secret Service is close by, prepared for any emergency.
And even after the FBI was created, these jobs weren't reshuffled. Which means that even now, a career as a Secret Service special agent generally means transferring backwards and forwards between protecting the president and investigating fraud and counterfeit money cases.
The chief reminded me that protection of the president was our #1 job. But he also said that suppression of counterfeiting and forgery was important too.
They call it their dual mission. And look, it doesn't really make sense.
What does it do?
Having guys who are experts in what a president's head should look like on a dollar bill might be helpful in trying to protect the real-life president's head from harm. But logical or not, it's an incredibly difficult job to qualify for. They have to pass extremely strict physical and mental tests and be able to meet the requirements to obtain top secret security clearance and sign a document saying they're willing to work anywhere in the world. This is all a very lengthy process. Recruitment, testing, and training typically takes over a year, and then special agents are sent off for at least 3 years to a field office to check whether the spikes on the Treasury seal are pointy or rounded. Then, after all that, they're cleared to watch over the president.
For no Secret Service man can tell when his training and his judgment may save the life of the President of the United States.
The point is, this whole process takes a very long time. So if an agent was to hypothetically not pay a Colombian sex worker and then create a very big and embarrassing scandal that resulted in them and many other agents being fired, replacing those agents would be an incredibly lengthy process. And well, that's exactly what happened in 2012.
We have a zero tolerance policy for any kind of conduct of the kind that was that involves prostitution or anything of that nature.
The Cartagena incident led to around a dozen agents leaving the Secret Service, which, in the scheme of things, isn't a massive deal. But the scandal brought an extra level of scrutiny onto the agency, which led to revelations like this one.
In September of last year, a security contractor with an arrest record rode in an elevator with the president in Atlanta armed with a gun, completely unbeknownst to the president's detail.
Which is about as big an oversight as you can get. So let me tell you how that came about.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please be seated. I want to thank Dr. Frieden and everybody here at the Center for Disease Control for welcoming me here today.
When the president visits a government building like the CDC, the Secret Service sends a form to the agency asking for the details of any security personnel who will be on site and whether those personnel will be armed. The Secret Service then runs background checks on those people. On this occasion, the CDC filled out the form, listing the names of all of their security guards and stating that all of them would be armed. They returned the form to the Secret Service, but apparently it just sat on somebody's desk and nobody read it. So no background checks were run, and Obama's Secret Service detail thought that the security guards would not have guns. Despite this, when they arrived at the CDC, they handed out pins to all of the armed guards which were meant to indicate that they had been vetted. One of those guys was Kenneth Tate, who had worked for the CDC for a decade.
We got a radio call that the president was pulling in, that they were coming in. That's everybody get a standby, so I go to the elevator and I prepare myself for them to enter, make sure everything is open and everything is standing by.
Kenneth's job was to take Obama upstairs in the elevator.
His staff got on the elevator, then he came and he got on the elevator. He acknowledged me, he asked me what my name was, and he extended his hand and shook my hand.
Now, Kenneth had a record of arrests, but no convictions on domestic assault and firearms charges, which the Secret Service would have known had he been vetted. But there he was, in an elevator, with a loaded gun in his holster, standing right next to President Obama. Fortunately, Kenneth kept it in his pants. This was not a good look for the Secret Service. And then, to make matters worse, 2 days later, this happened.
Folks, everybody turn around, head out the gate here. You're going to have to go out to 17th Street, please.
The Secret Service is coming under renewed scrutiny after a man scaled the White House fence and made it all the way through the front door before he was apprehended.
The man was apprehended in the East Room of the White House residence, like the bit of the building where the president sleeps. Obama wasn't there at the time, but still, not great for the Secret Service. Every time an incident like this was uncovered, there were resignations. Morale at the agency was dropping, so even more people resigned. Eventually, congressional hearings began, looking into what was going on, and they found something staggering.
The Secret Service, at its peak, had a staffing level of 7,024 employees. This was in 2011. That number declined every year until the beginning of this year, when the agency had 6,289 employees. But by all accounts, you're some 500 to 1,000 people short of where you should be.
In 2015, a congressional report titled An Agency in Crisis was published, which showed that a massive contributing factor to the mistakes being made by the Secret Service was that staff were being forced to work ridiculous hours to make up for the swathe of resignations and the slow recruitment process. The following year was an election year, which meant that the Secret Service had to not only keep President Obama alive, but all of the candidates trying to succeed him, including this guy.
Whenever I saw, I'd go to places, I'd have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 bikes, and Secret Service would go crazy. I say, no, I'm so happy.
Candidate Trump loved hanging out with armed bikers, despite the Secret Service advising that that was a bad idea.
And Secret Service and all the law enforcement, they say, sir, I don't know if you're safe here. I say, I'm the safest guy in the world right here.
At the end of that year, Congress took testimony from Secret Service agents to see how they were coping.
And these are quotes. During this year, I've missed holidays, birthdays, and other life events. This has been ridiculous. It's far worse than 2012 campaign. Thankfully, I'm not married, but if I was, I'd probably be divorced by now. Another agent, I averaged 43 days before I get a day off.
What are you doing?
It goes on and on.
Trying
now,
to
Secret Service agents
make
do
the
get
portal work
overtime
over here.
pay, but at the time, their pay was limited to a maximum
because they can live in the hollow, but not the
$160,000
crimson.
a year.
Right.
And this overtime meant that many of the agents were hitting that cap hard.
No, I'm
I've
trying
been one
to
of the
spread hollow.
detailed leaders since beginning this campaign,
So
and I'm currently over
because this
$60,000 over
portal
my
won't
pay
work
cap. My
unless
wife
it's hollowed.
feels as though she's a single mother, and there's no financial
Isn't that
benefit.
something that we're
I'm
supposed
not
to be
getting
getting rid
paid.
of?
In an attempt
The
to
hollows-
alleviate the crisis,
okay.
agents were pulled away from their important duty of
We just don't want it to
looking
spread.
at the cash through the microscope.
But the only place it can
and
spread on this
pulled onto
site is
protection details,
into
which
crimson.
meant that 2016 was a fantastic year to print fake money. Nobody was checking for it. The agents that were
So
on
I'm just
duty
trying
were
to put it
exhausted,
down until
burned
the
out,
This is cool
and
as
portal
fuck.
grumpy
flips.
that they had reached their
What do you
pay
got?
caps, and so they were essentially doing unpaid
knight's edge?
overtime.
Yeah.
Thankfully, there were no serious
Well,
security
since you're over
incidents
here-
during the 2016 campaign, nor during the 2020 campaign. 2024, of course, was different.
Take a look at what happened.
Secret Service agents rushed a bloodied Mr. Trump off stage. An attendee was killed and 2 others were critically injured.
The attempted assassination of Donald Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, led to the resignation of the Secret Service director.
The assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th is the most significant operational failure of the Secret Service in decades.
It was followed soon after by another incident.
Authorities allege the man was hiding in bushes near Donald Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida.
The gunman was hiding in bushes next to the 6th hole. Trump was playing on the 5th.
I killed her.
There you go. We have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time
Grab
where
her
the
stuff.
president was at.
He dropped all
and
the
he was
items.
able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual.
Later investigations found that in 2024, the Secret Service was understaffed by more than 20%. The agents on Donald Trump's detail worked an average of 454 hours of overtime that year. That's the equivalent of 11 extra weeks of work on top of their normal workload.
The blade staff?
1,973 Secret Service staff hit the pay cap that year.
It's a 25%
And so in
drop.
2025, the Secret Service started a recruitment drive.
Sometimes being a hero means staying in the shadows. The United States Secret Service is calling for a few more heroes. Will you step forward?
No.
While hundreds of people signed up, very few will make it through the screening process. Also, they've got to look at counterfeit bills for a few years before they get to the White House.
Oops.
So the problem of
Broke a
understaffing
door.
isn't going to be fixed anytime soon. But look, the record of the Secret Service since the last presidential assassination in 1963 is pretty good. Aside
I literally
from
cleared
one
all the
of
crimson.
Ronald
I don't
Reagan's
understand.
ribs, one of
Yeah,
his
yeah, yeah,
lungs,
the
and
crimson
one of
is
Donald Trump's
what we
ears,
wanted cleared.
They have managed to keep every president and
Yeah, that's what I'm
former
saying. I
president
cleared it
safe
all.
from physical harm for 63
Yeah, so the
years.
thing is that
trouble
I
is,
came in
the
with
kind of
the
operations that the Secret Service is
decontamination
having to
gun
deal with
and
are
sprayed it
getting
all
more
around
complex.
to make sure it wasn't corrupted,
Lone
and then
gunmen
the pylon
used
broke
to be
from
the
that.
only threat the
So then I
presidents
had
faced.
to put hollow
But now
down.
it's groups of gunmen.
So
and
I
guys
have a
like
teleportation
Asif
hook now.
Did she drop that?
Yeah.
This is a video
The
that was
hook of
secretly
dissonance?
recorded in
Yeah, do you want it?
2024 in a hotel
No, come
room
back
in
up
New
here.
York of
I need
Asif
the blade
Merchant
staff from her,
talking
so we
to a
have to
guy
kill her
that he
again.
thinks is an assassin.
I have it.
Oh, you do have it?
He's explaining
We'll come
his
up here.
plan to assassinate Donald Trump at a campaign rally. To make sure the assassin understands his plan, Merchant pulls out a napkin and lays it on the table.
You fucked
to
up
represent
my
the crowd
stone,
of people at the rally.
Yeah, you can fix
and then
it
he
now.
uses some objects
It's
to
hollow, so
represent
you can
Trump
fix it now.
You
and
fucked
some of
up
the
my
tall
stone,
buildings which could be used.
I know.
for
I had
platforms.
to connect it to the hollow,
Now,
but
it
then I
turned out
found
that
a
the
bunch of
assassin
hollow in
was,
your
in fact,
chest.
an
So
FBI informant, and Asif Merchant was later arrested. He has since testified at trial that he was an operative of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, the IRGC, and that he was on a mission to hire a hitman to kill Donald Trump. He has been tried and found guilty of what has now been
Staff?
called the napkin plot.
Yeah,
Over the next few months, another
Wow,
two
this
men were
staff
arrested
sucked.
and indicted for working on behalf of the IRGC.
Oh, the dual hook
to hire
teleports,
hitmen
or is
in
that the
America.
hook you had?
No,
They
that's the
said
dual.
that they had
The dual one is
also
the one I had.
been ordered
Okay.
to kill Trump.
An alleged Iranian
Here,
plot
you could
to
probably
kill
use
the
this more than I
president
could.
led to beefed up security ahead of last weekend's rally.
All of these plots were apparently organised by the Revolutionary Guards as revenge for Trump killing one of their top commanders with an airstrike during his first term as
Queen
president.
Slime bathwater.
And since
Read the
Trump
description of
killed
that.
the Iranian supreme leader in an airstrike in February of this year, the IRGC is only ramping things up.
Let's go live now to Ankara, the Turkish capital, where the US President Donald Trump has just touched down for a crucial NATO summit there.
In July this year, President Trump was the closest he has been to Iran since the beginning of the war back in February. He was less than 1,000 kilometres from the Iranian border. During the summit, he clearly had Iran on his mind.
I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people.
What about their civilians that
And the reason
they
he was
execute
thinking about
daily?
Iran trying to kill him
Seems like they care more
is
about them
because,
than
according
you.
to the Israeli spy agency Mossad,
Okay, now
that's exactly what they were trying
we
to do
need
at
to
that exact
make
moment.
a mushroom
Mossad said that they
biome.
had picked up signals intelligence
Okay.
that the Iranian Revolutionary
So-
Guard Corps had an
mushroom
unusual
bread.
amount of information about Trump's movements and sleeping arrangements at the
Okay,
NATO
we can-
summit.
it's wherever we
and
want
that
our
an
next
Iranian
portal to
proxy
be.
militant in the area may have a shoulder.
Towards the bottom of the
For
map.
officials determined there was
Well,
a
I'm
credible
towards-
assassination
over
threat
here.
against Donald
We'll see.
Trump from
Look,
Iran.
The US
the tunnel goes all the way
reporting
down.
skeptical
If we
that
go all
such
the
an
way
attack
down, there's
could
already a
actually be pulled
mushroom
off.
biome here
The Secret Service
that
decided
we could just
not
utilize.
to risk
I think it
The
has
White
to be
House
above
says it
ground.
uses every tool at its disposal
not sure.
to address threats against the president.
Because there's
Trump
also
boarded
the
Air
one,
Force One jumbo jet
the
before
mushroom
being
biome
secretly
that
loaded
we've
onto a
already
catering
dug
truck
and funneled all the
and
water
transported
through.
to
There's
another
already a
plane, which he
home
then
there
flew on
that we
to
could
the
put a
UK.
pile on there that I've built
I
out.
go by Secret Service.
Okay,
So
go
in
where
theory,
you want it.
I will go back down there and you can teleport to me and have a look.
Equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
The entire American delegation flew out of Ankara safely, with no evidence that any missiles were fired. But if this plot was real, that's an entire new level of threat. Until the last couple of years, the Secret Service's main fear was lone gunmen, but now they're reckoning with both alleged domestic terrorist attacks, but also international terrorist attacks orchestrated by the IRGC, who apparently have surface-to-air missiles and intelligence on where Trump sleeps. For every IRGC plot the Secret Service or FBI foil, another two will pop up in their place. They've got all the time in the world, and they only have to succeed once. The thing is, complex potential threats like this are happening with increasing frequency. And as we've established, the Secret Service isn't exactly firing on all cylinders. So what's the solution? Well, the congressional report into the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, recommended that Congress and the Department of Homeland Security should consider separating the dual missions of the Secret Service. Stop making the president's bodyguards moonlight as the counterfeit money fraud squad. Mind you, that's been the obvious fix for about a century. Now, does this 20 look fake to you? This one appears to be Chinese. Rounded.
A lot of frogs over here.
Guess so.
Oh, interesting. While this only does 9 damage, okay, it summons an enchanted dagger, ignores 25 points of enemy defense, hits quickly at the expense of 33% tag damage. So that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Where did you get the frog from? Because I love that frog emoji. It reminds me of the frogman.
One of my subscribers.
The best enemy in
the difference
ADF.
between a regular missile and an
Speaking of ADF, do you want to play
anti-ship
ADF?
missile. And he said,
Ryan at Newsmax, always
Sure,
looking
in
to
a
get
sec.
the military side of the story right. And
I
we're
haven't
seeing
played
this
that game
weapon
for a
in the
minute.
headlines a lot.
Once
Can
we
you tell
build
us
this last
how an
base.
anti-ship missile works? What makes it unique?
that is a great question from my work colleague there. It's always awesome when you see journalists
Because
who want to learn
once we
more so
build
they can
this
get the
last
story
space,
right. So here's
we're
the
in
difference. And by the way, it is totally understandable that
Phase
someone
7
might
of the
not
game.
know, especially if they didn't
Okay.
grow up
And
playing
there's
Harpoon.
10.
But you know,
I have no idea
the
what's going
news
on.
tends to describe
Well, we
every
had to
long, pointy
defeat the
object with a
mechanical
rocket
bosses.
motor as a missile, as if a Stinger, a Tomahawk, an intercontinental ballistic missile are basically the same thing with different
So
paint
now we'll
jobs,
be able
and
to
they are not.
Mine
A
that
missile is a self-propelled guided
green ore.
weapon. We normally classify
green
it
ore, yeah.
by what
Yeah,
launches
so the
it
next stuff is
and
going to be
what
the
it's supposed
jungle.
to
There's
hit
actually a
and how it
temple
gets there.
in the jungle.
An air-to-air missile hunts aircraft. A land attack cruise missile usually flies to
And
coordinates.
we'll go
on
back
the
to the
ground.
dungeon.
Anti-ship missiles have a
As
nastier
well.
problem, a harder problem. It has to find
But
and
the
hit
next
a
boss is
moving target
Plantera,
among
which I've never
waves and
beaten.
radar clutter, while the target
He's
is trying
talking
to
about
defuse
anti-ship
it
missiles,
and
my
jam
favorite
it
fucking
and
thing that
shoot
I
it
want.
out of the sky. So an
China to
anti-ship
send to
missile
Iran.
isn't just a regular missile pointed at a boat. It is a weapon designed around one of the hardest targeting problems in warfare. Now, before we get into how it works, make sure you're subscribed, but only 5% of you are. If you want to support the channel, go to ryanpet.substack.com, and you can also grab my Live, Laugh, Launch t-shirt for Arleigh Burke-class destroyer at Bunker Branding. Now, first, you have to find the ship. Here's the thing people miss about long-range anti-ship
Do they need to
missiles.
be
The
mushroom
launcher is
walls?
often not the hardest part.
Like mushroom
Finding
bricks?
The correct ship is. Let's say there's an enemy destroyer traveling at 30 knots.
No,
in 20
I don't think
minutes,
so.
that
I think
ship
it just
can
needs
move
to be
10
in the
nautical
mushroom
miles,
biome.
about 18 or so and a half kilometers. So if a satellite sees the ship and sends a location to headquarters, the headquarters can send this information to a missile battery, and then the crew finally launches. The coordinates may already be stale. Depends on how fast your kill chain is. And a destroyer can turn, it can change speed, it can hide near merchant traffic, it can control its radar emissions, making it harder to find. This makes the attacker's targeting process absolutely miserable. This is why anti-ship warfare starts out with what the military calls the kill chain. Find, fix, track, target, engage, assess. Now, the track might come from a patrol aircraft, a drone, submarine,
What
coastal
color
radar,
is the
satellite.
wormhole?
Long range, a firing unit may never actually see the target itself. This is one of the reasons why I said Iran is never going to destroy an American aircraft carrier. They just don't have good C4ISR, good intelligence on where our ships are. You can have 1 million drones, but if you fire that drone out into the ocean hoping that you're going to find something, you're basically wasting that drone. Now, this is
Flask of party.
targeting. It's why
melee and whip
reconnaissance
attacks
aircraft,
cause
data links,
confetti to
and
appear.
command centers are as important as destroying the physical launcher, which is what America was doing during the initial attacks on Iran. If you blind the weapon system, the missile becomes a really
Found 'em.
expensive way to blow up seawater. So what happens after launch? Let's use the American Harpoon as a basic example, because that weapon's been around since like the 1970s, and the public information on it is pretty good. A Harpoon missile can be launched from an aircraft, a ship, a submarine, I believe coastal batteries as well. A ship-launched weapon needs a solid rocket booster to kind of kick it out of the canister. The aircraft launch version already has altitude and airspeed, so it doesn't need that booster.
No, it's
Once
obsidian.
the missile is flying, it enters
It's
the
pearlstone.
phase. The
Yeah,
missile
that's
can use
was
navigation,
pearlstone.
essentially
that's the
dead
hollow
reckoning, to reach a programmed search area. Modern weapons,
Yeah,
might
it wasn't
have
connected to
satellite
anything, so it's fine.
navigation, distance measurement, data links for target updates in flight. But here's the important part. Many anti-ship missiles don't use their terminal active seeker for the entire flight. If a radar-guided missile has its radar switched on immediately after launch, the target might detect the signal and get some early warning that a missile is approaching. So you need the missile to fly quietly with its radar off until it reaches near where the target might be, and only then does it turn on its seeker. That's the point where it begins searching. And hey, if
Need
you're
to make sure
searching
this
for a
area
way to
can't get
save money
hollowed
on your
if we get a
phone
portal
bill and you
here.
travel overseas, you need to use Saily. I am packing up for a visit to Belgium right now for another NATO event.
Don't care.
And whenever I go to Europe, I use
Fuck.
Saily to save money. Saily pre-negotiates your data rates with
Oh, you got
international carriers. I travel to Brussels,
Storm
Belgium quite frequently. I go to Europe for 30 days for the cost of 1 day.
Don't
of
care.
Verizon Global Roaming. There is no reason not to use Saily. Download the Saily app.
What if
Hit the
my
QR
reason
code
is
up on
because you
screen. Use code
recommended it?
Macbeth to get an exclusive 15% discount. Saily eSIM is a digital or virtual SIM card that replaces your physical SIM card in most devices. It's super easy. You download the Saily app before you go. You sign up, you pick your plan. If you have a regional plan, you can visit multiple countries, and there's no need to switch plans. It is so convenient. As soon as you arrive at the airport, you take your phone out of airplane mode, plan kicks in, and the plans are available almost everywhere in the world. Why wouldn't you use this? It saves you money. Get an exclusive 15% discount on
yelling at
Saily
me.
eSIM data plans. Download the Saily app, use code Macbeth at checkout, or scan the QR code on screen right now and get started today. Older Harpoon missile uses active radar. The nose sends out energy. It listens to the reflection. It guides toward the return. Other missiles passively listen for a ship's radar emissions. Newer weapons, such as the
missile knows where it
Norwegian
is.
Naval Strike Missile, use passive imaging seekers and autonomous targeting recognition. Plain English, the missile can compare what it sees with information about the intended target. That discrimination is really important because the ocean isn't empty. A missile can see a destroyer, or it can see a container ship, a tanker, a rocky island that looks like a ship, all in the same search area. So it needs to make sure it's actually going toward the target it intends to hit. Finding a radar return is pretty easy, but finding the correct radar return is a lot harder. And this is where anti-ship weapons are fundamentally different than a basic land attack missile. A building is generally where you left it. Buildings don't tend to move, right? A ship may be 15 miles away by the time the missile actually arrives. So here is why they fly so low. Most classic anti-ship missiles kind of skim the ocean at a very low altitude. This is called sea skimming. The reason is the curvature of the Earth. A ship's radar can't see through the ocean. A missile flying like thousands of feet up, it can be detected from very far away. A missile only flying a few meters above the water is going to remain below the radar horizon.
Okay, so that place has a lot of hollow.
Now, this doesn't make the missile invisible. Modern radars are built to find
because it's in the middle of the hollow.
Sea clutter, but every mile of delayed detection takes time away from the defending crew. And that time is what the missile is stealing. At roughly Mach 0.9, a missile covers a nautical mile in about 6 seconds. If the defender establishes a good track at 10 nautical miles, the crew may have an entire minute to classify the contact, authorize the engagement, fire, and evaluate whether the interceptor works and fire again. That sounds like plenty of time until the combat system is also tracking like drones and ships and decoys and missiles arriving from multiple directions. Some missiles might remain low. Some might pop up and dive onto the ship. Some make terminal turns to complicate the firing solution.
Yeah, torch is good.
Guns. The warhead may
have to
use
be able
a
to see where the
fuse, so the missile penetrates
corruption
the
was.
hull before it explodes. It doesn't actually have to sink the ship. If it destroys the radar or starts a major fire or cuts off electrical power, it can still achieve a mission kill. A ship that's still floating can be militarily useless. And the idea here, surprisingly, actually goes all the way back to World War II. The basic idea is that guided weapons eventually became anti-ship missiles' ancestors. Germany used radio-guided weapons such as the Henschel HS-293 against Allied shipping. There was also the Fritz X guided bomb, which sank the Italian battleship Roma in 1943. These weapons are guided by an operator in the launching aircraft, which meant the aircraft had to remain in like this very specific position where the operator could see and control the weapon. But it was a start. The United States used radar-guided missiles like the Bat against Japanese shipping in 1945, but because it carried its own radar seeker, it was basically this early fire and forget anti-ship weapon, although its combat record is not spectacular. The real psychological shock about anti-ship missiles came in October 21st, 1967. Egyptian missile boats fired Soviet-built Styx missiles at the Israeli destroyer Alat. 3 missiles hit and the destroyer sank. 47 Israeli soldiers were killed. The missile boats were much smaller and much cheaper than their victim. And this was a big deal. A small boat, an aircraft, or a truck sitting on the coast could threaten a major warship from beyond gun range. Naval warfare had entered the missile era. Which means now we have to talk about the HMS Sheffield. The weapon that
so
made
funny. Jungle monsters, hollow monsters, and
Exocet,
mushroom monsters are spawning
France
here.
had sold to Argentina. Now, on May 4th, 1982, during the Falklands War, Argentina's Super Edward aircraft launched Exocet anti-ship missiles at a British task force. One struck the Type 42 destroyer HMS Sheffield on the starboard side. The ship didn't receive enough useful warning to defeat the attack. The missile reportedly was only seen seconds before impact. No defensive missiles went after it. No shaft seduced it away.
We love to see the British lose.
26 were injured. Fires spread throughout the ship, producing intense heat, smoke, and carbon monoxide. The crew fought for hours before the Sheffield was finally abandoned. The destroyer sank 6 days later while under tow. And you'll hear something that the Exocet's warhead did not detonate. Its exact functioning has been debated for decades, but the missile did penetrate the ship. Its impact and remaining propellant caused a catastrophic fire. Systems failed, and firefighting became extremely difficult. The Royal Navy describes the Sheffield as a watershed event. The loss led to improvements in firefighting and breathing apparatus, escape training, and removal of flammable material. An anti-ship missile is dangerous because it delivers the entire damage event to a very tightly packed machine full of fuel and cables and ammunition and human beings. Which brings us to the USS Stark. 5 years later, the Exocet demonstrated the same lesson against the United States Navy. On May 17, 1987, the guided missile frigate USS Stark was patrolling the Persian Gulf during the Iran-Iraq War. An Iraqi aircraft approached the Stark and fired 2 Exocets. According to the U.S. Navy's public record, the Iraqi pilot believed he was firing on an Iranian oil tanker. The first missile struck the Stark on the port side, just above the waterline. Its warhead didn't detonate, but the missile tore into the ship, spread burning fuel, and severed firefighting water lines in the forward section. Now, 25 seconds later, the second missile struck along a similar path and exploded. 37 American soldiers were killed, 21 were wounded. Neither missile was intercepted. The ship had detected and queried the Iraqi aircraft, but the crew wasn't prepared for an attack from an aircraft they didn't think was hostile until it was too late. But the Stark didn't sink. The crew fought the fire for roughly 24 hours with help from other American ships. The frigate was repaired and returned to service. Both attacks show that detection, readiness, system configuration, and damage control, they're all part of the engagement. The missile's job kind of ends at impact, right? The crew's job is keeping the damaged compartments controlled from killing the entire ship. So what are anti-ship missiles like today? Today's anti-ship missiles are not just one single category. The Harpoon is still in service. Modern versions
the hollowed prism wall looks kind of sick.
Updates and improved targeting detection. The Naval Strike Missile flies at high subsonic speed. It remains passive and kind of maneuvers at low altitude and uses autonomous target recognition. Kongsberg publicly lists its range at more than 300 kilometers. The American long-range anti-ship missile.
Oh, because this area is haunted, we can make artisan blocks.
Dependency on constant intelligence updates.
If there's too many graves in one area, it becomes haunted.
It is handed targeting information, and it's kind of built to cope when the network becomes unreliable. And there's other countries that favor speed. The supersonic BrahMos, developed jointly with Russia and China, fields anti-ship cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. That is an Indian weapon. The Pentagon's 2025 report lists the DF-21, DF-26, and DF-27 as families of anti-ship missiles and identifies the YJ-21 as a hypersonic anti-ship ballistic missile. Now, ballistic missiles are kind of interesting because these missiles climb up into the air just like an ICBM. They travel at very high speed, and they bring a maneuvering warhead down on the ship. But again, someone has to locate and track the moving target across a very large ocean, and that is extremely difficult to do. Since late 2023, the Houthis have actually attacked shipping in and around the Red Sea using an actually very interesting combination of anti-ship cruise missiles, anti-ship ballistic missiles, drones, and unmanned surface vehicles. And all of that multi-domain complexity makes it harder to shoot these weapon systems down. American destroyers have intercepted these weapons in actual combat. In 2024, the Defense Department called the Houthi use of anti-ship ballistic missiles unprecedented. So the modern naval threat is not just one of like exocets coming over the horizon. It can be these coordinated multi-domain attacks involving cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones coming from the ground littoral, or I guess it would be the sea littoral, and the air and space coming in from ballistic missiles, arriving at different trajectories and different speeds, just making the whole math of defending yourself more complex. So how does a ship fight back? Well, we're all accustomed to the famous phalanx close-in weapon system, but if a ship is using the phalanx, a number of things have already gone wrong. Air defense is layered. The best option is to just not
like
be
ogres,
there, right? You look at Ryan Beth's survivability on your number one, don't be there. The second best option is to kind of break the attack before the launch.
You
That's where
should
you're destroying
prioritize your survivability more than
shoot down the
if number one is
that's carrying
don't
the
be
missile,
there.
or strike the missile battery. Kill the archer, not the air. All right.
It would be nice
If the missile is
to
in
not
the
have
air,
you here
the
or
ship's
anywhere.
using long and medium range defensive missiles. Closer in, it's using weapon systems like the rolling airframe missile, or finally, the close-in gun system like the Phalanx. Electronic warfare attempts to confuse the actual seeker. Shaft might create radar reflections away from the ship, and decoys might be launched to prevent a more attractive electronic target. During this process, ships are maneuvering, they're controlling their emissions, and they're sharing sensor data with each other. If all that fails and the ship is actually hit, you've got damage control, you have fire mains, you have compartmentalization, meaning you can wall off certain
They're
sections
loud
of
on the phone,
ship.
maybe.
You have breathing equipment, you have trained repair lockers, and you have sailors who know how to keep the whole ship alive. Everyone on a ship is a firefighter. But the defensive layer can also be saturated. If 12 weapons kind of arrive almost together from different directions in different domains, space, ground littoral, sea skimming, you have to assign sensors.
Housing was suitable when I
interceptors
left,
to
so
those targets. You have to avoid wasting shots.
Is it not
on
now?
The same target.
I don't know.
Multiple ships are in the
The
area.
housing down there.
Engaging, and you have
Yeah,
to
I gotta
decide
wait for
which
him to
threat
move
is going
in.
to hit first. And this is why modern anti-ship warfare is increasingly about salvos. Like one missile might test the defense, and then a coordinated group of missiles tries to exhaust the defense before another missile comes in and actually goes for the kill. So what's the difference between a regular missile and an anti-ship missile? There's really no such thing as a regular missile. Missiles are
What's the
designed
frog
around
emote?
specific missions. An anti-ship missile needs a whole targeting network behind it. Then
How do I
it needs
frog?
to track a moving vessel. It also needs
Probably a Pepe.
navigation to reach the correct patch of ocean and begin its search. And then it needs a seeker to
There's nothing
identify
like
the
Pepe.
correct target once that search begins. It also needs a flight profile that kind of compresses that defender's reaction time, and it needs a warhead and a fuse that are designed to turn a complicated ship into an even more complicated fire. So the missile is actually the only visible part of this entire kill chain. Sensor finds the ship, the network maintains the track, the weapon has to survive the defense, and the seeker chooses the target, the right target, and if it gets through, then damage control decides whether the ship becomes a Stark or a Sheffield. That's how an anti-ship missile actually works. Thank you guys for watching. Hey, grab my Live, Laugh, Launch shirt for early bird class destroyers at Bunker Branding.
Oh,
Live,
man,
last,
I have
launch.
to work in the skiff. Maybe I'll just take my phone in the skiff.
With Airpark Canterbury, locals supporting locals.
See what this is.
The ACT Party is proposing to remove the so-called good employer requirements from the public service legislation and prevent agencies from resourcing cultural and spiritual practices in the workplace. To discuss this and other issues, David Seymour is with us. He's going to be in Christchurch tomorrow, but he joins me now. Hello, David. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. And yep, can't wait for our mainland campaign launch tomorrow night at the town hall. Details on our website. I think it's at about 7 o'clock. But yeah, please check it out.
OS Frog with no space.
We've already had to get an overflow room because it's so popular.
Any baking? You bringing any baking with you or catering?
I think after my catering efforts on the school lunches, there's a bit of skepticism.
Did that show up in Twitch as a frog?
But, you know, we'll
Okay.
see.
No school lunches on the menu tomorrow.
I
What
don't
problem?
think Peggy will go up.
No, Piggy won't like that, will she? Oh, no, she might show up. She might have a protest board and pretend that she's impartial. Anyway, what problem does ACT believe these changes will solve
Who's
when
Piggy?
it comes to the whole notion
Are they
of
trying to say
good
Peggy,
employee
but they're
requirements? For
Kiwis,
people
so
who
they
are not
can't?
up to speed with this, just briefly bring us up to speed on
Oh
what
yeah,
this is
we
all
got to
about.
wait for Piggy.
Yeah, so if you think about this government was elected
Maybe
to
Piggy
stop
might
the
come.
embedded racism, and we got rid of the Three Waters co-governance, we got rid of the Māori Health Authority with the Māori wards, we said that services should be delivered on need, not race. We've changed the way you get prescribed something like diabetes medicine, so it's equal for everybody. We've also gone and said, look, you know, if you want to have a history curriculum, that's fine, but the history curriculum has to be about the history of humanity in New Zealand. It shouldn't say Māori history as the continuous and foundational history of Aotearoa as it used to. So there's a huge amount of stuff that has been done. But people are still out there saying, look, I just feel
Sounds like more
nothing's
salty
changed. I
fucking
still
white
see
people.
Job advertisements for public service jobs that say you have to.
You could always fuck off
practice
back to
PTT.
England.
And I get asked in an interview for a public service job, can I, do I practice TTT in my home? And people say, well, what's that got to do with being a cost accountant at MB? There's a whole lot of what people would describe as a sort of rearguard action from the public service. Now, when we came in, we knew that the public service was a problem. We negotiated in our coalition agreement to have the Public Service Act changed.
What the fuck is shooting me?
Chief executives should be focused on serving the government of the day and
they're
delivering
poisoning you.
performance. But it seems to me that that wasn't enough, because we're up against a form of treatyist religion that has ironically colonised the public service. So when it comes to the good employer part...
What's the bet this
Section
fuckhead is
73,
extremely
it says all
religious
sorts of
Christian
wonderful
nationalist?
things. You've got to put Te Ao Māori first, you've got to have an equal opportunities program, you've got to look after the rights of women, you've got to look after the rights
It's
of
always
people
funny
who are
that they
disabled.
can
Now,
identify
some of
all
that
the
stuff
problems when
is
it's white people.
absolutely
Common
critical,
sense, isn't
and
it?
I
I mean,
totally agree with. But it's already protected.
Well,
in the
yeah, it's
Employment
common
Act,
sense.
In the
It's just a little bit of common sense.
In the Human Rights Act, we the Bill of Rights.
You know,
already prohibit
it's not so
discrimination.
common these
We
days.
already have rights for people living with a disability. We'd already expect people to treat men and women equally in this country. The public service doesn't need its own, quote, good employer section in the law. And what it's done with that is made it cover for a kind of social engineering project. And here's the problem we're really trying to solve for New Zealand. People are frustrated. Money keeps going into the public service. They don't feel they're getting the results. Well, that's partly because...
Fuck off!
They've been distracted. They don't necessarily...
Oh, there's spiders here too.
Oh,
because
it's
they're
so
worried about
fucking
things that
annoying.
aren't
I'm just
actually
trying to build fucking
relevant to the
buildings.
job.
Fuck off.
They're not got to do a kara kia and demonstrate that you have the right belief system to conform to this religion, which is not only wrong but also leads to inefficiency. So we are promoting a public service that really is a public service. You are there as the best person to do the job, on the job, delivering for taxpayers. That's what people want.
I mean, this is common sense, isn't it? It's basic respect to treat everybody equally and the same with dignity and the respect they deserve. It's almost
Isn't
like
it
a
funny
point to,
how the
there was a
white
job
people are
promoting
now
a
crying
cleaner
about
at, I
respect
think it was Auckland
and,
Public Hospital, but they had to look at cleaning through a Te Ao
public
Māori
debate
worldview.
when they
I mean, come
literally
on.
spent
When
hundreds
you're
of
getting
years
down to that, it's just a little
slaughtering
bit silly,
people.
isn't it? But that's how
for their own
pervasive
benefit.
it seems to have become in the public
and like
service.
manipulating.
I mean, a cleaning role's important,
everything
but does it really need
for their
to
own
through
benefit.
the lens
But
of
let's
Te
not
Ao
talk
Māori
about
to
that.
understand how to clean?
It's actually offensive to Te Ao Māori too to think that there is a specific Maori way of cleaning. I mean, and that's
Is it offensive?
None of this should be necessary. I kind of get what you're saying. It's just common sense. Why even do it? But
I mean,
don't think people.
You know, treat people with respect and dignity. It's the same thing as those women rainbow ticks, as if companies all of a sudden think they need to treat everybody slightly different. I think it's condescending, just my opinion. Want to move on? You've described
Just
modern
my
learning
opinion.
classroom environments as an expensive and reckless experiment on children 15 years after National introduced them. Why has it taken so long then to get rid of these modern learning environments, to start putting walls up?
Well, I mean, part of it is you have to ask the National Party. I mean, Hekia Parata, who was the Education Minister 15 years ago when these came in, she boasted in her speech in the 2012 budget debate, we're putting $1 billion into these modern learning environments. I visited schools
the
where
daggers
they were being installed. People didn't
are pretty
generally
sick,
want
actually.
them. And, of course, what it meant is, particularly kids with a learning challenge, they don't want to be in a big noisy
You see 'em
area. They
flying
want
around.
one teacher who's a knowledgeable adult standing at the front of the class, transferring valuable knowledge from one generation to the next. None of this is complicated, but it has taken 15
Right,
years,
I'm gonna
billions of dollars
make this
apparently,
this
certainly I
one
suspect it was hundreds of millions
just mushrooms.
that got spent in the end, and now another $31 million to put the walls back up. And I just make the point that the ACT Party has been consistent and effective. We believe in educational choice. Schools should be able to choose
School choice?
how they serve their communities.
What are
but
you,
if they
fucking
don't,
American
and they don't
conservatives?
attract the
Cringe.
students, then they should lose the funding and ultimately be shut down. That's how
We
charter
believe in
schools
school
work.
choice.
So we've been consistent on this all the way through. Why it's taken the National Party 15 years to do a 180-degree turn and end up back where they started is a question for them.
Actors proposing this working with children card, I guess it's like a vetting system, isn't it? But why is there really need for this? Because I thought if you want to, work at a preschool or a school, you have the safety checks already working there. So what's changed, David? What are you trying?
Right, housing is suitable. So
Well,
I built
let's say
another
that
little
I
house in
want to
there.
go and work at an early childhood centre. I would have to do a police check. And then 3 years later, I'd have to renew it. There's two problems with that. Number one, if I've done nothing wrong, why do I have to renew it every 3 years? But a more important problem is, what if I do something wrong and nobody finds out for 3 years? So what we're saying with the Working with Children card is that everybody has this card. When you go to get a job like that, you say, yep, here's my card. They register you. And if something comes up in the police database, then that will instantly notify everybody that you're associated with working with children. So it happens straight away. And they do this in Queensland. They call it the blue card. Not sure why it's called the blue card, but that's what they call it. And they've found that thousands of people a year actually get their blue card cancelled because of suspicious activity, police investigations or whatever. We don't have that. Now, we have systems that kind of try to do that, of course, but I think when people drop their kids off at a daycare or send them to a school or on a scout camp or whatever, they want to know that we have the best data. We have great data when it comes to sending you mailers from farmers. They know exactly who you are and what you want to buy. And yet we don't use the same level of data for protecting children. So that's what Karen Chua has proposed as ACT Party policy, and I think it would be a very useful thing to have.
You're in Christchurch tomorrow. Give us a sneak preview in advance. You announcing any policy details?
Yeah, we're going to have a big
we're
policy
going to have more
announcement.
mosque
We're very
shootings.
excited about it, but if I talk about it now, I'll blow that up. So
Import more Australian.
What are you blowing up?
Something that I think a lot of people have probably been wanting, may not have quite seen it in its full form, but it's going to be a good night. And like I say, we got so many people RSVPing. It's actually gone totally off the charts in terms of RSVP. So it's going to be a big Friday night launching our mainland campaign.
Okay, but no school lunches, unfortunately. So I don't know if I'll turn up.
No, it's an evening event.
Okay, fair enough. David Seymour, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
Oh, is that a mimic?
I have no idea. All I know
One
is
of
it
my
killed me.
subscribers told me they didn't know the difference between a regular missile and an
Okay.
anti-ship missile. And he said,
Ryan,
Seen it.
Newsmax always looking to get the military side of the story right, and we're seeing this weapon in the headlines a lot. Can you tell us how an anti-ship...
Shut up. You still in there?
No.
I was curious if I quit, if it took
I
you out
have
too.
so much shit. Yes, it kicked me. I have so much shit that I can't get rid of, so I'm just going to throw it in the water. I'm going to go all the way over to the right-hand side and throw it in that big water. What are we doing?
You said you wanted to play EDF.
Okay. I love that I've kept the Palantir 22-point manifesto on my open on my tabs, because I like to remind myself that these guys are literally techno-fascists.
On this episode of What's Going On
planet.
with Shipping, there's chaos at 7 maritime choke points around the world. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we have been following what's been happening in Strait of Hormuz quite consistently. However, it is expanding. It has grown far beyond one maritime choke point. So we're going to do it. Circumnavigate.
Hang on, Sal. EDF has no chill.
I came up... You know you can change the volume through volume settings on your actual computer. You can just go to the master volume settings, and you can control them... Oh, sorry, the mixer settings. And
yeah, but that's easier said than done, because then I'd have to quit EDF to get to it. Because it's full screen.
That's so fucking funny. Hold on. Oh my god. That is one of the funniest Twitter things, like notifications, that I've ever gotten. Holy fuck. Okay. So, I got a notification on our Twitter from a DM from Community Notes. Alright? And the Community Note DM says this. Says a community note started showing on a post you replied to. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, what post was it? Well, I'm not sure whether you guys know about this guy. Have you ever seen this cunt?
No.
So this guy is the prime example that I use that not all nuclear physicists and nuclear scientists are smart people. Right? Former nuclear scientist for the US Department of Energy. He goes, "This is the first Trump rally of my life. Anyone saying that MAGA is dead has clearly not been to a President Trump rally. There were literally thousands of people here waiting in 100-degree heat on sidewalks for hours to see him. Never seen anything like this. The community note, there were not thousands in attendance. Local news estimated several hundred." And that's just fantastic. And would you look at this? Ah, he's posted what? Let's see. Post and Courier, a South Carolina Palmetto Politics, written in April 21st at a Myrtle Beach rally. This is his source. The community notes source is myrtlebeach.com. South Carolina rally attendees waited hours to see Trump, some still not sure on Darlene Graham. Primary runoff. Ooh. Attended. Alright. Inexperience is a good thing attendees share. Other rally attendees said they plan to go support Graham in the runoff. That's interesting. Literally just voting because it has an R. At least 5 people waiting in line for the rally had been assisted by the police and other medical staff. Attendees were led into the convention. It's not saying anything about... So, this is the funny thing about the Twitter. I mean, it says doors open to allow hundreds of people. Let's see how many people attended Trump Graham rally. Surely not that many turned out. I mean, a lot say the venue's capacity was around 7,000 people, though none could actually confirm. Is there video? There has to be video. This page is not a legitimate news source. There we go. Here's a video.
Congressman Russell Fry, who all led up to Senator Darlene Graham, who tried to fire up supporters here.
Thousands packed since 20.
We have to get Darlene and other people elected.
Thousands packed the Myrtle Beach Convention Center to see President Donald Trump. It's his first time back in South Carolina.
Wait, because wouldn't they have ticket sales? Couldn't they tell us the attendance by ticket sales? Even if it's just signing up.
Every single day.
I want a wide shot.
Everybody run.
Here we go.
So I asked her to run.
Boy. It's all about that perspective, isn't it? That's... Oh my god. So, what they're telling me is that it had a 7,000 person potential capacity, but they've walled off some of it, and then they only have, what? Maybe 12 rows of chairs? That's awesome. That's fantastic. Let's see. That is awesome. I don't know. Maybe 1,000 people. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what, 10? Maybe not even. That's... Man. This guy is a fucking embarrassment, though. Like, look, all of his posts are just like, I will never forget the day I watched Democrats refuse to stand for that Ukrainian girl that got stabbed. It's always this. This guy is the most, like, generic MAGA bullshit. Look, he's still posting about it. Like, he literally will not stop posting about this. It's fucking crazy.
Looking back on my journey, you know, 2 years ago...
You coming?
There would be no way...
Busy.
I'd be caught dead at
1
a
second.
Trump rally. No way. Like, you couldn't catch me dead at a Trump rally. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe to people how liberal myself and my wife were.
I don't believe you.
To Hurricane Helene, and I know a lot of you have followed me for a long time and you've seen my story. But for those of you who haven't, like, let's put it this way: when my son was born, he's 6 now. When he was born, we bought him a Black Lives Matter onesie. Okay, we were it's hard to describe. Like, we were very liberal. And then Hurricane Helene came along, and we met.
Look, people who say this
changed our minds. And
we're never actually like that.
We had really tough conversations over the course of months and months and months. In fact, I didn't come out and publicly support the president until 2025, like March timeframe. And then I got
Wow, bro.
So,
So what you're telling us is after everything that happened, everything that Trump did, all of that shit, the fascism, the brown shirts, the pilfering of the Constitution, the regression back to fossil fuels, doubling down on fossil fuels, disinformation, anti-intellectualism, anti-science behavior. As a nuclear scientist, you are a fucking embarrassment. The fact that you are openly admitting that 2025 was the year that you started openly supporting Trump. 2025, when he had just initiated all of this shit, the Christian nationalism, the warring, the expansionism, the capturing of foreign heads of states, summarily executing fishermen on the ocean, right? All of this stuff. None of that is an issue to you? The anti-intellectualism, anti-science, anti-fucking, everything? Make America healthy again? Bring back dead diseases because we have to make America great again? That's when you started supporting him? Pathetic. Small-brained bitch behavior. Anyway, I just want to rant about that because that was funny. And I don't think I've shown that guy to you guys before. Guy's a fuckhead. Fuck that guy.
I see no problem here.
2025 was when I started openly supporting the fascist president. Thanks, bro. We should watch that video I put on a list about nuclear fusion. You're a cunt. Online mission mode. Have you made?
Uh-huh.
I know, see. What's the name?
It's there. 5th gen Twitch.
Nope.
Okay, I'll make it again. Okay.
That wasn't the name, by the way.
5th gen Twitch?
Yeah.
What was it?
Melkyra Division.
It was... I didn't change anything.
No idea. That's what it was.
Weird.
Spots right now in maritime shipping. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come on. So we're going to start with the Strait of Hormuz, one of our favorite choke points in the world. This story from Lloyd's: stricken tanker could generate one of the more significant oil spills in history. This is the Caroline Benzengi. Salvage teams are battling monsoon rains and 4-meter swells to limit the damage. Island that the tanker is grounded off could see some catastrophic effects as a result of the event. The maritime environment around the tanker is very rich, which could endanger sea turtles and whales in the area. This is Caroline Benzengi. You can see the damage to the ship. This could be a greater environmental spill of oil than we've seen since Exxon Valdez in 1989. Now, it won't be the worst spill we've seen, especially in that area. You got to go back to 1991 when Iraq dumped oil just into the Persian Gulf, but this could be catastrophic. This is, again, an example of one of those dark fleet tankers that don't have registration, they don't have insurance, but Oman's going to be on the hook for this. Other stories: fresh ADNOC tanker attack claims underscore prolonged Hormuz security threat. Now, ADNOC, this is...
So I decided, like, hey, might as well look at mods for this game, right?
Sure.
There's one here. 123 missions added, 587 weapons added, 171 vanilla weapons rebalanced.
No. That will break my computer.
What do you mean?
I have a 1080.
What is... That doesn't...
It already
the file
struggles.
Is,
there's
file
no
is
way.
1 gig.
I don't need it. I'm happy
It's
with
not
the
a
weapons.
graphics overhaul. It's a big mission pack.
None
of this is graphic overhauls.
I don't really want the missions are fine. I just don't care about the guns. The guns are fine.
It's more missions.
Like, it's just going to be more of a headache to pick through how many guns? Hundreds?
Yeah, it added 587 new weapons.
Yeah, fuck that. No fucking way. Get away from me.
There's stuff that will buff your AI, like the other guys.
Oh, like make them more effective.
Yeah. EDF 5 missions. So add all 141 missions from EDF 5.
You mean the same missions?
Yeah, but...
No, I mean they're the same missions. They don't change.
Some of them. I don't know. There's a lot of difference with EDF 6 because
in
of
the
time
new one
travel
they've
aspect.
added a significant amount, but 5 and 4 felt very much the same. Because I did go back and play a bit of 4. I played a bit, yeah. It feels very much the same.
4, I think, is the best one.
I'm a bit
but
biased.
At the same time,
it's like Far Cry.
Far Cry 3 is the best, but
I started at 4,
of the
and
new
I never
games.
played 3. It's not my fault. I just didn't start with 3.
So you miss out on the features because like Far Cry 3 only has like a few guns, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's like 2 assault rifles.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's like the AK and like the carbine.
But yeah, because my, I say it's like Far Cry because it's like, yeah, the one that just before I started playing is the best. Makes sense.
Oh. Yeah, but Far Cry 3 falls off at the halfway point.
Really?
Yeah, because you kill Voss. He's the halfway point boss, and then
what the fuck?
Like, there's a guy ahead of him, but they never actually develop him. Like, they don't fucking like talk about how bad he is while you're still fighting Voss's forces.
Interesting. So I really liked Pagan Min as a bad dude.
Yeah,
Voss he also wasn't really a bad guy.
Pagan Min is better than the boss of Far Cry 3.
Yeah, especially the start where if you just wait at the table, he's like, "Here's your dad." I reckon that's one of the funniest Easter eggs. Is like if you just wait for him,
what do you think the most popular mod is for EDF 6?
Skimpy clothes.
No. Maybe. I have adult content hidden because I'm not signed in. No, it's Loot Master. Collect all crates at mission clear.
That makes sense. I'd be happy to put that on. And I don't think we would both need them. Like, you would just need that, right? I imagine there's probably a wider pickup area as well.
Unlocks all weapons.
A mod that would be pretty cool is instead of locking weapons by level, is scaling them by difficulty. So that you can use any gun that you want, but it just scales. Rather than being an unlock, but also the way that the weapon progression works, it kind of breaks it.
Hit ready.
I'm gonna have some weed.
It's okay. It's the talking mission.
Oh, okay.
Just hit ready. Another one here. Infinite energy for Wing Diver.
Great. See, but that takes half the fun out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the reason that I play Wing Diver so much is because it is a balance between flying and shooting. Like, you know how long I spend picking guns and shit. Like, I legitimately think about this. We are EDF.
the Abu Dhabi national shipping line out of the UAE. The UAE said Iran attacked 2 ADNOC vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, marking the second alleged assault in a week.
Why am I colored
Tehran insists
like
Hormuz
this?
remains under its control, while Washington signals an indefinite blockade and tougher sanctions. Shipping flows continue despite heightened risk, with vessel transits falling and operators adapting to persistent threats. Meanwhile, CENTCOM posted this as of 14 August.
These aren't my usual
CENTCOM
colors.
forces have redirected 62 commercial vessels, disabled 3, and boarded 2 to ensure compliance. That takes us to this story. Covert Mideast oil flows are keeping global prices in check. So the reason the ADNOC tankers, along with KOTC, which is the Kuwaiti line, Bahri, which is the Saudi Arabian line, they're being defended by the United States. Aircraft are above. We believe there are potentially drones in the area protecting them. And this goes to a statement by Secretary of Energy Chris Wright. Now, before the war started, 20 million barrels of oil were coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply. Now, last week, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright went on television and said, hey, about 9 million barrels a day have crossed Hormuz over the past 7 days. And it's this effort to get oil out that's keeping oil prices between $80 and $90 a barrel. That's why we haven't seen a huge, massive spike. Now, the problem is Secretary Wright's number. How do you get that number? Because he's talking about a lot of oil getting out through the Strait of Hormuz, especially when you start adding it to the bypass. And he's talking somewhere in the range of 15 million barrels a day are coming out of the region. And the numbers don't match.
And you were on the front lines.
I want to go over to a
the whole
statement
time?
here on X by Rory Johnson,
can't
who
believe you
breaks this
survived.
down probably better than I've seen anybody else.
Not only
Let's
that-
begin with the 9 million barrels a day figure. Now, according to our analysis,
really
using
outdid
tanker
yourself this
tracking
time.
data from Kepler is the company that operates
You
from
shot
traffic,
down a command
the
ship
recent
and
peak
saved
over the
the
past
world.
week or so in confirmed Hormuz transits is roughly
You fought long and hard.
7.5 million barrels per day on a 7-day rolling basis.
Did the
Let's get
weapon
one
I
thing
made
out of the way
serve you
quickly.
well?
I have absolutely no doubt that the U.S. government and the U.S. Navy specifically has far better visibility of the ships transiting the
We have
Strait of
much to
Hormuz
discuss.
than we barrel counters
Where to
or the
begin?
tanker tracking data providers on which we rely. That said, the Trump administration, including Wright, has a history of misleading or outright
The captain
erroneous
has arrived.
statements which
Let's
tend to
talk later.
lean in the direction of
We'll have
everything
time.
is fine. So the immediate reaction to Wright's 9 million barrels per day Hormuz figure as obviously nonsense was understandable. While this figure is likely an overstatement, it's not altogether implausible. In fact, we've been writing a lot in these weekly updates about the deterioration in the
This is
fidelity of
base
super recent
251.
tanker tracking data. This should reduce your
Here,
confidence in
we
any
are
given
currently
tanker
dealing
count,
with a
especially for
major
very
issue.
recent transits, given that many outbound tankers don't get...
Short and simple, we're short on personnel.
I'm here.
We don't have enough soldiers, and it's affecting our ability to complete our duties.
I'm here.
So we contacted a few other bases and requested that they send us their elite soldiers. And how did they reply? They sent us you maggots instead. Not an elite soldier in sight. Not only that, you lot aren't even soldiers at all. So, tell me what pitiful jobs you worked up until yesterday.
Kitchen management, sir.
You were a cook. What about you?
I was a research engineer, sir.
A scientist. You?
I enlisted 5 days ago, sir. Up until then, I drove a truck for...
That's enough. In other words, you're far from elite soldiers. You're not soldiers at all. You've never shot or been shot at. You can't fight, let alone protect yourselves. Useless cowards, that's what you are.
That's not very nice.
But beggars can't be choosers. We'll take what we can get. If you're useless, then we'll just have to make you useful. With some training, you should improve a bit. Starting now, we're gonna reform you ingrates thoroughly. Do you understand?
Sir,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir.
The invaders backed off. EDF
fuck me
saved Earth and humankind. Do you know what that means?
You know when you're on the downturn of being sick
Our forces are necessary to our
and
people.
you are coughing up a lot of phlegm and shit?
Everyone wants the same thing. Peaceful, calm existence.
Every time
where
I have
they
a
aren't
cone,
constantly
it's
being threatened.
fucked.
The people depend
It
on
irritates
us
the
for
fuck
that.
out of everything.
Yeah.
We are responsible for
It's
countless
smoke.
lives. It's a heavy burden to bear. You need to be ready to face
Rough.
hell in this life and the next.
Wish I had
Fulfill
edibles.
your duty.
There's this mod turns every weapon in your arsenal into a surprise. Same name, same icon, same gun in your
3
hands.
years
Pull the
ago,
trigger, you might get a
civilization was on the
completely
brink of
different thing.
destruction.
That's awesome.
Now, on our recovering planet, we are the defenders of peace on Earth. Never forget this sworn duty.
Duty.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Defend the city. Defend its people. Are you ready?
Sir, yes, sir.
Do your duty.
Will you carry out your duty?
Sir.
I made a duty.
Carry out your duty.
Look at the air raider's
Then
helmet
let's
hair.
go.
You can tell how sweaty he is by the back of his neck.
Sweaty boy.
We will teach you how to shoot a gun. Even scum like you should be able to pull a trigger.
Uh-huh.
Follow me. Run!
Marked until they reappear on AIS after exiting the strait.
Go, go, go.
Instead, I think it's the best description of Wright's figure is plausible exaggeration rather than outright falsehood. So understand the AIS data, the marine traffic that we see all the
I
time,
don't know what the
is being
the
kind of spoofed at
keyboard
times. It's
controls
either
are.
being spoofed by the tankers turning them
first,
off,
come up front.
or their location being
Sir, yes,
spoofed.
sir.
However, what can't be spoofed is the aerial satellites that show when ships go up against loading docks. There is a finite amount of loading docks in the Persian Gulf, and everybody's watching them. And so when a tanker goes up against them, you can assume they're loading the full capacity so that you can watch that tanker as it departs and pings back up on AIS later on. But Rory goes on here a little bit more in breaking down that number. The error in Wright's post is actually subtler and relates to the claim of 5 to 7 million barrels per day of Hormuz rerouting. These numbers are often conflated with the total exports from the Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea or the UAE out of Fujairah. But it's important to remember that these were functioning export routes prior to the outbreak of the war. The actual incremental switching is at best 4 million barrels between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, meaning part of that 20 million was already going through some of those pipelines. So just because the pipelines are at capacity now, you still had some of that oil getting out originally.
So.
Our estimates of total oil flows is closer to 12 million barrels per day, 8 million from Hormuz, 4 million from the reroutes. Compared to Secretary Wright's approximately 15 million barrels of Middle East outflow, 9 million from Hormuz, 5 to 7 from the reroutes. And we need to ensure we're using the correct baseline. That 12 million barrels per day should then be benchmarked to the broader pre-war Middle Eastern flow of 23 million barrels per day, rather than the pre-war 20 million barrels per war Hormuz flow. That extra 3 is coming out of Fujairah and Yanbu. Altogether, this implies that the Middle East oil exports are still only running at just more than 50%
Is it my turn?
of pre-war levels, and he makes a note here.
No, it only
important
makes the
note,
first player
let's
do
not
it.
forget
That's
that the
enough for
Houthi
today.
in the Red Sea now are forcing
Looks
a
like you
diversion of
improved.
Saudi oil coming out of that region. So we're having
You will
more of a
become
diversion.
soldiers,
So I
defenders
think
of
Rory kind
humanity.
of does
It's
kind
an
of the
honorable
best
job.
Look at how low
breakdown
res his
of that.
animation
I hope that gives you a
cycle is.
better idea of what we're
Remember
seeing
that.
coming out. Now, we had this story also from Mike Schuller over G-Captain. Iran attacks push Hormuz shipping toward the Tehran-controlled route.
punks.
And when you look at the number of attacks that have been happening
for
here,
work.
there's
Get
been a
ready.
massive uptick. This
I'll
is the
take care of
UK
these invaders,
MTO
scum. Don't
weekly
worry.
report
It'll
that
be
is
an
out.
easy
It
job.
tracks the attacks through August 11th, and there you can see attacks on vessels there, container ship the Villanova, and a series of tankers and bulkers that underwent attacks just recently. This is the
have
Joint
medals for that
Maritime
mission.
Advisory note for 16 August, and there you see 3 attacks within the last reporting period. You have a bulk carrier that was attacked transiting inbound to the strait, a tanker transiting outbound through the strait, and another tanker transiting through the outbound through the strait. So the U.S. is making the allegation that, listen, we're moving tankers out through the Southern Passage. They're not showing up on AIS, but we're moving 15 million barrels per day. Well, again, that number is a hard one to quantify, as we're seeing here, because ships are running dark. And the U.S. is operating a dark fleet of Bahrain, Saudi, Kuwaiti, Omani, and UAE, Emirates vessels through this area. So it makes it a bit difficult. But the Iranians are launching attacks against vessels. Again, getting clear imagery is really tough, especially when you have the President of the United States make comments like this, that Trump pledges to make Hormuz a territory of the United States. Very hard to make an argument that a piece of water is international waterways and it's open to everybody when the President of the United States makes statements like that. Anyway, that's your Strait of Hormuz update. All right, let's go to our next maritime choke point. Choke point number 2, our favorite in the world. That's right, the Bab el-Mandeb. Cheers, everybody. Tradition here at What's Going On with Shipping. The BAM has come under attack by the Houthis in conjunction with the Iranians, specifically targeting Saudi vessels, but also saying that U.S. and Israeli vessels are going to come under attack. We have this story by Richard Mead over at Lloyd's List. Red Sea traffic holds firm despite Houthi blockade as UN warns Yemen on brink of renewed war. Bab el-Mandeb traffic remains broadly stable despite the Houthi blockade on Saudi-linked shipping. Tanker transits have fallen about 40%, with more vessels sailing through the Red Sea with AIS switched off. UN and security analysis warn Yemen is edging closer to wider conflict after a deadly attack on merchant ships. These Houthi attacks are significant because a large flow out of Yanbu was heading over to Asia. Now that flow out of Yanbu has got to go up north through the Suez Canal. You can't take fully loaded, very large crude carriers, like 2 million barrel crude carriers, through the Suez, so you either have to dump half the load, put it in a pipeline, carry it across, take your half-loaded ship through the Suez, go to the station, load back up, and then sail all the way around Africa, adding about 22 days to the voyage. Or you've got to use Suezmax tankers and shuttle fuel between Yanbu and up to an anchorage here off the coast of Alexandria.
I can't see because my computer's
very inefficient. It's definitely causing disruptions. The Houthis are making themselves felt. This time against the Saudis. It's interesting to note that the Saudis haven't done very much to really counter this beyond attacking some land sites there. We haven't seen the Saudi Navy, for example, appear at all in the region. Saudis do have a navy, and they have some pretty good warships. The question is, do they want to try to run some of their Saudi tankers through the region? We haven't seen that happen yet. All right, let's go to choke point number 3.
Sorry for
choke
them.
point number 3. We
sounds
head to
like
Panama.
some commie bullshit to me.
I would, but the cost to play Van Halen on a video is quite expensive. It's almost as much as a Panama Canal transit. But so we're not going to play Van Halen for you. But if you're like me, I am sure you have downloaded to your computer or to your phone the lake levels of Gatun Lake. That's right. There is a dashboard you can download that shows you the water levels in the Panama Canal.
Weapons, but I'm not very good at using them.
I really need to get away. I mean, that's the app I have on my phone. Other people have like normal apps and things on their phone. You know, my wife asked me, "What are you looking at in your phone, Sal?" I'm looking at the level of Gatun Lake, dear. That's so wrong. Anyway, Gatun Lake, the freshwater lake that feeds the 6 locks, 3 on each end of the canal, is heading downward, and it's not a good trend. This is the level right now at Gatun Lake, 84.1 feet, and you see that the projection here is for it to decrease all the way down to October, where it'll get down to 82.8 feet. Now, the problem with that is when you look at the historical level of it, it's supposed to be going up, not going down. And this indicates for everyone that there's going to be low level in the canal. The Gatun Lake, which is the lake in the middle of the canal, feeds the locks. If you have low water in the lock, in the lake, you can't dump enough water into the lock. So what we're seeing
is it cross-platform
now, jumping ahead of this, because this happened back 2 years ago, is they're jumping ahead and they're reducing
PlayStation
ships that
will play with
PC.
PC.
The deep lane, the big lane built in 2016
I'm pretty sure I have it
of the Panama
on
Canal.
PlayStation.
Now, there is a flip side to that. Normally, somewhere in the range of about 32 ships, 36 ships a day go through the Panama Canal. And ships will book their passages long in advance. However, some ships arrive at the Panama Canal and have not booked their passage through. These could be tankers that are, following spot markets, and so sometimes ships are going to have to wait a prolonged period of time. No problem. The Panama Canal has a solution. You can bid for seats in the convoys going through the Panama Canal. So just this week we got 2 stories about that. This one from Bloomberg on August 14th. Supertanker pays record $4.6 million to skip Panama Canal line. That's quite a skip right there. $4.6 million. I'm sure right there at the Panama Canal they remove the velvet rope, they wave you in, and you're off and running. Not to be outdone, while $4.6 million is a lot, we have this story also earlier that week. A container ship paid $4 million to cut the line of the Panama Canal, where wait times are stretching more than a week as vessels seek alternative routes because of the Iran war, but also because of the water levels. So, 2 things happening at the same time. Because of the diversions being caused by Houthi and because of issues in Strait of Hormuz, we've got a lot more traffic that's using the Panama Canal. So Panama Canal's number of vessels is increasing exponentially. Now you're seeing ships bid for that slot into the Panama Canal. Normally a toll through the Panama Canal can run roughly around $250,000 to $500,000. So this is a substantial jump. However, if you've got enough money in your cargo there to justify it, jump the line, get in there, and dump that cargo, and that's what we're seeing happening. All right, let's go ahead to our next show. Story number 4 takes us up to the Black Sea and the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. One of the newest developments we've seen is the effort by shipping to defend against drones. So this video shows you a ship transiting through the Turkish Straits. You'll notice the netting that's draped over the superstructure. That's not to keep mosquitoes out. That is a anti-drone defense netting. It's specifically designed to detonate drones away from the superstructure of the ship, particularly the bridge. This is the level of defense that's going on right now. Ships are scrambling to set up anti-drone defense against both the Russians and the Ukrainians in the region. Now, we talked extensively on the channel about the Ukrainians' Operation Molochka. This is their attacks against commercial shipping and Russian shipping in the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and even as far as the Caspian Sea. They've attacked over 200 ships, and it's had an impact. This story by Bloomberg over G-Captain. Freight costs for oil tankers shipping crude from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean have risen to a record after a flurry of drone attacks driving down prices for Kazakhstan's main CPC export grade. Daily earnings for tankers on the route rose to $440,948, climbing to the highest in Baltic Exchange data compiled by Bloomberg started in July 2008. This is usually like $40,000, $50,000 a day. I mean, it is an insane amount that's happening here. Now, the Ukrainian drone strikes have led to attacks against Ukrainian ports by the Russians. And the escalation between both Ukraine and Russia got the attention of a lot of people. The story in Reuters, Ukraine has paused drone strikes on oil tankers using Russia's Black Sea port of Novorossiysk after a request from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, the Financial Times said on Wednesday. The paper said last month's request followed U.S. alarm that Ukraine was destabilizing oil markets and harming U.S. firms by targeting tankers carrying crude piped from Kazakhstan to the Caspian Pipeline Consortium terminal at the port. The Trump administration has warned the Ukrainian government of the need to cease and desist from targeting non-Russian vessels in the Black Sea as well as CPC infrastructure. The U.S. has reaffirmed that Ukraine is committed to refraining from targeting CPC infrastructure and non-Russian vessels bound for the CPC offtake point as long as they are not subject to Ukrainian sanctions. That takes us to this story over at Splash 24/7. Kyiv has proposed through a third party that Russia and Ukraine mutually suspend attacks on civilian targets in the Black Sea. Reuters is reporting following weeks of escalating strikes against merchant ships and port infrastructure, Moscow has yet to respond formally. The proposal comes as a maritime conflict increasingly threatens agricultural trades. Many owners stopped calling at ports around Odessa following Russian attacks, while Ukrainian strikes this week forced all 3 grain terminals and Novorossiysk to suspend operations temporarily. Ukrainian grain exports are down 76% year-on-year so far this month. Turkey has separately been pushing both sides to agree to a Black Sea maritime moratorium. I'm of the opinion that both sides realized that they had escalated to a point that it was going to be a negative return. I think Ukraine hoped to disrupt Russia enough to maybe cause a pause and get a result before Ukraine has to start hauling grain out in larger numbers later this year. However, Russia escalated very quickly in striking the Ukrainian ports, plus the Ukrainian attacks on commercial shipping, which was the big change there. They went from attacking just the small vessels in the Sea of Azov to attacking commercial ships out in the Black Sea. That got the attention of everyone, particularly interdicting Kazakhstan oil coming through the CPC. So looking to see a ceasefire, at least on the targeting of commercial ships on the Black Sea. All right, let's go to choke point number 5. Choke point number 5 takes us to the far north, the Arctic North, what's known as the Northern Shipping Route. We got this story by Malt Humford over at G Captain. A tanker suffered serious damage to its hull while navigating through Arctic sea ice, despite being assisted by an icebreaker, highlighting the risks facing vessels using Russia's Northern Sea Route. The news comes days after Moscow dispatched an unprecedented convoy of sanctioned oil tankers to within 500 nautical miles of the North Pole, sending the fleet out onto one of the most northerly commercial shipping routes ever attempted in the Arctic. The incident resulted in an insurance payout of 53 million rubles, roughly $650,000, according to the Russian insurer. The insurer said the tanker sustained hull deformation while navigating through ice and stressed that icebreaker assistance does not eliminate the physical risks associated with Arctic navigation. Even with icebreaker assistance, navigation in Arctic waters is associated with increased hull stresses and the risk of damage. So this comes at a period of time when the Chinese have announced the initiation of a container route through the region. At the same time, Russia is pushing through more ships than ever through the Arctic route. Korea is talking about this. A lot of countries are looking to go up into the Arctic. Fortunately, this tanker was a double hull tanker. We didn't have any reports of oil pollution in the area. But ice is a nasty thing, and if you get bound up in ice, you need those icebreakers to free you up. Most ships that sail through this area have an ice rating. They have basically strengthened hulls. The problem with sending non-strengthened hulls in is that when you get yourself in a position where you get caught between pack ice or a growler, which is a small little kind of iceberg, that can cause damage, and we're probably going to see more of this as Russia tries to expand the Northern Sea Route. All right, let's go ahead to...
How do I make sure that my GPU is 100% dedicated
Choke point number 6
to the
takes
game?
us to the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea for confrontations between China, Taiwan, and the Philippines. This story over at Reuters, Taiwan's government condemned planned Chinese naval drills with an Indonesian warship off its east coast, saying they were dangerous and showing Beijing was trying to create a false impression that it controls these waters. Now, China's defense ministry said that the drill planned for mid-August would be a navigation exercise with the Indonesian Navy. It'd be the first time China had held the drill with a foreign military in these waters. Indonesia's Navy said that the ship would conduct passing exercises with countries while on its way back from a visit from Russia. Late on Tuesday, Taiwan's China Policy Making Mainland Affairs Council said the drill was a military provocation and Beijing would immediately stop this dangerous behavior that undermines the status quo. So if you wonder why the U.S. makes a big stink about Iran claiming sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, it's because of the Taiwan Strait. Because the U.S. does not want China recognized as controlling the Taiwan Strait. Because China claims ownership of Taiwan, they would have both sides of the strait. It would be within their territorial waters. And that creates a logistics bottleneck there if those are the territorial waters of China. But then you have the Philippines do something, I wouldn't say sneaky, but very legal here. This story over at Maritime Executive: in the South China Sea, power is usually measured in ships, patrols, and presence. In July, the Philippines opened a quieter front, the legal record, by depositing chart number 1567 with the United Nations, setting out the baselines, territorial sea, and continuous zone for Scarborough Shoal. Manila made a quiet but potential enduring move. No ships change course, no water cannons fired, yet the filing may outlast the confrontations that dominate the headlines, shaping not who controls the waters today, but whose legal position endures tomorrow. It goes on, the filing creates no new rights. It does not confer entitlement, and it certainly does not settle sovereignty over Scarborough Shoal, a question that the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea was never designed to answer, and one the 2016 tribunal expressly left untouched. Philippines actually sued China in World Court over this issue of ownership of Scarborough Shoals. What the chart does is subtler but strategically important. It takes an existing Philippine legal position and makes it official, durable, and citable. Once deposited with the UN, the chart enters the international record in a way a press release cannot. It remains there, available to states, lawyers, historians, and tribunals long after today's headlines have faded. So, Philippines going the legal route there, submitting a chart, putting it in that Scarborough Shoals is within its territorial waters, and UN accepted it. And that's going to create problems in the future because China and the Philippines have been fighting over Scarborough Shoals and a series of small little islands and rocks, outcroppings in the South China Sea. Understand, South China Sea is absolutely crucial for China. It is the jugular of its trade that goes through this region, past Singapore, through the Malacca Straits, out into the Indian Ocean. They're always concerned that a country like Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia could potentially threaten their shipping in the same way that the Houthis or the Iranians are threatening shipping right now. That's what gets the Chinese paranoid, and that's what we're seeing. All right, let's head to our last choke point. Our last choke point's actually two of them, but they're connected in a river system in Europe, and that is the Rhine and the Danube River. So this story from Bloomberg over in GCAPT, and water levels on the Rhine River are dwindling further with no relief in sight, forcing companies that rely on the waterway to adjust rapidly to keep goods flowing. Levels at Cobb, Germany, the Rhine's shallowest point, had fallen to the lowest since records began in 1880 and could drop further as another heat wave bakes Europe this week. I can attest to this. When I was in Europe, it was freaking hot. Forecasters said it would take weeks of sustained rain to lift the river toward more normal levels, meaning the crisis could drag on into October. The Rhine is a key shipping route through Europe's industrial heartland, from Switzerland to Rotterdam, the continent's busiest port. The disruption along the waterway is throwing up supply chain challenges for companies such as steelmakers. Quote, shipments by sea are severely restricted, with vessels carrying significantly lighter loads than usual. As certain loading and unloading points are no longer accessible, we are switching to rail and road transportation where possible. The situation is highly dynamic. Europe has a problem with road travel. I mean, they really do restrict severely road traffic. Diesel prices are exceptionally high, very difficult to get trucks across borders. Rail has finite capacity in there. They really depend on the river system. Understand, the Rhine actually goes all the way from Rotterdam to Switzerland. You can sail all the way up to Switzerland.
Damn,
and then there's
that's cool.
the main canal that connects you over to the Danube River. And guess what? The Danube River is having similar problems.
Yeah, it's having problems.
There's another story over at Bloomberg.
World War
on
II
GCAP.
ships,
Black Sea
fossils, so much
exports
shit has
are
been
facing
coming up
fresh
because the
constraints
river's
as
low.
record low Danube levels restrict flows through Romania, just as escalating Russian strikes divert Ukraine grain from Odessa and other ports. The Black Sea is the primary grain getaway for Russia and Ukraine, the two agricultural powerhouses that together account for more than a quarter of global wheat exports. Intensified attacks by both sides on grain infrastructure and vessels in the region have renewed concerns over the reliability of shipments from one of the world's most important bread baskets, adding risk to global food supplies already battered by bad
that's literally
weather.
what I was talking about.
For growers looking to move wheat, sunflower, and
But my
rapeseed
computer is
downriver
struggling.
toward Constantine, this means fewer
But why
barge
is it
rotations, longer waiting times,
now
and
and not
freight
before?
rates
It's
on
always
the
been a
Danube
problem.
corridor that are
Every
already
single
running
time.
above seasonal norms. According to Voriel Panate, president of the Constanta Port Business Association, quote, my grain terminal could take 20% more quantity to serve the Solidarity Line project with Ukraine. The Solidarity Lane project was launched by the European Commission back in 2022 as to establish an alternative to Black Sea shipping for the Ukrainians. So, Russia, Ukraine targeting each other's shipping, the Danube at record lows, the Rhine at record lows. I mean, you can see how all these events kind of converge together. And when we look at our 7 choke points here, they're all related. I mean, we're looking at Panama, we're looking at the rivers in Europe, looking at the northern route system, we're looking at the Black Sea, we're looking at Persian Gulf and the Bab el-Mandab, and then we're looking at Taiwan Straits and South China Sea. You can see why watching the choke points, a good friend of mine, Ross Kennedy, used to say that all the time, is really important, because this is impacting overall trade around the world, which means consumer items, goods for you, are going to go up. If we see food interdicted, for example, wheat coming out of Russia, Ukraine, and onto the Rhine and the Danube, that obviously will cause food prices to go up. If we see oil being interdicted in the Bab el-Mandab, cheers, and over at the Strait of Hormuz, you see that. If the Panama Canal goes down to low water levels, we can see that. If we see geopolitical instability happen in the Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea, that happens. And if the alternative route through the Northern Sea route is compromised, then Russia's going to have to find alternatives to get its oil and energy to East Asia, because it's also being interdicted by the Ukrainians in attacks in places like the Mediterranean, the Baltic, and the Black Sea. That is a lot of choke point news there for you. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. A quick little note before we wrap up today. You may notice my shirt today. I'm wearing a NC State shirt. Now, I am not a Wolfpack fan by any means. However, today, my son starts college, and he is a freshman enrolled in the engineering program in there. So I want to wish my buddy the best of luck today, and all the best as you start this next facet of your life. Dropped him off this weekend, and man, it's tough. That's a tough thing to do. And so to all the parents out there who are doing that right now, my hat's off to you, because that is a challenge. I'm going to miss him running around the house. Every day when you watch a video from me, he's here. He's here right here. He built this Lego globe for me. He's on my back shelf over there with a little note for me. So I'm going to really miss the buddy here running around the house. All right, I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit
just flying. I'm probably just going to reset my entire computer, to be honest.
You never complained about frames before.
Was the 2024 Academy Award-winning Latvian independent animated film Flow, which was produced for just 3.5 million euros. DreamWorks animated movies typically cost around $80 million. Pixar movies usually cost more than double that much. But on a 3.5 million euro budget, Flow not only won the Oscar for Best Animated Film, it also took home around 50 million euros at the box office, more than 14 times its production costs. More recently, this year, the horror movie Obsession, which cost less than $1 million to make, earned around $500 million worldwide. Now, these cinematic success stories are impressive, but they pale in comparison to a new animated film that is likely the most profitable movie ever made.
Now, is it good?
No idea.
Is it pretty? The thing is that it's like the meme is human slop over AI slop. Because this is a human slop movie.
Mm-hmm. If you're looking at your screen right now, you can answer that for yourself. This is footage of the Chinese animated feature film New Lai, which translates to "The Bull is Coming." Or rather, it's footage someone recorded of the movie screen with their phone, which you really shouldn't do. But in this case, it's directly responsible for the film's success among Chinese moviegoers. Now, obviously, this kind of footage isn't going to look as good as the real thing, but clearly the real thing never looked good to begin with. This looks like cutscenes from an unfinished PlayStation 2 game. The textures and the animations
really
feel temporary, and the character design is straight up hideous. These are cows, apparently, but for some reason they have the mouths and noses of human beings. And sometimes those mouths move when characters talk, and sometimes they just don't. It's atrocious in ways that you rarely even see nowadays, and that's not intentional. And it is a smashing success, and some are calling this China's answer to The Room. Another thing we have now referenced twice in 1 week. Oh, hi, Mark. Everything's coming back in circles lately. I don't know. Closer happening. The circle is closing in. I don't know. I don't know what happens when
the entire
reach
Earth
the drain.
works in cycles.
So, like, how a movie like this even ends up in a physical movie theater is a great question. We're not fully clear on the answer, but it sounds like the filmmakers just have a friend in film distribution and might have called in a favor. I don't know entirely how it works in China, but clearly it's a little bit easier there to get just any old movie screened in movie theaters.
At its core, this is so bad and so creative that the fact that it exists at all is a triumph among the world of AI.
A triumph for the human spirit. The indomitable human spirit.
I think it is a uncensored look at the human brain, with no shame, no original skills, but they did clearly develop some.
Big Les was literally made
and just the heart to
in
win.
Microsoft Paint.
It's always inspiring when you see someone with zero talent whatsoever, but all of the self-confidence and drive and discipline in the world, taking on a huge project and finishing it.
With a little dash of free time.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
But even with theatrical distribution, the makers of New Lie didn't bother to make any promotional materials whatsoever.
Well, it speaks for itself.
So movie theaters, each individual movie theater has had to create their own hand-drawn New Lie posters to place right next to real posters for movies like The Odyssey and Spider-Man.
Yeah,
that's fucking awesome.
I not only guarantee, I hope actually, I very much hope that in some way we get some kind of release in the future where this is put on the theaters to have their most creative artist that works there do a poster for the movie.
I mean, that's what I don't know if it ever happened in the United States.
Maybe
like
all
very
the elder
early on.
Someone
emos
didn't
get
get a
hired
delivery of posters and
and
had
they
to do one. That was the thing that happened
signs?
recently.
Or is
I
that
know
just
in
Australia?
like somewhere in Eastern Europe and then in some parts of Africa, they have like a long-running tradition
Of doing their own
posters, and a lot of them are just fucking bonkers.
I believe it might be Guyana, and I think that I ordered the thing.
What the fuck is the vehicle
poster
button?
of the thing, like a copy of it, for a friend for Christmas.
There's so many good ones.
Sorry.
Because the people making the posters have never seen the movies, so they're just
I
like
think.
guessing at what it is. So like movies that are dramas are depicted as like horror movies or action movies. They'll stick an Arnold Schwarzenegger in there even if he's not in the movie.
Yeah, the thing one that I got, clearly the movie came out 40 years ago or more
Frank is
now.
struggling.
So, but the funniest thing about it is just like every spoiler is in the poster. Just like the thing is literally front and center in the poster.
Okay, so they've at least seen the movie.
Well, yeah, that one's 40 years old. They're doing a bit of a throwback on that one.
kill these two
But yeah,
ants
like the
first.
movie itself, the posters are atrocious, but also a great representation of like the quality you can expect from the movie itself. Yeah. This is not false advertising. This is the truest form of advertising ever.
It's like we said on the Kill the Computer podcast. I would rather eat at a place that has taken horrible, unappetizing photos of their food to advertise it than come up with an AI prompt that makes it look disgusting and just sterile.
Real life human artisanal slop always trumps AI slop.
Like I said on that podcast, if you go in and order like a food item that looks like shit in the picture and it
Check
comes
your
out
settings.
even slightly better, you're stoked.
Did you see the burrito ad this week that was like trypophobia? Like it was
one of the most disgusting things I've ever
seen. It looked like there were maggots crawling around
There
it.
is there is no button.
Who not only
There is
prompts
literally
this, but
no
says,
option
all right, good enough,
for a
print
vehicle
this
button.
to be like on a 4-foot wide poster to advertise my business.
I am 70 years old and that looks like delicious gooey cheese. Can't have it anymore, but yeah.
It's common.
Anyway, once the movie New Lie went viral enough, though, actual artists across China and the world started creating their own New Lie posters and sharing them online. And a lot of these are actually pretty damn
it's
good.
under common control.
I would say false advertising now. These posters are too good.
Well,
they don't accurately represent the film.
I think that this is a great opportunity to express some serious like creativity, maybe some dormant creativity, for people to go ahead and remake this movie on their own in different and creative ways.
Yeah,
but it can't be any good. Like you can't go do an AI version and be like, and make it look like Pixar.
It can't be any good. It can't be any better. If only, it can only be as good or worse.
You have to be a child to do one.
Yeah,
like the I voted stickers.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, as for how a movie like this even gets made in the first place, and someone then decides that's it's done.
Print it.
Well, the entire cast and crew of New Lie is just two people, a mother and her son, who also had no prior filmmaking or animation experience whatsoever, and decided that was not going to hold them back from making a feature-length animated film. What are you doing today?
Yeah, what have you done with your life?
Get off the couch and start making movies.
It is kind of like...
I mean, that's how it's done.
This is always something I've admired in other people as a creative person myself, because I'm often just terrified to even take the first step, and then I go online. I'm like, people who fucking suck they're just confidently just pumping shit out.
Elliot, that is one of the entire reasons that I've gotten into fucking woodworking and DIY home repair is just seeing the garbage that's out there.
Yeah.
And not only the garbage that's out there, but like the things that I've found around my home that people have done previously.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, well, I could literally put a blindfold on and do better than this.
Yeah.
Like,
This is a fucking
other people's
nightmare.
shitty work
15 frames
gives
the
you
entire
so
game.
much confidence that you didn't even know you had.
Yeah. Yeah, we need more of it.
Yeah. So get out there and start looking at shit, folks. I swear you'll do better. You got to start somewhere. So start with channels that expose people's shoddy craftsmanship.
With the little hand.
Yeah. That's supposed to be connected.
I'm trying so hard
this
to
whole
drain
story
my
is very
fucking-
interesting because this is a sentiment that we're
fucking
seeing a
energy
lot
so
of
it
in the age of generative
respawns.
AI. People going ahead and just trying something and saying
Finally.
no. Fortunately, New Lie took so long to make that none of these AI video tools even existed when they started working on it. And that's for the best, because if this was AI, none of this would be happening.
Yeah, no one would care.
Yeah, it'd be a big middle finger over
Like, oh,
to
cool,
it.
some slop.
Great, more slop.
Great.
The core appeal of New Lie is that it was painstakingly created by human beings who had no idea what they were doing. With more on this cinematic achievement, here's the BBC.
It's so bad, it's become a box office hit. New Lie, a low-budget animated film about a cow in a dream sequence, has seen a huge jump in ticket sales after going viral for its confusing plot and terrible graphics. It grossed just 7,705 yuan, or $1,140, in the first 10 days after its release, but has now made more than 11.4 million yuan, according to movie tracking site Maoyan. That means it is holding ground against Hollywood blockbusters like The Odyssey and Spider-Man Brand New Day. You may regret it for 80 minutes if you watch it.
Both
but
great
if you don't,
movies.
You'll regret it for life. One popular social media post about the film said, other social media users have hailed the movie as the antidote for the AI slop that is taking over social media algorithms. They are sharing clips praising New Lie's handcrafted method, a reference to the poor animation quality, as proof that its creators did not use AI. That's some serious craftsmanship, a Weibo user wrote. Another social media user called it pure handmade, and the biggest dark horse of the summer movie season.
Hell yeah.
Say what you will about it, someone actually sat down and did it.
I can't wait for this to come to one of our many
it's like people can criticize it. Did you make a movie?
I hope it does.
I'm sure
Yeah,
that this is going to air at Vidiot's on a Saturday
Did you
afternoon.
spend
I can
years
just feel it. It's going
animating
to
a
be at Vidiot's,
shitty
it's gonna be
movie?
at the Los
No, the
Feliz
fuck you
3
didn't.
or
They
what-
should
Shut the
screen
fuck
it
up.
At, Sinesco. They should do it at Hollywood Forever Cemetery.
It would be funny because they do those sleepover events where they have like 3 movies and everyone like literally sleeps in a cemetery. It sounds weird if you haven't been here, but
They
it's
do
quite
The
nice.
Room, Fateful Findings, and New Lie.
But slick, so like this one right in the middle, in between
Yeah.
the two. So because you know people are going to want to stay to see Twisted Findings
Fateful
or whatever the
Fateful
fuck it's
Findings.
called. Twisted Pair is his other one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
I mixed the two.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, here's the Telegraph with some info on the filmmakers. To call New Lie rudimentary is to do a disservice to the word. The work of first-time director and former set designer Jinyu Meng and his mother, Sun Lufang, New Lie was made with SketchUp, a modeling software used for architectural design rather than cinema.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, I've only ever seen SketchUp used, like, for interior design and architecture.
Incredible.
And even then, it's, like, kind of a first draft before they bring it into, like, more serious software. I didn't even know you could animate with it. Like, they are using a product in ways that it was never designed for.
I've never used the product, but I imagine, like, the rendering time for this must have been even as crude as it is. Like, because it's supposed to be rendering a bunch of, like, straight
my God, I
lines
can't even
and
fucking
stuff
fly
like that.
Yeah,
because
so
of the
from my,
frames.
I don't know hardly anything about this, but from what I understand, like, SketchUp itself doesn't even do rendering. You have to, like, export it to another program
This
to
is-
even do that.
In a
Amazing.
personal experience, like years and years and years ago, with like me and my friends were just DJing parties by making mixes. Instead of learn any new program, I just did it all in Adobe Premiere. So
I'm gonna restart my computer.
you just match the wavelengths up, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah,
you put a
easy.
little movie quote in between two things that don't sync up, and you're all done. It's totally fine. The mother and son filmmakers acknowledge the finished product won't keep Pixar or Disney up at night.
I don't know, it might.
It's the same company, though, and maybe they weren't sure. But they said they wanted to prioritize storytelling over whiz-bang visuals. And yep, they have certainly succeeded in that. If we focused all our energy on rendering precision, this film would have never been made. Between perceiving details and the overall narrative, I chose to let the story run first. Jin told radio show Entrepreneurial Youth Talk. Jin comes across as entirely sincere in wanting to make a film about a lonely cow, but audiences have taken the project as a joke. My initial intention has always been to play pranks on my friends. Du Mingji, a 19-year-old college student in Shanghai, told reporters, "If a friend asked me what I think about the movie, I'd say good and recommend them to watch it."
Good prank.
He compared the reaction to New Lie to the craze in the West over the term 6-7, a joke that nobody could fully explain but which everyone nevertheless found deeply hilarious and which fueled thousands of memes. They are just the same. It is funny, but hard to describe what's funny about it, and young people just love spreading these memes virally, said Du.
Yeah, like you don't hear much about Chinese youth culture, so that's pretty cool here.
This
Like,
is
6-7 is a global phenomenon. It comes in various forms.
I did read, I thought, maybe I'm misremembering, but I believe that they like started on this during COVID because they had a bunch of free time, and it was like, all right, let's give it a shot.
It started in like 2020 or 2021.
Yeah, so like in
And
some
like
ways,
in China, they were like literally banned from going outside for big stretches of time there. So.
in some ways, this is like way better and more creative than what a lot of like Americans did, which is they just bought like a cry cut machine or like a laser print cutter, and we're just like, look, I'm making ornaments now. Everyone buy my $100 ornaments.
I'm going to try to make bread. Well, that didn't go so well, but at least I can say I tried it.
Mm-hmm.
Or just got really into like hardcore alcoholism.
Yeah.
A lot of that.
Yeah, and some of us quit alcohol because of that. 6 years last month. Wait, this month.
Show them your coin.
I don't have a fucking coin. I didn't do it the Christian way. I just read a bunch of books.
You should make your own coin. This guy would have made his own coin.
That's right. Well, now that I have
You know nothing about pottery, but you're going to make a 6-year coin.
I actually do know about pottery. I was very good at it at high school.
Oh, wow.
But I haven't. But
Did you
it's
make
very
bongs with it?
Yes. No. I didn't do that. No, not at all.
Anyway, something that has, of course, come up in all this discourse around New Lie is generative AI, which not only threatens to fill all of our media with slop, but it also threatens to make shitty DIY projects like this go extinct. I mean, today, someone wanting to make a movie, despite having no experience and no resources, would probably just turn to AI. And the result would be polished and professional at first glance, but totally lacking in heart and soul. Work began on New Lie before that was even possible, though, and it may be the last of its kind. With more on the AI aspect of this, here's the New York Times. Xu Pang, a blogger from Sichuan province, said the lack of digital enhancement had resulted in a clumsy sincerity that is increasingly absent in today's movies. No matter how polished an AI production is, it is still fake. However unrefined New Lie may look, it was made by a person, he wrote on WeChat, using the film's Chinese name. Mr. Shin, who did not respond to requests for comment, has not made any public statements since his film became a viral success. In a podcast interview before the movie's release, he said he was inspired by cartoons he watched as a child, as well as animated films. He did not use AI tools, he said, because none were available when he started the project in 2021. Mr. Shin described buying secondhand equipment, arguing over the script with his mother, who also composed the movie's score, and many late nights.
Okay, yeah, so it does indeed sound like if AI video tools had been available when he started the project, he would have used them. And that would have undone nearly everything about this movie that Chinese teenagers love. But it's not just AI stopping more movies like this from being made, it's also the Chinese government, who seems a bit embarrassed by all of this. Take the win.
Yeah.
Here's the BBC. But not everyone is celebrating its unexpected success. Over the weekend, a commentary by state-owned Beijing News warned that cinemas risk losing the trust of viewers if they continue to lower their standard with additional screenings
of course,
of New
the
Lie.
fucking government will come out
Mentioning
and be
previous
like,
movies that had been mocked
don't
for
drop
poor
your
quality,
standards, how
New
dare
Lie
you.
has
Fuck
once
off.
again lowered the bar for audiences' expectations of poorly made films, reads a commentary by state-owned Beijing News. It urged cinemas to act as gatekeepers for the audience and clearly reject films that are obviously not up to standard instead of letting films like New Lie run rampant.
You know what teenagers love, no matter where they live in the world, under what government? They love when the government says,
you can't have fun.
Yeah, don't look at that.
Yeah, don't look at that and don't enjoy it.
I think it's called The Tunnel. It's an Australian movie.
Okay.
The Tunnel.
What kind of tunnel?
It's about the tunnels underneath Sydney.
Oh.
You know about those?
Nope.
Let me see if this... Okay, so the film has been noted for its modes of release and distribution, in addition to its conventional modes of release, including a limited Australian theatrical release, screenings on Showtime Australia, and an Australian and New Zealand DVD release through Paramount Pictures Australia and Transmission Films. Also released in North America in one theater and DVD by BlackRock Films. The film has garnered much attention for its unconventional release through BitTorrent. The Tunnel was the first Australian film to be distributed and promoted legally through BitTorrent internet downloading platform. A release strategy which exposed the film to tens of millions of people for free. This free and legal online release is a cooperation between the filmmaker's peer-to-peer distribution platform Voodoo and BitTorrent Inc., which distributed the film through its app on its client.
Interesting.
It has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. The only reason why people know it exists is because they did a distribution platform of giving it out for free. You can literally go watch it on YouTube.
And it's a genuinely good movie?
It's supposed to be.
Interesting.
It's a found footage movie, but it's about the Australian government and stuff.
Yeah. Also, this look, I think
Better?
dig deep enough, and it comes to
We're
light
at 35,
that,
30.
You already probably know this, but
40.
like so
only
many
need
Hollywood
30.
blockbusters are funded by China, and those are
Then we're
currently
40.
losing out to a movie that was made on a kid's computer with his mom.
Yeah, it has been like kind of a puzzle that Hollywood still hasn't quite cracked for 20 years now. Is like how to break into the Chinese cinema market because there's so much money to be made there.
I think you can,
so they did with Transformers, but
that.
they just can't keep making more of those.
Yeah, like there's been a few times it worked out, but like it requires close cooperation with the Chinese government, and like there's stuff like Star Wars where they're like, surely once the Chinese population learns about Star Wars, they're going to be just as into it as everyone else is, and turns out no, not really. They weren't into that. So like understanding Chinese taste is something that the Western film studios are still figuring out, and then this fucking shit comes along. And this is what they want.
Yeah.
This is what they've been waiting this whole time for.
The sequel's going to be great. Well, actually, it probably
I don't think so. And yeah, the
lightning in a bottle.
Filmmaker did say, he's like, well, the good thing is the next movie I make will take like way less time. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that means you're going to use AI, isn't it?
I mean, maybe the creativity is not with AI, I hope not, but like maybe the creativity was held back a little bit because of the constrictions. But, you know, Obsession and Backrooms just proved that if someone has that creative spark and they are given the budget, they can fly with it.
I mean,
and it is so refreshing that these two movies have been so wildly successful here in America, because for so long the ladder has been completely pulled up away from anyone under the age of like 30.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is the coolest part about it. But it also, what's the less? Hollywood's going to be like, all right, we need like to make more movies based on Reddit posts, and it's just going to be like Poop Knife the movie. Like, why didn't anyone want to see Poop Knife? We thought kids would love Poop Knife. We thought they're going to love Waffle Stomp, and turns out everyone's disgusted by it.
I did finally see the drama, and after seeing that movie, it does feel like a movie that was based off of a Reddit "Am I the Asshole" post.
I haven't watched. It's the top of my list. I need to watch that.
It is.
It's just a bunch of like people doing bad things.
It's
right?
like a typical like A24 where what you're watching is actually a horror movie, but you don't realize it for a while.
Yeah. I love that shit.
Yeah. Anyways,
it's my favorite genre.
Yeah. There don't seem to be any plans currently for bringing New Lie to the U.S. or anywhere outside of China. But if you really want to see it, the entire movie is available to watch on YouTube if you don't mind watching 90 minutes of a handheld cell phone camera pointed at a movie screen. It's also entirely in Chinese. So some of the YouTube channels hosting it say they plan on painstakingly adding their own English subtitles.
Jump
but really, the
fly
visuals, you gotta,
is on the right.
Yeah, and I think also being in a theater full of Chinese teenagers, like that's the best. Like you can watch the Rocky Horror Picture at home.
Yeah, but you want to be in the theater with everyone. You can watch you can try to watch The Room at home, but if people aren't throwing spoons at the screen, have you really experienced The Room? By then, though, if it ever does come anywhere, considering this is China's 6-7, the novelty might have already worn off. So, I don't know. But shifting our focus now back to the United States of America, we may not have New Lie, but we do have a baffling and deeply unsettling character of our own. Her name is Natalie Harp, and she's nominally Donald Trump's personal assistant, or something like that, but she's really more like Trump's gender-swapped Dwight Schrute, or the Renfield to Trump's Dracula. Her devotion to him seems boundless, and she gets weirder with every new detail we learn.
So since we last discussed her just days ago, even more has been revealed. Previous reporting revealed that at one point while Trump was puttering around in a cart on one of his golf courses, Natalie Harp followed close behind, for some reason on foot, for all 18 holes, which confused us because Trump owns the golf course and could have just gotten her own cart, but...
It's one of my only favorite parts of golfing, driving the cart.
But now we have photographic evidence of this incident, courtesy of the UK tabloid The Mirror, and yep, there she is, chasing Trump's golf cart like she's T-1000 coming for John Connor.
With the golf clubs, like in the Simpsons episode.
Yeah, there appears to be no shortage of golf carts in this image too, but nevertheless she persisted. No, I will do it on foot.
That's why Trump made it up to her by bringing her on the fake plane that he had to get onto.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've heard so much about Natalie Harp's love letters to Trump, and the Daily Beast has now released 2 of those love letters in full.
Yeah.
And they reveal the depths of this woman's madness, far more vividly than individual excerpts ever could.
Well, she is an ex-Fox News host, isn't she?
Kind of explains why she was running around the golf course on foot. I was specifically asked by, I forgot who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same, to spare the course any more carts. So, okay, I guess they did in fact run out of golf carts, or, I don't know, maybe Trump just arranged for that to be the case because he likes to see her run. I would bet on that one. Because it's a world-renowned 18-hole golf course. I don't think they're running out of golf carts just because the president who owns the golf course is in town. In any case, though, things get weirder in the second half of that letter.
I want things to always be right between us. I know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days, and even forgetting to sleep, and only catching up a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes in good opinion. That is the fear you see, because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me.
Weird.
I don't ever want to let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. That's what I wanted to use this card for. When you saw me at the cash register, and once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now as the cars are leaving. See you soon, with all my heart, Natalie. This is an employee saying all of this to her boss, by the way. A boss that she is in close
weirdly
proximity
like his
to
daughter.
throughout the day. So it is extra weird that she's writing him letters like a teenager that's too scared to actually talk to her crush.
I wonder if she's passing the notes to like someone else, like to give to Donald Trump.
Slipping it through like the Beast window or like... Well, she is the human printer, so she already knows like, the font size that he needs to have and everything else. So like...
And she's also, interestingly... She has the weird German-style capitalization thing that Trump always does, where he just like randomly capitalizes certain words that are like he deems important to the sentence.
Based on her levels of obsession, I would say that maybe she's even mimicking that. But this is clearly like an emotionally dependent relationship that she has with a replacement father figure at the very least. I'm just saying at the very least, in the most rational sense I can make of this.
Yeah, she has come to Trump the way some people come to Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking
Except
weird.
Jesus is carrying around a full load of human garbage.
Jesus, if he had a big eyes.
Anyways, that letter was at least partially business related. But this next one is just a straight up love letter from start to finish.
Dear Mr. President, now this is the note I wanted to write, but the apology needed to come first. I have learned so much about myself on this trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time in I don't know how long, You forced me to unplug. We could be out on the course with no machines and even forget what time it was. I didn't have to be human printer. I could take time
Did she
to enjoy
really just?
good
Did
conversation
she really put that
and
in the
still
letter?
get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact, I even had time to take long morning and evening walks to enjoy each sunrise and sunset, though I did forget to eat and sleep. With so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at times that I know you picked up on. But the end result,
yeah,
I
it must
believe,
be all
will
that
worth it. I had no
the
idea how
conscious coming
rapidly I
back
was approaching
in the
burnout,
silence.
and starting to envy those whose only job seems to be to talk with you and look pretty. I want that job. So many times, I'm just trying to stay afloat with all that's coming in for you. I look like a hunchback who didn't have time to freshen up. At least you know what I should look like. Plus, I miss the days when you used to call during my talk show days, and we'd talk about everything and nothing. I want to get back to that synergy. We shouldn't have to talk about work all the time.
The talking about everything and nothing is
And
just so...
the funny thing is, he probably doesn't read it.
No, you hang up.
Definitely didn't read it.
I've always felt like an in-betweener, somewhere between staff and those you enjoy talking to on the plane or at dinner. Because that's who I used to be to you when I was a talk show host, as much as I hated that actual job. I wish I could hear every conversation, because that's when you're having a good time.
Fuck ants.
Getting away from it all, at least for a few moments. But after going through all this self-analysis, my conclusion? I need to reunite my past self with my current into a better version who will make you proud. And please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out, if need be, when I deserve it.
What?
Because no one knows or cares about me more. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made that promise to me after losing my dad, and I know how happy he is right now that I did get to go to Scotland and Ireland, as he always wanted for me. To modify a classic, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. And I will add, it is I who is unworthy. Always, Natalie. P.S. My hands looked worse in Scotland and Ireland because the cold turns the old scars purple. Still on the road to recovery.
Okay.
This is very disturbing.
Yeah, this is like a woman who wants to be a battered tradwife. Like,
Don't
please
revive me,
cuss
need
at
to piss.
when I fail to meet your standards.
I
You have
mean,
every right.
like, the cancer survivor, the dead dad straight into fawning over Donald Trump, who clearly is using that against her. Like, even if unintentionally, because he's such a
saved your life. Even though like he didn't, like they looked into it and they're like, nothing Donald Trump did legislatively had any effect on like her access to treatment. She
Yeah.
just made that up.
But to him, why would he look into it further? Oh, I did. Yeah, good for me. And like clearly, even if he's not aware of it, because he's such a raging narcissist sociopath, he is manipulating this person.
Yeah.
Like,
well, she's
and enjoying it.
Like some people are a little harder to manipulate. This woman is a mark. She's asking to be manipulated.
Well, yeah, she was. I mean, she went through regardless of who, helped get her through the cancer, which I would assume were the doctors. But
no, it was Jesus
and
Trump.
I mean, she's in a very emotionally compromised state, and someone walked into her life or called on the phone and immediately became her actual savior, which is fucking disturbing. And her brother is right to be concerned.
Yeah. So yeah, this woman is unwell. The whole thing is just so weird. But it's great content, and conservatives are really tiring themselves out trying to do damage control over it, which only results in drawing even more attention to it.
Yeah.
It's not even in the top 100 when it comes to Trump scandals, but unlike most of the other scandals, they actually seem deeply embarrassed by this one, which is great.
Yeah.
But moving on to something our politicians still don't feel enough shame about. The one thing the American public can seem to agree on right now is that they hate flock cameras and they hate their local governments for installing them without properly consulting the local citizenry. The anger over flock cameras has resulted in some very lively city council meetings in towns across the nation. But not everyone's mad about flock. At a city council meeting in San Diego this week, a local man went up to the lectern during the public comment section of the meeting to loudly and vociferously defend flock cameras. Here's some of that.
The Emperor is a fan of flock. And we must continue utilizing flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground, from playground to pool, from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Also, it should be known that the people of this town, the pools that want their storm drains cleared, they should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people trust this city council when this city council continues to vote for surveillance technology that imprisons them? Miss Campbell, you must work on your Jedi mind tricks. Do it like this. And when you do it, make sure that when you're double-speaking them into telling them that police services have become more humanitarian, make sure that you don't emphasize the detail that you put a ban on camping. You put a ban. You made criminalizing homelessness illegal, and that is why there is no such thing as humanitarian policing for the homeless. Because we have effectively criminalized homelessness, which is good. Now we can staff. Now we can fill our jails with free prison labor, especially like that of the Otay Mason Detention Center, where they are making $1 a day for working for 12 hours. And there have been multiple cases of tuberculosis. Yes, and this is good. This is what the Emperor needs. This technology will help us find the rebel scum and their hidden base on Hoth. This technology will help us find Luke Skywalker as he traverses the universe.
Gavin me harder, daddy.
Well, the Chinese aren't going to understand this one at all. Yeah, that was Darth Vader, who apparently lives in San Diego now, because that is kind of where Darth Vader would live.
Yeah, makes sense. San Diego's got a lot of military importance to the Empire, the United States of America.
My work here has made the city beautiful. Don't ask why. Don't ask why.
Star Wars is pro-America, just like Halo.
He also approached the mic for a second time later in the meeting to advocate for allocating more local tax dollars to the police and defunding things like parks and libraries.
This council has done well. I am pleased, and so is the Chomo Emperor.
Chomo Emperor.
We have given too much money to our libraries, too much money to our parks. We need SDPD to have more money for the Emperor to rule over the entire universe. Once the Death Star has been completed, no one will be able to rebel against us. We will be the ultimate power in the universe. We do not need parks. We do not need libraries. We do not need daycare centers. We do not need homeless shelters. All we need is money for our stormtroopers. And anyone that disagrees is part of the Rebel Alliance and a scum, and they should be taken away immediately. This council needs to understand that we are the ultimate power in the universe, and we will not succumb to the forces of democratic will. No, this council was elected to serve the police, not the public. And if our stormtroopers don't receive all the funding that they deserve, there will be hell.
How does
to pay
Star
with the
Wars
Emperor.
justify the humanoid characters being
Old
human?
Darth does make a strong and compelling
Alright, I'm
case.
stuck in a building.
Pause.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to keep those cameras.
I'm gonna have.
How does Star Wars justify the humanoids being humans?
Doesn't matter.
Because it's a galaxy far, far away, a long time ago. Explain to me how the fuck that makes sense.
Convergent evolution.
Sure, okay. Fucked me up.
Why do they speak English and call themselves humans? More like it.
Because I feel like they shouldn't be.
Because it's a story about knights and space wizards.
Does that mean that lightsabers and space weapons exist? It's just a long way away? That's exciting.
The real question is, what's taking them so long to advance their technology?
And if they can jump, why does it matter if it's a long way away? Come and get us, fuckers. Like, I want to see a lightsaber. I want to drop a lightsaber directly vertical.
Okay, make sure you don't die because I'm basically worthless. I'm just trying to get the mission completion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the weapons I have.
Exterminate the monsters. Let's go. All monsters that enter the city are to be
Dude, there was a Glendale's police department just put up a AI generated graph of how much people love flock cameras and what they do and do not do, and the comment section says it all. So
great. Well, yeah, posting this AI stuff will surely get the public off of our backs.
Mm-hmm.
But the people of
California,
the people of Califorducky seem to love these flock cameras. As you can look, 10 Gardillion people have submitted a thumbs up to the local Grandale City Council.
But yeah, let's move on now, because this past week was the 20th annual Gathering of the Juggalos.
Time just flies by.
Which took place in rural Missouri. Despite being such a niche event that's really only the interest to diehard Insane Clown Posse fans, at this point the gathering is widely known to the general public, and also, unfortunately, to the police, who confiscated an absolute mountain of controlled substances from people who stood to make an unfathomable amount of money selling drugs at the gathering. Which, like, this should be a safe space.
I think so.
Yeah. Anyways, here's Missouri's KY3, the place to be.
A man authorities believe was planning to distribute a large amount of marijuana during the gathering of
marijuana.
Max
Better
Creek
fucking
is under
shoot
arrest
him.
in Camden County.
Are we for real?
Kevin Bluntman Jones, 45, is held without bond in the Camden County Jail on felony charges of drug trafficking and delivery of a controlled substance.
Without bond is insane.
And eternal.
According to court records used to charge Jones, the Mid-Missouri Drug Task Force received information that he planned to distribute marijuana during the festival, which begins Wednesday. The task force found documents on the website, juggalogathering.com, that described how Bluntman's one-stop shop had been supplying the festival for more than 20 years. When members of the task force stopped a pickup for traffic violations along US 54 in Osage
every
Beach Monday,
fucking day.
They say they found approximately 128 pounds of marijuana in a camper that was being towed, along with signs reading "weed for sale" and "flower for sale." They state they also located plastic containers of psilocybin mushrooms. Court documents state the search also located laminated paper with QR codes for various payment methods.
Now, I mean, our immediate reaction is that this is just so stupid. It's very stupid that cannabis remains criminalized in so many places, and that this kind of trafficking is the inevitable result of prohibition. But then we checked, and it turns out recreational cannabis has been legal in Missouri for 4 years.
Unreal.
And adults are allowed to possess up to 3 ounces of it, and even have a pretty robust grow operation at home as long as they pay an annual fee.
Hey, that's good.
There was really no need whatsoever to traffic all that weed to the gathering, but an entrepreneurial businessman like Bluntman is...
I checked on Google. I was like, well, maybe it's like in a lot of states where it's legal, they've criminalized it at the local level. Like, no, you could go down the road 20 minutes and there's a fucking legal weed dispensary.
I mean, why
in,
not
like, the tiny
register
town
him
closest
himself
to the
as a
gathering?
business
I was,
and register him as a traveling weed dealer?
I didn't expect it. I was happy that they have
Seems
this there, but I didn't
like
expect
that would
it in
avoid
Maine
most of the
to
issues
be
here.
so like recreationally available.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, every town had like 2 recreational weed shops there.
Yeah, it's I mean,
and look, nothing bad's happening across America, especially like California, Colorado, like the legal recreational weed industry. Like,
has Zoran sorted out New York City's situation? Because that's like the funniest thing. How badly De Blasio and Adams bungled the legalization of marijuana there.
I remember during Adams they started going after like the unregistered ones, but I haven't looked into it any further. But I had a friend there that was working at a legitimate one as a manager, and was just like, yeah, we literally can't afford to stay open because they're just selling it out of bodegas. And I'm like, I don't know how to fucking answer for that, but like,
yeah, they didn't hand out enough like licenses. Like it's so funny because they took so long to do it in New York City. Like, they could have consulted like California, Nevada, like probably a dozen states who have successfully done this and just like created their own playbook. But they seem to have just come up with their entire plan off the top of their heads, and it was a fucking disaster.
I remember the first time I went there that it was like recreationally legal. They were delivering it in like weed painted ice cream trucks. So they would just pull up to the side of the road somewhere and just be like, all right, we're at Washington Square Park. Like the umami truck or whatever it was.
Is that legal, though? I don't... I think they might have just been doing that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how it was. It seemed to be deployed before.
Well, because they legalized it, but then they made it basically impossible for anyone to legally sell it.
Well, they had their heart, like with most legislation, their heart was in the right place, because what they were doing was they were giving earlier access to these weed licenses to people who had previously been convicted for weed-related offenses.
Was that actually
They didn't have enough licenses, and I don't know if it was like California, where I feel like most places, there's a distance rule with public schools.
Yeah.
But in New York, everything's so dense that if you could do maybe 50 feet.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you can't build anything anywhere. I don't know. Anyway, back to
Blunt Man.
Back to Blunt Man. So according to other reports, Blunt Man, he also trafficked 2.5 pounds of psilocybin mushrooms, which does remain illegal, even though it shouldn't be. But meanwhile, Blunt Man was not the only one who got busted. Another guy got picked up with 93 pounds of marijuana, 124 pounds of mushrooms.
Wow.
135.5 grams of ketamine, 33 grams of ketamine mixed with fentanyl, and 66.5 grams of ecstasy.
Yeah,
that's so much drugs.
Yeah.
That's a lot of drugs. But hopefully the juggalos and juggalettes at the gathering still managed to enjoy themselves with what they had.
Meanwhile, a catering truck with 2,000 bottles of nitrous oxide with colorful images on the side that say strawberry flavored whipping cream something just drove by while these guys are pulled over.
They really got to do something about the nitrous situation.
They have backpack straps on them. It's nuts.
I would be pretty permissive about it, but where it completely loses my sympathy is seeing those fucking cans everywhere.
Well, and they're
in front of my house. They'll just on the sidewalk outside of my house, there'll be fucking cans.
I think the thing is that they're just so big that you cannot sell something that big that isn't in one purchase going to absolutely blow someone's brain apart.
Oh yeah.
It used to be you'd get the Steve-O, who obviously had a problem and solved it, and he went sober and everything, but he still had to go get those little canisters,
airsoft guns,
and then you'd have to go get a thing for it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's literally made. It has an adjustable thing on it.
Yeah, and it's got flavors.
And it flavors, and the most offensive thing is the backpack strap. It's just it clearly.
This is what the hell are we doing? It's not good for you.
Well, no, absolutely not.
I feel like you could probably do nitrous safely once a year, but doing it any more regularly than that has permanent effects.
That's what I'm saying. The giant canister is just asking to destroy
Don't do that.
That's a one-way trip to hell.
It is. Don't ever do it. Anyways, we do have the headlines half of the show coming right up, but first we need to tell you about today's sponsor, Roe. GLP-1s are one of the biggest medical breakthroughs of the past few years, but good weight loss results can often come with sky-high prices, which can make FDA-approved GLP-1 options at more affordable prices, whether through insurance or cash pay options. Roe wants to help people lose weight, and that's why they have some of the lowest cost GLP-1 options out there, whether you're paying with insurance or cash. Their free insurance checker makes it super easy to see if you're covered for GLP-1 injections, so you can just submit your insurance card and Roe will handle the rest. No paperwork, no waiting on hold, and no confusing phone calls. Roe checks insurance coverage for certain GLP-1 pens only.
They'll send you a comprehensive report of your coverage details so you can make an informed decision that's right for your goals. And even if insurance doesn't cover treatment, there's still options. Roe offers the lowest cost cash pay FDA approved GLP-1s such as the daily pills and multi-dose pens. And for even more savings, Roe also offers longer term prepay and save plans for both Roe membership and certain GLP-1 medications. Cash pay options ship right to your door, no pharmacy visits required.
Woman
if you decide to move forward, Roe can help you understand if GLP-1s are right for you and your goals. But that's just the beginning. When you become a Roe member, you'll have support throughout the process. You'll have access to your provider on demand for any questions. So join the nearly 2 million people who've trusted Roe on their weight loss journey.
And we've seen a lot of people achieve great results on GLP-1s, and if we were in the market for it, Roe is definitely who we'd turn to for the best deal. So if you're interested, go to ro.co/weeklyweird to see if you qualify. That is ro.co/weeklyweird to get started on Roe. For side effects of GLP-1 medications, including boxed warning, go to ro.co/safety. All right, now we can get to the craziest, weirdest, wildest headlines from around the world this week, starting with...
speaking of drugs, 14 charged in cocaine trafficking ring at 2 Penn State fraternities. AG says pledges packed drugs. This is wild. Like,
they're turning the people who want to be a part of the fraternities drug mules.
Yeah, they're like, okay, it's like joining a gang where they're like, okay, you have to now you have to incriminate yourself in a crime, so we have something to hold over you. Like, you're gonna have to shoot someone. That way we know you're not a snitch. Like, and this was a huge operation. Like, the frat house was a drug packaging and processing plant.
Epic.
One of the, and it was two different fraternities. I don't know if one of them got the idea first, and their rival fraternities we gotta start selling cocaine too, large quantities of it. One of the frat leaders' dads tried to basically he's been indicted too for obstruction of justice for trying to make this go away. Like, it's crazy. Everything I hear about fraternities lately is
lately.
Well, I feel like more recent, there was that thing a few months back. I don't know if we talked about it, but it was the cops showed up at a house and there was just 50 shirtless dudes in the dark in the basement who refused to leave even when the cops were telling them to leave because
they didn't want to lose out on their pledge.
Yeah, it's just
I think that we're just seeing more of it.
Freak shit.
We're just seeing and hearing more of it now because I guarantee there's some extremely dark shit that happened even.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, cocaine trafficking, I haven't heard about that one. That's fucking wild.
Yeah. I know for sure when I lived in South Georgia, all the drugs came through FSU, Tallahassee, into South Georgia.
I mean, if you're distributing drugs, a college is a great, distribution hub.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of potential runners and stuff, but setting up the actual drug operation at a fraternity
and making and literally ruining the lives of 18-year-olds who are just desperate for acceptance.
It also just seems stupid expecting this to never ever 19-year-olds are not known for keeping their mouths shut and not blabbing about stuff.
Yeah.
So great
job.
I
think you might be right with the gang thing where it's just now that you've done something illegal, you can't ever tell on your fraternity brothers.
Yeah.
We'll talk about all the cocaine you've been smuggling. Oish. Anyways, moving on. Woman dies, comes back to life, gets parking ticket.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a heart attack at the supermarket in New Zealand, and she died, and some good Samaritan came and restarted her heart, went to the hospital, came back the same day, which is crazy. And the car had a parking ticket on it for every minute it had gone past the allotted time.
Epic.
And then they reached out to the company.
Hey,
and
literally
a day or two later, the company's yeah, we reviewed your message, and sorry, rules are rules. You're gonna have to pay. It's just unfair to other customers if you can leave your car there.
Still,
that's some Australia shit.
10,000% cheaper than going in healthcare in America.
Yeah, but and then
I would much rather pay a parking ticket than pay for.
Well, luckily she didn't have to because the supermarket itself was just don't worry, we'll cover it.
Don't tell anyone that you died in our supermarket.
Yeah, I don't think they have fully universal healthcare in New Zealand, but I do think it's cheaper than the U.S. in a lot of ways. I feel just about anywhere is cheaper than the U.S.
Yeah,
but still, coming out of the hospital after your heart just got jump started, and you got a fucking parking ticket.
Yeah,
and they're sorry, buddy.
Hook the jumper cables to your car and get out of there.
Hey, a lot of people are having heart attacks.
Hey, we
costs a lot of money to keep these
ACAB
spaces nice.
includes parking tickets.
If we cut everyone who had a heart attack a break, we wouldn't be able to make money as the parking ticket company. So maybe don't have a heart attack at the supermarket next time.
I guess that's the lesson.
Yeah. Maybe drive yourself to the hospital next time someone jump starts your heart.
That's right.
Apple's next AI device could be AirPods with cameras. Oh, good.
Stop.
So yeah, looking into this, it is okay, so two things.
Hey!
Obviously,
stick out of your ears like some fucking Star Wars
If they
bullshit.
were cameras like the stupid Ray-Bans,
Go collect elsewhere, not where I'm able to get them.
AirPods again because you wouldn't want to be confused for someone that is having the cameras on their AirPods.
There was
these
I think it'll be easy to tell because the camera ones will look ridiculous.
No, they have black dots on the side, and they are, by all leaks based online, they are spatial awareness cameras. And by Apple's admission,
that's what eyes are for.
By Apple's admission, they are for handicapped people to describe reading things or, again, very easily probably exploited, I would imagine. But just the battery on an AirPod alone, it just wouldn't make any sense with a camera.
Yeah.
It feels like you'd be reducing the actual time that you would use the AirPods for anyway.
Yeah.
It's all very confusing.
Although the batteries on those Ray-Bans is honestly kind of impressive that they managed to cram all that in there.
Yeah, I don't know. This is like, it's a horrible, horrible PR thing for Apple. Again,
the people have asked, and we've answered. Here are your creeper earbuds.
And it's funny because like Apple has kind of been sitting on the sidelines of the AI stuff for so long. Like they debuted Apple Intelligence, but it really was just like enhanced search. Like, and I turned it off on my phone because it was making the response times from like Siri even slower because it has to ping a different type of service to get you a human sounding answer.
They did the same thing with Hey Google or whatever, where like I only ever used it for like, hey, navigate me to blah blah blah, and before it would just be like, okay, doing that. There you go. And then then they transitioned it into like Gemini or whatever, and like now I'm having I'm having a conversation with a clanker, and it takes like twice as long, and they misunderstand me half the time. I'm like, this worked fine for everything I used, like voice commands for was working fine. Yeah, and you just made it worse for no fucking reason.
I know with Apple you can shut it off. I'm sure there's a way in Android, but yeah, it's just a bad PR move. But they are going to market it as helping people with like disabilities, like hearing and vision.
We'll see.
Yeah. No, at its face though, like you couldn't ask for a worse headline. So, and
I mean, even
again,
like I can walk around in my my Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah.
And those will be my creeper goggles, like projecting my eyes onto projecting a CGI version of my eyes onto the front of my face. You don't really see those anymore.
It is fun because I walked into a store the other day and they had a display of them, and just my first natural reaction was to say out loud, "Oh, they've got the pervert glasses." So it is a fun thing to do if you're in a store around people, especially if they're trying them on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, look, a pervert's trying on one of those pervert glasses.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna go film children. Just make them as awkward as humanly possible. You don't want to be seen with these things. No, we successfully bullied our friend into not wearing them ever again after he wore them like one time.
Not wearing them around.
Hilarious.
Yeah, maybe he
probably
still is.
Probably still wearing that shit all the time.
In private. Yeah.
Well, that's where it belongs.
Exactly.
In private.
Don't wake a sleeping polar bear in the Arctic, or you'll end up paying a $6,770 fine.
6-7. Yeah, like I see this and I'm like, yeah, I wasn't planning on it anyway. Waking up a sleeping polar bear, the fine is the least of my concerns. Yes, those things are terrifying. But I guess what they're talking about is a lot of like sailors in
there's a sun in the
around
sky.
Norway. They'll see a sleeping polar bear on a piece of ice and they'll be like, I'm gonna do it. And they blast the fucking foghorn.
These things are already stressed about their habitat.
Which is that is animal cruelty, and they are I don't know if endangered, but they're vulnerable species. And yeah, it sounds like someone snitched, and whoever blew that horn, they're paying us a hefty fine.
Yeah, well, hopefully this destroys.
And hopefully they give that money to the bear to chew up and into smithereens. Here you go.
Helicopter drop a bag of money.
I was trying to figure out what the Japanese said.
Delicious.
Bottle of Coca-Cola. I love Christmas.
Where? On the
I love AI-generated art and Christmas.
Every petrol station.
So stupid. Imagine doing something that like is actual Americana and looked like, even if you hate the company, like generally looked at as like something to look forward to at the end of the year. Like, nice Coca-Cola ad, reminds you that it's the season. And then they just do an AI piece of slop.
They should get the New Lie family to make next year's, this year's Coca-Cola.
They just paint the cows white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom, polar bear.
There you go.
Vancouver PD breaks into gallery to rescue sculpture. And I mean, I kind of get it. The sculpture is like a lower body sticking out of a box. Like it looks like someone's hiding, stuck in a box or something like that. And then when they looked in the gallery, I guess whoever called it in looked in, and it was like kind of obscured behind the walls, so they just saw the ends of some legs and some feet motionless, pointing down.
Yeah.
Like it looked bad. But then the cops...
That's Solid Snake.
The cops showed up and like the neighbors were like, "Oh no, sounds like they're talking about the sculpture in there. Here, this is a picture of the sculpture from the website." And the cops were like,
"We gotta check.
Sorry, we gotta break all the windows. We gotta break in."
Yeah. And they broke the penis off because it was too disgusting. Can't have people seeing that.
Well, there was no penis. At least I don't think. There was pants on these legs.
Oh, okay, cool.
Pants and shoes.
As it should be.
Yeah.
Michelangelo's David is disgusting. Put some pants on it.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think Italy, of all places, like one of the fashion capitals of the world,
Nailed that
they'd
card.
want to put David in new clothes every season.
That's right.
But no. They can't get enough of that tiny dick of his.
Anyways, moving on to the next headline. 110 tanks of the worst rotten fish you've ever smelled finally removed from Canadian town after 20 years.
I feel like at that point, like, you're kind of used to it. Like, you might not, it might not be pleasant, but like, that's the smell of town.
Jeez, we miss it now that it's gone.
But yeah, it's like a fish sauce factory closed 20 years ago and just abandoned full tanks of dead fish, and it's just been sitting there stinking up this town for 20 years. They couldn't, like, the local government, the provincial government, the national government, nobody wanted to, like, take responsibility for it, and I guess finally they figured out some way to get rid of it.
If it's anything like America, this is now going to become a data center, because that is one of the things that they're doing. Is they're going around to previously abandoned industrial sites that no one can develop on because they're so toxic.
Yeah.
And being like, we will spend the money. Instead of the companies that fucking left it, which still exists. Like in one case, I believe it's in Wisconsin, there's a General Motors plant.
Yeah.
And they just fucking left it all poisoning the environment. And at the time, it was like a negligible amount of money for them to properly clean it up.
I mean, remediation of those kind of sites, even if you remove everything, like, it's in the soil, like, it takes decades for it to be fully safe to, like, build even a park on it.
Well,
So-
the other thing that comes along with it is because of these big companies leaving 10, 20, 30 years ago, they destroyed the towns that they were in because all of the jobs left. So these data centers are going into now low-income, low-population towns and just being like, we'll fix everything.
They should build a data center in the Lincoln Heights jail, so that people stop.
They should build a
risking
data
their
center in
lives
every
breaking
single
into it
billionaire's
to
backyard.
do urban exploration. It's full of asbestos. You
You
gotta
want
get
your
out
fucking
of it.
data centers?
Asbestos and lead.
Your backyard.
Cool. I like it's like a living visual art frame. New art all the time.
There's so many, like, especially in the age of Instagram, like, so many people go in there and they're like, hey, cool. I'm like, you see that dust? You see all that fucking dust, kid?
Yeah.
Why do you think this building's been closed for like 30 years?
Yeah.
And no one wants to knock it down? It's because it's toxic. They should put a data center in there.
No.
Here's one from Consumer Reports. We tested 13 electric scooters. We don't recommend any. Because they're dangerous. They're like, even in testing, like, everyone on our staff who tested this had like at least one injury occurred.
Oh, shut up, losers! I have an electric
Yeah, it
scooter.
sounds like a journalist
gamer
gamer
Yeah, you
problem.
have like the one they recommended the least. They're like, it goes 28 miles an hour and like someone is going to fucking die.
Well, yeah, mine only goes that fast because I got it.
Buddy,
'cause we have
I
so
drive a
many hills here.
motorcycle.
My
A
other
scooter
one
is
couldn't
not
go up
going to
the
bother me.
hills.
Well, good luck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'll get back into a car and take up a bunch of room on the road, or get one of those e-dirt bikes that are terrorizing town.
Those are the worst. No, they compared it to bicycles because they compared the crashing to bicycles, and they said, like, when you crash a bike, like, this is what happens, compared to when you crash a scooter, this is what happens. And I think they raised some good points. Like, you fuck yourself up way worse in a scooter accident.
Look, whatever. Like,
so don't crash.
It's a lovely way to get around.
Yeah, as long as you are you make an informed decision that what you're doing is inherently fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, I ride those Lime scooters all the time. I get a thrill out of it. But there's certainly situations where I would not, because I don't trust the average motorist.
Well, luckily, here in LA, in some places, we do have like bike lane infrastructure.
Yeah, even then.
Yeah.
Even then. All it takes is one person parking their car and be like, "Whoop," and you're dead.
True, but that's also the risk I take when I'm running, like, every day. It's great, and I do have an e-bicycle, but it's not a throttle one. It's just pedal assist, which I think needs to be like the kind of the standard.
Yeah, you see these assholes riding around like
going like 30,
just
40 miles
sitting
an
on
hour.
it. I'm like, what's the point? Just get a fucking moped.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they are.
I
'cause
agree.
Everyone that
Get
gets
a
one that
Vespa.
has even the slightest amount of like technical knowledge. Just
I'm
takes the
legit
governor
gonna
off
buy a
immediately.
Vespa when
Oh
I
my
can
God,
afford it.
It has a thing on it that doesn't make it go over 25, and it's like, okay, you were going 40 miles.
They
an
look
hour.
like so much fucking fun.
Clearly,
Which is-
you've done the very easy trick of taking the governor.
Plus, if I can get
like,
a
if
scooter
you're gonna go that
that's
fast,
bigger than my
probably
Grom, I can
dress
keep
up
the
like
Grom
how
and
people dress
turn
on
that into
motorcycles,
something fun.
with like road leathers and a full face helmet, but they're not fucking doing that.
They shouldn't go that fast because
All right, pause
you're
it.
typically sharing the path with pedestrians.
So, some things happened recently with gig working in Australia, and they gave some minimum wage guarantees. So I went out and did some deliveries the other day. I got $20 for an hour and 15 minutes. Supposed to get 32. So I called him up. I'm like, can you explain how the fuck a $32 minimum guarantee turns into $20 for 75 minutes of work? And you know what they told me? We wait for every 3-week period so that we readjust your earnings so that then you get it. So they're underpaying me still until 3 weeks when I get a lump sum payment instead of just paying me the fucking minimum guarantee. So, why do you think they do this? Does that make any sense to you? Why not just pay people the fucking amount? So, Uber does these things called opportunities, where they give you extra money depending on if you do it.
They gamify it.
Yeah.
It'll be like, new mission.
Right? Whatever. That's great, right? They do it every 3 weeks instead of paying a base rate so that they can add the bonus money to your base wages and not have to compensate you. They're literally doing this so that they can continue to underpay people. Rather than giving them the bonuses on top of the money, they are going to integrate it into the money and adjust it based on the bonuses.
Also, technically, because inflation is constant, the amount of money they have to pay out is technically saving them micro dividends if they
Right.
pay it later.
So I spent quite a few minutes on the phone really telling them how shit this policy is. I might, because it only just changed, I might actually go to the ombudsman and say they are literally doing this so that they can continue to underpay people and not pay extra for the opportunities, which means that you going out of your way to work during peak times is not actually worth it because they're just going to snipe some of your money and pocket your money as per usual.
Yeah, well, they can take that money they're supposed to pay out and invest it elsewhere.
Our mission this
Right, and then the person on the phone didn't like when I called it wage theft. She stopped for a second and was like, "What do you mean stealing?" I'm like, "It's literally wage theft. If I pick up an order and I accept the order, I should be being paid from the second that I press accept to the second that I drop that off. That's when I should be paid." For Uber, the time between pressing accept and picking up the food is unpaid. That is wage theft. I got $16 for a 45-minute delivery. It's fucking unacceptable. So, like, they're literally still underpaying you. They haven't adjusted rates or anything. None of that. They've done no work to actually fix the payment problems, and they are making it so that they continue to profit while acting as a parasitic middleman for a job that was done by pizza places for decades. Fuck Uber. Fuck all of these companies.
Both gas and morale are running low.
Yeah, other bikes and stuff. It is actually dangerous, but I can't
Buy a
not recommend
motorbike.
it.
Stop
Beautiful
being a
way to get
pussy.
around, and easy to take on public transit as
They're
well.
such
Report
sooks.
says no. Ricky
These two are
report
There you
such
go
sooks.
as well. They can take the scooter on public transport.
That's a good point.
Go real fast. Yeah. Woman, 38, posed as 12-year-old to scam multiple people into caring for her for years.
It's just
I
like
think this
the
happened
orphan.
multiple times, but this one is probably the most egregious, because in the other cases it was like
You
a
know that
woman with
movie?
like some sort of condition.
I am aware
maybe
of
looked
it. I
like a
haven't
child.
seen it.
This is clearly a 38-year-old woman,
spoiler.
a full-grown 38-year-old woman who apparently scammed so many people in Brazil over the years into
That's the end of the
believing that
movie.
she
They
was
just
actually
find out
12
she
years
looks
old,
young.
and got them to like basically adopt her for a period of time. And I guess
Not great.
It all finally came, like they said that like she used a little like high-pitched voice, and then like when the cops finally the cops did the bust, they're like, we're looking for blah blah blah, and they're like, well no, the only person here is she's 12, and they go in there and they're like, we got you, and she's like, all right, take me in.
Smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
It was only a
matter of time till you showed up. I'm dropping the act.
They call me artillery.
She dropped it faster than Nicholas Olivetti.
I had a lot of good peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but it's over. I played a lot of Pokemon. They don't say whether or not she went to school, though. This is Brazil, so, like, I don't know. Maybe she didn't, but that's the whole another side of this.
She could just go work a job during the day and be like, yeah, I was at school.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Well, it worked when it worked.
Yeah. CDC's new director is pressed to do something about its zombie programs.
Yeah, which sounds like the CDC has zombie programs. What are they hiding? But no, it's actually worse than that. It's CDC has a bunch of programs
that were functioning,
that were there and remain fully funded, but the federal government will not give them the funding to hire anyone. They are on a hiring freeze. So all of these, I presume to be important, vital programs for dealing with disease in this country are just have been abandoned for, I don't know, a year and a half.
Well, I mean, we saw this tactic during COVID when Trump was still president, where like, oh, well, you just are testing too much for diseases. If we don't know anything about these diseases, we can't track them, and therefore no one has them.
I mean,
let's look at
I forgot
the
about
FDA
that, where they told them to do
in
less
his
tests
administration.
so the COVID rates would look lower.
Someone posted all the recalls on an Instagram.
That was fucking wild.
And I was like, damn, that's a lot. Oh, there's multiple pages here. And you just keep going. There were popsicles with glass in them recently that got recalled.
How did that happen?
Something went down the factory, I guess. Enjoy your glass popsicles, folks. Ugh. Anyways, that's it for Weekly Weird News this week. Hope you enjoyed it. We do have other...
Locate the enemy.
Natalie to President Trump.
I did not see the letter from Natalie to President Trump.
Daily Beast has a letter here.
Oh, beautiful.
Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night, and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and I should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I'm sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland.
Oh my God.
The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by, I forget who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same, to spare the course any more carts. If there is anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. Man. She's down bad.
Girl.
I know that some people have said I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too, so asked me to help him out. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past, capitalized, and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. That is the fear you see, because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me.
Oh my God.
I don't want to ever let you down. Thank you for being my guardian, capitalized, and protector in this life.
So this is how we know that she's also helping him with the truthing, because she does the weird capitalization stuff as well.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to use this card for. When you saw me at the cash register, also capitalized. And once again,
Is that the name of a bar or something? Why would you capitalize that?
and once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with memories of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now as the cars are leaving. See you soon. With all my heart, Natalie.
Okay, we need to take this apart. Okay.
I'm not reading all that shit.
Yeah. First of all, not the brightest bulb, and yeah, right. Like, thanks so much. Okay.
Natalie, it's not you, it's me. Okay?
Right. How can I read this when you're the one that is always reading things for me? What am I?
She probably
what am I supposed to do
sat
with
there
this?
and
Can
read
you
it
read
to
aloud
him.
To me?
That's such a good
out
point.
loud, like presenting
so
to the class.
She's apologizing extensively
almost 100%
at
what
the
happened.
beginning for calling him directly, and then embarrassing him by walking the course in Scotland. What does that mean? The first day I was told there were no.
People notice your thirstiness.
So, was this the same instance when she chased his cart
I think
around
that's
the
what we're talking
course?
about. Yeah, I think.
So, okay.
So she saw it got out and was embarrassing. Like, what's that? Who is this?
Right, who's this woman who is chasing around my golf cart in desperation? Okay.
The line that gets me is the second day I was specifically asked. I forgot who his name was, but. If I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same. So where like all the guys are getting golf carts and all the women had
That's
to
what
walk.
you gotta get that exercise in.
It's like the old days.
My body is like a battery, but your body's gotta be a very specific BMI, okay? If there's anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I mean, this is... Like, this is so debasing, the way she speaks. Like, I mean...
Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. Gifted me with mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age.
The coming of age part is what...
You became a woman on this trip?
She said, she's basically saying that she had her sexual awakening. I mean, that's
how
what it
I
sounds
interpret
like.
it. Maybe it was in that cart, because she was in the cart. That's what's coming out, is the catering cart that Trump changed planes from.
Oh, she was
one of the people that was in the cart with him.
She was one of the, also on the plane, and that's when Caroline Leavitt wasn't, and so he was like, you know, of all the people he didn't want to die, I think Rubio and Caroline Leavitt were on the plane where Trump thought...
Replaceable.
Yes, right. Thought that they were gonna he might get assassinated by the Iranians, and then
Damn, this is
it was
gotten
like
out of
people were
hand.
wondering if that was what prompted Leavitt to be like, screw this. Like, I'm not.
Are you
coming
telling me
back to
Trump
work
went to
a month
Turkey
after
and
I had
Iran
a
didn't
baby
try to
because
kill
this
him?
guy's like casually okay.
Well, he
with
had to
just
run
risking
away
my
and hide.
life.
You didn't know
Okay,
this?
so a second letter has hit.
Wait,
But nothing
we're not
actually
done- we're not
happened.
done.
No, did you see how he snuck out of Turkey?
No, I didn't.
Look up the image.
That's fucking awesome.
Isn't that great?
So they smuggled him off, then smuggled him back on. That's...
In the catering cart.
Amazing.
Allegedly.
That's so funny.
I don't know if it's been confirmed for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the memes that came out from it was, you know, the Saddam Hussein in the hole meme?
Yep.
People are posting that with, but like the cart, and it's like just a fatter Saddam Hussein.
That would... I'm a little disappointed that Iran didn't at least try. Yeah.
I mean, he was scared enough that he had to hide in a catering cart.
Yeah, but they fucking talk so much shit. Like, at least launch a missile
How do you know
so they can shoot it down. Huh?
How do you know they didn't try?
Well, I feel like people would say something. A missile entering Turkey, people will see that.
Well, they wouldn't shoot a missile because Turkey is one of their allies.
Iran?
Yeah.
Sure, but they would do
Turkey always does deals with Iran.
Well, I mean, they have proxies around Turkey. They could probably get Hezbollah to launch a fucking Stinger or some shit. You know, do something. At least attempt to shoot it down, you know?
Yeah, but they could also just use agents and shoot him.
That's true. That's very true. Probably an easier method for Turkey as well.
And he didn't tell anyone else, so he left Marco to die and stuff, which is funny.
Pretty funny.
The first letter. We're not done. We're not done. Go back. Okay. Well, I want to hear the second letter has hit the building.
Like, where are these tank drones that Iran says that they have that they were going to send to his golf courses to kill him?
And so this is what the most desperate.
Stop talking shit.
I guess
do something,
X would
pussies.
do. This is what it sounds like.
Tell me what's wrong with me.
I want things to always be right.
You know, take out Netanyahu. Do something good.
God. What did I do wrong?
Instead, you're just hitting fucking U.S. bases in other countries. Hit Israel.
You? Please tell me, and I will never do it again.
What can I change about myself?
Get Netanyahu.
I'll do anything. and all of these reasons that she made a mistake chasing the golf cart around. I haven't been myself dwelling on the past.
Divert all your country's money away from its people to the military. Do something with it.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry I've lost my focus. You were all that
We're talking about Iran or America
and
here?
protector in this life. Okay.
I'll just say.
Ready?
I do say that they're basically the same. Yeah, I literally pressed OK as the left.
Just operational standpoint, and John Ossoff was apparently one of the first people to get it. There are people that
I'm pretty
the
sure
rats
that's one
are
of my
worried about this shit
representatives.
and how much water it's
Ossoff.
taken on.
And they're worried
I
about
always
this
say-
relationship.
I'm not sure,
She
though.
had no security
I always say that
clearance
Iran and
for a
America are
year
basically the
plus
same,
and
like the
is
government.
Clearly intimately
Christian,
involved with him.
Islamic.
How do we know that she's not being influenced by foreign governments to get him to do certain things? Not that he
It's
needs
not
an
intimate.
excuse.
It's NSA. It's
Yeah.
no strings attached. It's very casual.
Very casual.
Are we ready to look at the?
I'm Polly. She's not.
Now get back in the truck.
It's a one-way monogamy.
Okay. It looks like we got some good stuff in this.
Okay.
letter, too.
All right, I'll read this one. How about that?
Sure.
Dear Mr. President,
about
now
that?
this is the note I wanted to write, but the apology needed to come first. I have learned so much about myself on this trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time in I don't know how long, you forced me to unplug. You know, Trump, who's really good at logging off. We could be out on the course with no machines and even forget what time it is. I didn't have to be human. I didn't have to be human printer. When she said...
Oh my God. So.
I didn't have to. Finally, I didn't have to be human printer.
Finally, I didn't have to scour the web looking for any positive information I could put in front of your old fucking face.
I could take time to enjoy good conversation and still get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact,
So sad.
I even had time to take long morning and evening walks to enjoy each sunrise
It is a little
and sunset.
depressing.
You know, proper nouns as if they're her cats or something. Though I didn't forget to eat and sleep.
I did forget to eat and sleep.
She's having a manic episode.
Yeah, this is somebody who, like, in 2 letters has mentioned forgetting to eat
and sleep because she's so devoted to him.
Yeah. Natalie, you need a routine.
Right.
Well, she doesn't need the gym because she just runs behind his golf
cart.
cart.
You gotta take care of me.
But also, I'm your protector and guardian.
Yeah, right. With so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at times.
Don't want to hear that.
I got it.
That I know you picked up on, but the end result, I believe, will be worth it. So is this her
That building
justifying
is
her
invulnerable.
taking a day off or something like that?
I think so.
Because apparently
That
she'd been
building is
working on
indestructible.
Sundays and Saturdays and didn't take days off. I had no idea how rapidly I was approaching burnout and starting to envy those whose only job seems to be to talk with you and look pretty. I want that job!
Yeah.
Fucking nailed those cunts.
So many...
No. Emma didn't ad-lib that. That's literally what she said.
Yes! I want that job!
Double exclamation points.
Give it to me! Give me that!
So there's multiple people around Trump whose job is to talk and look pretty.
There's a few of them who come to harem.
Right.
Not so
Ready, I'm
much
gonna snipe
talking,
this
but
bug
Yeah, and
with my heavy
she
cannon.
must have been thrilled when he just started firing women en masse, right? He's the, she wants to be the last one standing. Wonder if she's referring to Laura Loomer, but not the looking pretty part.
Yeah, that kinda crosses her off the list.
maybe that's what happened to Laura Loomer's face. Maybe she smashed it off a steering wheel like 25 times.
Looking pretty fucked up is what she's good at, yes. Sorry, but she might be an Israeli asset and is a total psycho. Anyway, with so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at the time. I know you picked up on it. Okay, wait, I'm back. So many times I'm just trying to stay afloat with all that's coming in for you. I look like a hunchback who didn't have time to freshen up. At least you know what I should look like. Plus,
What? Excuse me?
Yeah.
What is that referring to?
Oh, she's...
There was times where you didn't look... Remember that night? You were not looking like a hunchback at all that night.
Well,
Natalie.
you saw that she dyed her hair blonder. I mean, maybe that was at his recommendation.
At least you know what I should look like. That is a crazy parenthetical.
Yes.
That implies something. I don't know.
What are you saying?
It could be a complete manic. You have no idea what if this is real.
Yes.
Well, of course, but
Yeah.
at least in her mind, it's implying that he has seen her put together and freshened up in a way that is like maybe platonically ideal, maybe less platonically ideal.
Yeah, it doesn't seem platonic. Nothing about this seems platonic, and nothing about this seems connected to like reality. I mean, she's
or what the president should be spending his time on.
no.
That is so obsessive.
Giving her
Baby reindeers.
makeover, right, makeover recommendations. I look like a hunchback.
Fucking
Jesus,
nailed
okay.
those cunts.
Plus, I miss the days when you used to call during my talk show days at OAN, and we talk about everything
OAN.
and nothing. I want to get back to
Close.
that synergy. We shouldn't have to talk about work all the time. I've always felt like an in-betweener, somewhere between staff and those you enjoy talking to on the phone or at dinner, because that's how I used to be to you when I was a talk show host, as much as I hated that actual job. I wish I could hear every conversation, because that's when you're having a good time, getting away from it all, at least for a few moments. But after going through all this self-analysis, my conclusion, I need to reunite my past self with my current into a better version who will make you proud. And please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be, when I deserve it, because no one knows or cares about me more. I don't... Girl, he does not care about you. He doesn't care about anybody. He didn't go to his own son's wedding and said that it was because of the Iran war. And he showed up at the Knicks game to curse them for game 3.
Absolutely not. Did you see me hit all of them?
Yeah. You have the absolute right to cuss me out if I mean, literally saying, I deserve
punishment.
Punishment from you.
Punish me, Daddy.
Thank you for always
This
being
is
there
like
for me. I'll never
the
forget
secretary.
when you made that promise to me after
With
losing my
Maggie
dad.
Gyllenhaal.
And I know how happy he is right now that I did go to Scotland and Ireland, as he always wanted for me. To modify a classic, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. And I will add, it is I who is unworthy. Always Natalie. P.S. Hee my hands
We're
look worse in
unworthy.
Scotland and Ireland because
We're not
the cold
worthy.
turns old scars purple, still on the road to recovery.
Millie Walker.
Why is he fixated on the way her hands look? And was she self-harming?
It's
Is
because
that
it
what
looks
the
massive in
implication
her
is there?
hands.
I don't know.
I cannot believe this. Did this just break?
This is published this morning, I believe.
Oh my god.
Or yesterday, yeah, late
Michael
yesterday.
Wolff is leaking this. Now, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. Our favorite shit stirrer here.
I mean, basically, yeah, the inside journalist of inside journalists.
So, is this what he's doing and then basically just, outsourcing everything else to the worst fascist in office like Stephen Miller?
Yeah.
We have President Stephen Miller now, and Rubio's doing, I guess,
Yeah, so,
Venezuela. And
Pete, you're gonna take the Middle East. Marco, you're gonna take the southern hemisphere, our western hemisphere here. I got Natalie. She's
I
just
got
obsessed with me.
Natalie,
I gotta read this whole shit about her hands or whatever.
Read?
There is no shot he read any of this stuff.
Hey.
No way. Too much mention about your trauma. Also, this woman has daddy
although
issues.
it's
that
very
that are
sycophantic,
so
maybe he would
seismic
read
that
something like
Pretty
that.
explicit.
Pretty explicit,
Yeah, it's
saying that she's
all about him, so-
replaced him as her
One to
dad
one.
in her life.
I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. Like, that is, you are my dad now.
You
'cause
are my
dad died.
Right.
Daddy Trump.
Cuss me out if you need to. Because I deserve it. I'm gonna go take a shower.
I don't know.
I know.
Oh, no way.
What can we even add to that? It's like a cult. I mean, he welcome the fact that he welcomes this kind of devotion also speaks to his psychosis.
Right. Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was saying she's a moon in the orbit of a narcissist.
Yes.
Like,
Except nothing
they just
else.
attract
My trains are dropping.
this kind of thing, and he thinks this is like an appropriate way to be.
When he discards her, people should look out for her well-being.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be doing that right now.
She might have a mental
Whether or not he's
crisis.
There should be an intervention.
She might
If I was
have a
your
freak
family, I'd
out.
like kidnap her and try to like put her in a hotel somewhere.
Her brother went on Aaron Burnett and was like making a public plea saying, "I hope you wake up. This isn't you." Dang.
Remember the old days when I had this talk show job and we could just talk about everything and nothing?
So he was calling up an OAN anchor to just
Natalie, I
shoot the
love
police.
what you're saying about me on OAN. Who's this Natalie?
Yeah. Whew. Sean from PA, I get that there are no victims at the top of this MAGA death cult, but this woman might be the exception to that. She seems deeply unwell, and I can't help but feel bad for her. Sounds like a lifetime of Christian nationalist indoctrination
Fucking rip
has
me.
broken her.
Yeah, it's not
What
very
happened?
often,
I
like,
accidentally
I
hit
feel
the
you see like
voice
men
line
down bad
part,
because they're maybe a little more
and
public about it.
Yeah.
activates the trigger,
this is
and
what
I
it
was
looks
holding
like.
down
Yeah.
a
Except
big
it's the most
shot,
powerful man in the entire world.
Yes, and he's
and I was
80
in
years
a
old.
stairwell.
A fascist psycho.
Dave from Talon, the footage of
Alright,
Natalie
that
running
is
after the
6
golf
hours
cart
there.
is just sad but hysterically funny. There's footage? Okay,
Footage
okay.
of what? I wasn't
Mac, you
listening.
can't go to the bathroom now. Get it. Get that footage and then you'll go. All right? No bathroom breaks without my permission.
David Cameron, very famously former Prime Minister of England, said he didn't go to the bathroom intentionally ahead of meetings so that they would stay on task. That's where I'm at now. All right, Natalie Hart.
Okay.
That's funny as.
Runs after cart. Is that the same thing?
Natalie, there's footage, I guess. Natalie runs after car. We'll read some IMs.
Don't care about the IMs. Anti-aliasing shadow. What's anisotropic filtering? What is that?
I'm not sure what that is. I was looking at those. When I turned the anti-aliasing off, it dropped the frames significantly. So I don't know what that is. But it did not work.
display mode resolution.
Yeah, and the I don't think it has a borderless windowed. It's just windowed.
Oh, I'm borderless window.
Oh, it does? Huh. I'll have to change that. Are you going to keep streaming? What are you doing?
No. I was just checking if the system settings are different if you go into the single player.
Okay.
Just looking to see if there's frame limiters.
Doesn't look like anything?
No.
No. Alrighty. Oh, almost pressed the wrong soundbite. That one.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.